The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on in to a Wednesday night hump day edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. Again, 310-840-4910. Well, Brad, we laid out all the stats last night as to how pivotal Game 5 was, and the two-time MVP showed up. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 32 points, 9 assists. The Thunder beat the Spurs 127-114 in a game that had a lot of whistles, a game that had a lot of runs, especially in the first half. But in the second half, Oklahoma City clamped down. More on them in a bit, but I got to start with Wemby. I got to start with Victor Wembanyama here, Brad, because does he deserve to be slammed for his performance and his overall demeanor last night, or what? 20 points on 4 for 15 from the field. He only had 6 rebounds, despite being 7'4". And then at the end of the game, he's getting subbed off. He does a little whisper to Mason Plumlee and Bismack Biyombo, who are only in the game for one reason and one reason only: garbage time. Well, they had another reason last night. Wemby does a little whisper to those guys, and in the next span of 10 seconds of game time, Mason Plumlee elbow shivs Jared McCain in the back, and then Biyombo basically tries to take him out while trying to block a shot. So did Wemby seemingly order some cheap shots here? Then he ducks the media post-game, and Shams Charania posts and reports that he's been warned by the NBA for that. And let's not forget the vicious, intentional elbow to the throat of Naz Reid last series. What an embarrassment Victor Wembanyama was last night in just about every sense of the word. On the court, his demeanor as a leader, not showing up to the podium afterwards. What a big, giant French baby he was last night. Now the Spurs have their backs against the wall, and they got really nobody to look to try to save him except for him. But that was a disgraceful performance last night from Wemby.
Yeah, I think you're not sure to sugarcoating it all, and speaking quite bluntly, but most teams would take a 20-6 night from just about anybody and say, yeah, that's more than a respectable performance overall. But it's not the case for Victor Wembanyama. We know the superstar power that he possesses when he is bringing the A game. He's virtually unstoppable. I mean, we've seen it with a 40-plus performance, nearly 30 rebounds earlier on in the playoff run. He's been magical at times. Last night, he was downright mystifying. Couldn't have the broadside of the widest, biggest barn with that 4 for 15 performance, 0 for 5 from way downtown. Really, the only way he kind of, saved the final output was getting the charity stripe and going perfecto 12 for 12 in that capacity. But he did have the 3 block shots. It wasn't his best defensive game as well, as stiff and stout as he usually is. And a guy is the definition of supreme rim protector. But it just goes to show how valuable he is, this San Antonio team. And when he is not playing at least average basketball, and it was certainly a below average performance last night, it drags down the entire squad as a result. Now, Champagnie started off the game hot, finished with a second team high, 22 points. Stephon Castle the way with 24 overall. So those guys showed up. Keldon Johnson, as usual, coming off the bench, providing some meaningful minutes, played 20 minutes, scored 15 points. The bench, was lackluster, really didn't bring the noise in their own right. And, got to give credit is due. Other Wembanyama letting down San Antonio. OKC just played their game. Defense, 3-point shooting, and getting to the charity stripe and making the opponent pay. I mean, they had 38 free throw attempts. I mean, San Antonio had 32 in their own right. It was a happy whistle, to say the least, last night. But OKC drained 33 of those 38 attempts. They shot the ball a little bit better from way downtown at 44%. Meanwhile, San Antonio at just 29%. And again, defensively, they were stellar for the most part. And I mentioned this yesterday. I felt the biggest X factor in this game was going to be Alex Caruso, not because of what he brings defensively. We could say it's almost automatic. He is going to be tenacious in defending the rock. But what is always kind of erratic at times is his offensive performance. I let him down the last game, but last night, 25 minutes, double deuce, 22 points. He was money in the bank. Shot 50% from way downtown. That's the kind of performance that this OKC team really needs to conquer, really good foe in the San Antonio Spurs. So whether it's Caruso or somebody else coming off the pine, they have got to get somebody that can drain consistent shots. But again, bow down. OKC was awesome. I was terribly wrong. I thought this game would be nip and tuck throughout. It was a little bit early on, but that 24-14 run at the end of the first half by the Thunder really set the course for them after halftime, and they just blitzed San Antonio going away and won in convincing fashion. So if you followed the fade the noise adage that is out there, it means doing the opposite. What I tell you, congratulations, you probably made the mint last night.
Yeah, and again, OKC deserves a ton of flowers. Brad, I got to put the spotlight right back on the alien here. I got to put it back on the Frenchman. I got to put it on Wemby. Ducks the media postgame. You don't have a problem with that? Do you not have a problem with him whispering to his teammates coming off the bench and then immediately, like as intentional as it can be, trying to injure Jared McCain? That's the kind of leadership Wemby's going to bring. This is the next face of the NBA. You don't have a problem with any of that? It's one thing to underperform. It's another thing to show terrible leadership qualities that he showed last night. And it's all easy when you're hitting half-court threes and you're, have a monster game in game one. It's very easy to get up to the podium and be, aura farm your way to some social media clips and say the right things and laugh your way and flex on Chet Holmgren. When you don't play well, we saw the real Wemby last night, and that was couldn't even bother to show up to the microphone and basically try to get a Thunder starter, McCain, who started last night and did great, tried to get him hurt. Because I don't know what to tell you. You basically whisper something to your teammates and they immediately commit 2 cheap shot, dirty fouls on him. That says a lot about the leader that Wemby is. I think it was a disgrace. You don't have a problem with either of those things?
Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, but, dirty play is kind of par for the course. It goes along with, the state of the NBA. And, I again, reflect back on the 1990s, and it was dirty every single night of action, no matter who was on the floor, whether it was the Supersonics, the Hornets, the Bulls, the Spurs, the Knicks. I mean, there were fisticuffs that were flying all the time. So, I'm curious what Wemby said to his teammates in that minute. And in that moment, did he speak in English or French? Parlez-vous français? I'm very curious about that. But whatever instructions that he gave them, was that the motivational factor for them to go out and create chaos as a result? Possibly. But him not showing up at the post-game press conference, yeah, man, that's beneath him. He's got to be professional. He's got to go out there and answer some of those tough and hard questions, so he doesn't get a pass for any of that. So you have a right to be disgruntled with Wembanyama in that instance. The other one, we just don't have enough information for us to really warrant a full-blown conclusion. And I know you always find ways to hate on Victor Wembanyama, one of the best, if not the best player in the NBA at this moment in time. He is going to be a megastar. He is an immovable, unstoppable force when he is playing near or at his best. And certainly last night, I fell well short of expectations. But you are always, carrying a sharpened knife, and you're ready to plunge it in the nearest back possible with anybody who disagrees with you on Wembanyama. So I understand your point of view. I respect your point of view. But for the most part, it wasn't, too big of a deal outside of him skipping the post-game press conference and really outside of him having a downtrodden overall game. He's got to rise to the occasion in the next game, or it's going to be all she wrote for St. Antone.
Yeah, I mean, again, 310-840-4910 to join the show. Do you find Wemby's antics last night, did you find his overall performance disgraceful, embarrassing? Again, Brad, I've had to listen for weeks now, for months, and not so much you, because you've been a little hesitant, right, to crown Wemby as the next great thing in the NBA, the greatest player here that we've ever seen walk on water. I have Combs thrown him into conversations with Michael Jordan last week.
That's crazy.
I've had to hear it from Combs. I've had to hear it from everybody on social media. Oh, look out. The Wemby's here. He's taking over. He's taking over. This is who we need to champion as the next great thing in the NBA. Imagine if Steph Curry or LeBron James or Anthony Edwards, who people wanted to be the next face of the NBA, imagine if SGA, imagine if Jalen Brunson skipped the post-game media after a loss that didn't even end their season. But after a terrible performance, and again, I don't know how you make it anything other than that. He whispers in Mason Plumlee and Bismack Biyombo's ears, and then literally after the ball is inbounded, Mason Plumlee intentionally elbows Jared McCain in the back. Imagine if LeBron, Steph, KD, any of the great players that we have championed and we recognize as some of the greatest of all time, imagine if they had the night Victor Wembanyama had last night. But no, I feel like for a lot of people, the excuse will be, oh, he's been great. We can't expect this greatness too soon. Well, for everybody that was saying the Spurs are going to win the title, the Spurs are going to win this series, Oklahoma City is unethical. At least SGA is not calling out freaking hit orders for his teammates to deliver on his behalf and skipping the post-game media. I'm sorry. He needs to be held accountable. He's got to be held accountable. If this is going to be the spotlight that he steps up and when he has a 41-point, 20-rebound game or 12 blocks, everybody acts like he's the greatest player that we've ever seen because he's 7'4". But when he has a bad game, a lot of crickets. A lot of crickets and not a lot, and no punishment from the NBA. Brad, maybe I shouldn't be yelling at you, right? Well, I'm not yelling at you. I'm just yelling to you.
Right.
Maybe I should direct my anger to Adam Silver. Because, I mean, there's two instances now where he can absolutely be fined and or suspended. Intentional, clear as day elbow to the throat of Naz Reid. No fine, no suspension. True. The ejection was fine enough. Then last night, skips the post-game media, which you're told several times. You do not do that in the NBA. That's a mandate. You have to talk to the media. And he basically gives out orders for cheap shots to be delivered by Plumlee and Bismack Biyombo like they're his cronies, like they're his henchmen in a bad Disney movie. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, look, he's got to step up and be a better man, and be the adult that he obviously can be. Yeah, he's still in his early 20s and a guy that's growing up, to say the least, very much in the public eye. But it's inexcusable for him to skip that post-game press conference again. Going back to the Plumlee stuff, and maybe gave them the direction to throw those elbows, those dirty plays. Okay, draw your own conclusions. But I agree with you. He should have been fined. Honestly, you should have been suspended at least a game for that elbow. The intentional, calculated elbow that he threw into the throat of Naz Reid. That could have done a hell of a lot more damage than it actually did. And I still can't get out of my head that Dylan Harper reaction in the background. That's an all-timer. I'm never going to forget that, to say the least. But, those are things that, need to be put under a microscope and examined. And he should not get a pass. I don't give a damn if he's, the brightest of stars. I don't give a damn if he's a face of the game or if he is a guy that's like six man off the bench or a little bit deeper off the bench. All rules should be implemented and deployed and employed the exact same way for every living, breathing body in the NBA. But that's not how it goes. The stars get preferential treatment, and he's certainly getting that so far in this NBA postseason. And I think there's a direct and pointed finger at Adam Silver as a result. They got to clean this up, to say the least, and just be consistent in your overall calls and not give those megastars a pass because they sell tickets and they bring in ratings. I don't give a damn if they do or not. They need to be held accountable just like everybody else.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. And again, this isn't to a certain extent the preferential treatment. It's whatever. Like it's going to happen, right? To a certain extent, like you said, that elbow on Naz Reid, that was unacceptable. I just want to make all the basketball fans and sports fans that are listening to our show and watch these games, I just want them to take a closer look. Really use your magnifying glass. Look with a little bit of closer intent as to who really Victor Wembanyama is, because he's telling us now over the last 2 weeks. He's showing us who he really is. When the times are tough, when he's not getting the foul calls that he thinks he deserves, you get an elbow to the throat. When he's not getting the calls he thinks he deserves, he's going to duck the post-game media. The lights are too bright for him. He's going to basically tell his teammates, hey, try to hurt this player in Oklahoma City. They're keeping him in the game. Take him out. All right, in so many words. It was quick. But I imagine he said, hey, lay out McCain. Or whatever he said. I don't know if it was in French. I can't imagine Mason Plumlee speaks much French, Brad. But you never know. Maybe they're learning French. Maybe that's how they're, maybe like the Astros, they use the trash cans. Maybe Wemby and the Spurs are using French to carry out, any of the cheap shot, dirty plays that he's been issuing here over the last couple of weeks. We got to take a closer look at who Wemby really is, because a lot of people want this to be the face of the league. They want him to really succeed, take the throne away from Oklahoma City, snatch the crown from SGA. Well, he better win 2 games in a row. Otherwise, the lasting image of him in this series is going to be a terrible performance, not showing up to talk to the media afterwards, and basically a couple of dirty hits here, either by him or on his behalf over the last few weeks. And he's going to have 0 titles, and he's still going to have 0 MVPs. And I know it's only year 3, but again, history repeats itself. Everybody desperately wanted Anthony Edwards to be the face of the league a couple of years ago. He couldn't take it. He physically could not take it. Like, he could not lead Minnesota to the NBA Finals. And in the last 3 years, you could say, well, maybe they don't have a good enough team. Maybe he needs more help. Well, what's going to be the excuses for Wemby and the Spurs if they lose this series? Because after game 1, a lot of people thought they were the better team. And they are 1 loss away from being sent packing now.
Yeah, and the last point I want to make, before we anoint and putting him in esteemed company with Michael Jordan and Larry Bird and some of the all-time greats who have ever worn an NBA uniform, he has got to go out and win some stinking titles. I mean, period, end of story. He hasn't done that, and until he does, he is going to be in a tier well below some of the all-time greats. So let's get the notion, the idea that he is already with the upper echelon all-time in NBA history. Until he gets some rings, until he gets some Larry O'Briens, he doesn't remotely deserve to be in that conversation.
All right, you're listening to BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, we'll take a short break. You want to get in on the phones? 310-840-4910. Do you agree with me? Wemby's performance last night was disgraceful, not only on the court, but skipping the post-game media. Or do you tend to agree more with Brad? Maybe thinks I'm being a bit too harsh, and that it's 1 game, and they still have 2 games left to try to win this series, and Wemby can still prove me wrong, and that they can take this thing. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll get into some of the X's and O's from last night, what Oklahoma City did so well, and what needs to happen in Game 6. That's coming up next, along with your phone calls and your texts. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The Cavs, they laid down. They laid down, and then for less than 24 hours to pass and them to say we're running it back with everybody that was, that everybody was part of it from a leadership standpoint. I know there's humans, Nick, and I know these. What I mean by that is I know these people have families, and I know that they've got lives. So I'm not in the class of like, I try not to come on and say fire everybody and scorched earth. And you've known me long enough. That's not what I do. That being said, that was very curious for them to not evaluate their situation and say what's best for us. Because to me, with the Cavs, I think they've got an owner in Dan Gilbert who's starting to get up there in age. I don't know how much. I don't know if Dan wants to do this another 10, 15 years. If he wants to do another, my guess would probably be 5 years or so. I don't think
he's 64, Dan Gilbert.
He's 64. Yeah. So look, I don't get the sense he wants to do this forever. I think for him, he's looking at the window, in his mind. I think his mindset is our window's still open. Nick, you can't look through that window and say with confidence that it's still open after what happened in the series that we just watched. Not as currently constructed, not knowing that you're gonna re-sign James Harden. Like you're going to re-sign him. Now, when they made the Garland for Harden trade, I was not vehemently against it. Okay, I was not. Because with Garland, they were not making progress. I don't think they would have made the conference finals. But this is a long-term NBA think tank, TED Talk, if you will, of what do you really believe is success, right? What do you really believe is success? Is getting into the conference finals.
Title success.
Title is success. So with that being the case, are they closer to a championship than they were a year ago? The answer to that question is no. It's not. Because of the fashion in which if they had taken the Knicks to 6 or 7 games, Nick, I think you'd have to agree, and played well and played hard and been into the Knicks defensively and getting stops and making them work, and the Knicks just beat them because the Knicks, Landry Shamet shooting the heck on the ball, Hart's doing his thing, Bridges, Anunoby, and on top of what Brunson and Cat have done, which I think Cat's the single biggest determinant of whether or not the Knicks win the championship. If the real Karl Anthony Towns is continually showing up in the finals, I think the Knicks have a shot. I really do think that they have a chance. But for me, with the Cavs, they got exposed, they got embarrassed. You don't just get exposed and embarrassed in sports and say status quo. We're going to keep things the same. Their front office now has to get on the move. Like you can't deal with the James Harden problem. All right, you got to keep him. But I think out of this, you better be coming out with Giannis, or you better be taking a hard look at Jaylen Brown. I mean, and
you want LeBron back
for one last dance? I don't just want LeBron in the current construction of players, Nick. Like if as a Clevelander and as a person that watches, this team in the league, I think the Cavaliers, their number one priority has to be how do we come out with Giannis Antetokounmpo, even if it means that we are trading Evan Mobley, even if it means that we're exploring what Donovan Mitchell's future looks like. We need to go and get a guy. People are forgetting how good Giannis is. They're forgetting how good Giannis is because the Milwaukee Bucks have mismanaged the last couple years. You need to get a guy who, if he's remotivated in a new town, still wants to prove himself. He absolutely does. When he plays his best basketball, he is one of the 4 most valuable players in the NBA. Full stop. I don't care what. If I'll disagree with somebody until the sun goes. You can't replace his length, his athleticism, the way he controls the game on both ends of the floor. You got to go get Giannis. Do I want LeBron? Would I take LeBron? I would. Yeah, one last dance. Camera crews everywhere, Nick. I like a good show. But this doesn't work unless Giannis is in Cleveland as well. I'm talking about winning a championship here. If you have Giannis, LeBron James, Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, okay, and you got Max Strus and Dean Wade as shot makers with Sam Merrill, I guess. Is that a team that could win it all? Yes, it is, especially with a LeBron James that says, I need to go out with a title.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Mama said knock you out. I'm gonna knock you out. Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could also tweet at us at BetMGM tonight. The conference finals are here, still with one great matchup. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. All right, Brad. So we just got done talking about Wemby. I wanted to really hammer home some points, as I think I made that abundantly clear. You disagree, but that's fine. 310-840-4910. Wemby skipping post-game media yesterday, 4 for 15 from the field. A little whisper to Bismack Biyombo and Mason Plumlee, who then immediately deliver some very hard fouls on Jared McCain. I thought it was a disgrace. But they will turn the page in 24 hours from now for Game 6. Elimination game. We could have Knicks versus Thunder all set up tomorrow for the San Antonio Force a Game 7. It'll be back in the Lone Star State tomorrow night, 8:30 p.m. Eastern tip-off. And so with the Spurs against their backs against the wall, we just got done talking about them, Brad. I think if San Antonio is going to win this game, it's got to be Wemby. He's going to have to shut me up for a night. He's going to have to bounce back. I don't care how great of a job Oklahoma City is doing in forcing him out of the paint, keeping him by the perimeter, with some good three-point shooting lineups. They've stayed away a lot from the double big lineup with Hartenstein and Holmgren because Hartenstein is not a threat to shoot from deep, right? So they've done a good job of making sure that Wemby just can't patrol the paint and the rim. Well, San Antonio and Mitch Johnson have to counter that. They've got to make sure that he can be in a position to grab 15, 16, 17 rebounds tomorrow, and then he has got to drop 25 to 30 points. He's got to have the three ball working because he was 0 for 5 from deep last night. He doesn't have to hit 4 of them. He doesn't have to hit 5 of them. He's got to hit 1 or 2 because then that forces OKC to respect that outside shot, and that's when he can really start to get downhill and drive to the cup. So, look, for me, if San Antonio's winning this game tomorrow, it's going to take 28 points and 15 rebounds from Wemby. Otherwise, I think they're going home.
I think you're going to have to elevate the point total, honestly, for him, and the San Antonio Spurs to ultimately survive that game in good old San Antonio inside the Frostbank Arena. I think he's got to score at least 30. And frankly, I think he's going to pump that kind of production out. I think he's going to have a monster game. I think it's going to be minimum, and you put me on record for saying this right now, 35 points, 20 rebounds, and probably at least a handful of blocks for Wembanyama tomorrow. That's the caliber of game that is going to be ultimately necessary for San Antonio to live to play another day. And I think they're going to get that kind of delivery. Stephon Castle, honestly, has been arguably the most consistent weapon they have had this entire series. I think he's going to go out there and get his customary 20 points. Some of the other key players that I mentioned are probably going to rise to the occasion. We'll see what Champagnie can bring. He's always an X factor. Three-point stroke was kind of working for him last night. Other times he is, hit like the side of the backboard on a couple of shot attempts and very errant with those various hoists. But if Wemby brings the noise and brings the numbers, and the Spurs play their defensive game, because next to your beloved New York Knicks, it's really 1A, 1B, and who the best defensive team has been in this NBA postseason. The Knicks have a slight advantage right now in terms of points per possession allowed, but the Spurs are stiff and stout. They can be suffocating. They can really stamp out, any massive run potentially from another team. And that's the other factor in this one. Can they survive? Can they absorb those runs by Oklahoma City? And 2, can they keep the Thunder off the damn free throw line? Because that is where they make their money. And there's been, wildly inconsistent calls this entire NBA playoffs as usual, and particularly in this series. Sometimes the refs are letting guys get away with blatant murder, the grabbing, the tugging, the pulling. that you see there, and like, yeah, play on, no big deal. And then in another instance, you see SGA go up for a shot, and San Antonio defender just grazes him, and the free throw merchant lives down to that nickname, gets to the line, and makes you pay. I just want a consistent game called across the board so we can make it fair. We can make the overall, outcome potentially balanced. I want drama. I'm kind of sick of these lopsided affairs going on in the NBA playoffs. Look, we've had some excellent games, but there have been some just throttlings issued in certain instances in an elimination game. I want this sucker to be nail-biting. I want the crowd and attendance to sweat. Hell, I want to pull up in all the wrong places, Pat, here at Casa de Evans, watching the game go down tomorrow night. So basketball gods, can you please give me that? And it is a hashtag Tequila Thursday, and I'm going to be imbibing in the process. So what a perfect pairing with the love juice, Pat, than a scintillating high-drama game with everything on the line.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is it should be close. You would think. You mentioned the free throws, and I feel like so much of the conversation, and maybe I spend too much time on social media. Maybe that's just my problem. Maybe some of you are listening and you're thinking, Pat, nobody that I talk to, none of my friends even talk about this. I actually saw Mike Breen was on Dan Patrick today and had kind of very similar sentiments, when asked about SGA and all, and the falling on the floor and people calling him a free throw merchant. And does he think that the officiating has hijacked the series, or that's kind of dominated the conversation? And Mike Breen was like, he goes, honestly, my friends that are my age, that aren't, that are sports fans, but aren't in the industry, aren't in sports media, that they've rarely talked about that. They've rarely talked about that. He goes, in the presence of social media is far fewer than you think. But, again, that's kind of the world that you and I also live in, Brad, right? Guys our age, anybody that's between the age of 20 and 50, chances are you either have Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, like you're consuming some of your sports media and you're consuming some highlights on those websites and on those apps. And so, I feel like so much of the series has been hijacked about the officiating. And last night, I do agree with you. Tony Brothers is terrible. He has become the worst official in the NBA. He's like Angel Hernandez level. And so they were so inconsistent. Wow. And both ways, because there are plays where SGA is getting grabbed, he's getting held. And I do agree with you. There's other plays where it does feel like it's slight contact and they call a whistle. But, again, I look at the free throw last night, and for this series, it's largely been 50-50. OKC took 6 more free throws. But a big reason why is because they had 7 more rebounds. They had more second chance opportunities, and they forced more turnovers. And so San Antonio has been trying to play aggressive, and for the most part in this series, the refs have let them play aggressive. Last night was complete opposite of that. I mean, it was the rhythm and the momentum was so disjointed in the first half because it was whistle, whistle, whistle here, whistle there. I mean, again, I think both teams, I remember at halftime, the Spurs had 19 free throw attempts, the Thunder had 20. That was at the half. That was at halftime. Like, if you're going to let the guys play, let the guys play. And I think going forward, you should have consistent officiating crews for an entire series. The entire series is ref by the same crew. So you know what to expect. Yep. And you don't have Tony Brothers coming in after Scott Foster, and Tony Brothers is whistling everything under the sun. And even the slightest hand check. Oh, it's a foul. Oh, it's a foul. But then they're so bad that they miss some calls. So I went on a tangent there, but again, the free throws are going to be given to both teams. I feel like they've been pretty equal. Last night, again, it was OKC dominating inside on the glass, and the Spurs, they have to make that their calling card. They have to. And San Antonio has not really been a good three-point shooting team for most of the season. So if they're going to shoot under 30% from deep, they've got to dominate in the paint, which is what they did in game 1. Remember, they had a huge disparity. Last night, they outscored OKC in the paint, but not by much. And so if it's not Wemby, Wemby has to step up. We agree with that. Castle and Champagny, those guys went for 46 combined points. I mean, how about De'Aaron Fox? He's the one you signed to a massive contract extension in the offseason. He had 9 points last night. He also shot the ball terribly. So again, outside of Keldon Johnson, I'm not really expecting anybody off of San Antonio's bench to get it done. They've got to limit turnovers, and they got to dominate in the glass. Those are the two biggest things for the Spurs if they're going to send this back to Oklahoma City for a Game 7.
Yeah, I totally agree with that point of view. And you got to give your flowers and give your kudos to Holmgren and Hartenstein because combined, they exactly what the doctor ordered, 28 points and 16 rebounds. When they're getting that level of production, it gives OKC an enormous edge because you generally know what SGA, two-time MVP is going to bring to the table. And then you get, the assistance of some of those key players off the bench. As I mentioned with Alex Caruso, Dylan Harper didn't also shoot the ball that well. He was just 1 for 5 from the floor last night, but he did cash the over for me on rebounds at plus 105. He had 6 boards. All I needed was 4 to cash. So thank you, Dylan Harper, for cleaning up the glass at least. But just to get back real quick to your referee perspective, I wholeheartedly agree. It is asinine that they're swapping out crews on a game-in, game-out basis in any NBA series in the postseason. You want consistent calls. You want a rhythm. You want a flow to the game. You want some freedom of movement. You want the physicality to be played out and not have the referees and the whistles just hijack a game. I hate that more than anything else in college basketball. But in an NBA 7-game series in the Western Conference Finals, every crew in one series, or is it Eastern Conference or Western Conference, should be the same guys because the style of play that is going to be allowed and what is going to be called in the game, and you're going to have more consistent production as a result, game in and game out in the same stinking series. So Adam Silver, please make this happen moving forward. It is asinine that, again, crews are getting swapped out, and that's why we have such disruptive movement in a lot of these games.
Yeah, I agree. 310-840-4910. All right, so I know it's the game's tomorrow, and we'll give you a day of the game preview tomorrow because we'll have injury news that will definitely be interesting. Is J-Dub, Jalen Williams, going to be back tomorrow for Oklahoma City? Missing his 3rd straight game last night with the hamstring injury. He's already listed as questionable. Oklahoma City already has ruled out A.J. Mitchell, but if J-Dub can return, even if he only plays limited minutes, that could be a big boost that maybe helps them end the season for San Antonio and avoid having to go back home for a Game 7. So again, right now, 24 hours out, the Spurs are 3.5-point favorites at our friends at BetMGM, and the total right about the same as what it's been the last couple of games, 218.5. Brad, any which way you are leaning ahead of tomorrow here for Game 6?
Okay, my original prognostication before this series began that it was going to go 7 games, and I'm not going to budge off of that. I think this line is fairly tight at the 3.5. I like San Antonio, man. I think it's going to be a rowdy and raucous crowd. We're going to see if they're going to have the festival colors on. They're in attendance. Fiesta Spurs, they call them, because I think the record has been terrible the postseason when they have featured those bright painted colors in the stands. They're probably going to go just standard black and white. And maybe the Nuns are going to be back, man. The Nuns are going to come out. They're going to bless the home team. And that's going to be all she wrote. San Antonio wins tomorrow night by 10+. I'm already on the record and saying that Victor Wembanyama goes for at least 35, snags around, 15 boards, maybe as many as 20 rebounds, gets a handful of block shots. You're going to get an A effort from one of the greatest players on the planet at any level of basketball in this known galaxy. No, he's not up there with Jordan yet, but he is a guy that's certainly just a level down and could get one step closer from gaining that fame, that fortune as a result. So San Antonio by 10+ tomorrow goes to Game 7, and OKC wraps it at home.
Yeah, look, I mean, I probably tend to lean that San Antonio is going to win tomorrow. In terms of the total, I got to see who's reffing the game. I got to check the NBA referee assignments tomorrow. If they put Tony Brothers back on this game again tomorrow, you might as well take the over because there's going to be 9,000 free throws that get taken. Otherwise, I would probably lean the under. But, again, it's last night, again, he had 70 free throw attempts. 241 points. They smashed the overs. So it's been interesting, too, because, man, the X's and O's, we don't need to get into the weeds, but the first two games were pretty damn high scoring. Game 3, also kind of high scoring. And then game 4 on Sunday night was just a defensive slugfest where there was barely any whistles getting called, and you didn't even crack 190 points. And then last night, you clipped that before we even got to the fourth quarter. So I don't know. I don't have a strong lean right now one way or another, but I would think, that San Antonio would be good enough tomorrow to force a Game 7 on Saturday, which, just from a rooting interest, is what I want, especially as a Knicks fan. I want them to really beat the crap out of each other. 310-840-4910. We do have a text coming through here. You can call, you can text the show, 310-840-4910. Brad, I think this person is maybe taking umbrage with something you said in the opening segment, where I had a problem with Wemby whispering to Biyombo and Mason Plumlee if he indeed did order maybe some cheap shots on Jared McCain. And I think you said dirty play sometimes is par for the course. And the person that has texted saying dirty play is par for the course, WTF.
Okay. Were they not a fan of the NBA of yesteryear? I mean, come on, man. It's not a finesse game. I mean, to a certain extent it is, but physicality often reigns supreme in this day and age of the NBA, much like it did in the 1990s and the early 2000s. Guys are going to bang. They're going to, throw their muscle around. That is kind of the story of the Western Conference Finals. So, yeah, man, it's par for the course, brother. I mean, this high-stakes basketball, elbows are going to be thrown. You're going to get some dirty action here and there. Just swallow your opinion on it and accept it because, honestly, it makes a game better and it makes it more interesting.
Yeah, I mean, and look, I mean, the bad boys of the 90s, the Detroit Pistons, literally got their name because of how dirty they played.
Night.
Yeah,
Every
Bill
night.
Laimbeer, Rodman, Rick Mahorn. I mean, watch some of those highlights. So, yeah, sometimes dirty play is par for the course. That physicality. Look at Draymond Green. I mean, he's probably a Hall of Famer, and I can't stand the way that he's played. But if you're a Golden State Warriors fan, you've probably come to appreciate it and love it. So, whoever texted that in, yeah, I mean, Brad was disagreeing with me in the moment, but I can't act like dirty, physical play that sometimes can get a little dirty, a little cheap shots. That doesn't happen, and it won't continue to happen as long as the sport exists. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we're going to go streaking. I got to get out of the dumps, and Monty's going to try to stretch it to 5 in a row. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
What a strange, weird, no good, very bad, some would say unethical performance last night from Victor Wembanyama in San Antonio's Game 5 loss. And before we go any further, I want everyone to take a listen to this soundbite. What Victor Wembanyama had to say post-game last night to the media after his the most hollow, empty 20.6 rebound performance mine eyes have ever seen in a big spot. Take a listen to this earth-shattering piece of sound that makes tremendous news from Victor Wembanyama. Oh, wait. He didn't speak to the media after the game last night. Victor Wembanyama declined to speak to the media after the game last night. Some would say that is unethical. And we can talk about that in a moment where also you want to talk about just ethics with Victor Wembanyama wants to criticize, and I think Wemby's awesome, right? I think he's great, but he wants to criticize everybody and everything. He's basically 7'4" French John Lovitz from The Critic. wants to criticize everyone and everything. How about Victor? And I love that this happened, but let's call it like we see it. At the end of the game, Victor Wembanyama is whispering in the air, and I called for this games ago. Whispering in the air as Mitch Johnson empties the bench when they're losing, right? And in comes Bismack Biyombo, and in comes Mason Plumlee. Dust off one of the 9 Plumlee brothers. And Wembanyama's whispering in their ear, and all of a sudden they're putting Jared McCain on his ass. All that was missing was Victor Wembanyama in his French accent instead of an Italian accent like Clemenza in The Godfather saying, leave the gun, take the cannoli. Or in this instance, perhaps, leave the gun, take the eclair. I mean, you want to talk about unethical. And I loved it. I'm just saying, if Wemby's going to criticize everybody, then he needs to be criticized as well. So this was a strange game from Wemby, who seemed very passive. And maybe you want to say it's a bad... And Mitch Johnson, to his credit, kind of took some responsibility after the game. Mitch Johnson saying that OKC's game plan was better than San Antonio's game plan. Here's the bottom line, though. That can be true. Also, if Victor Wembanyama is the best player in the series, and I believe he is, despite what happened last night, I still think Wemby's bad. And SGA can say he played a bad game. SGA did not play a bad game. And we'll talk about him in a little bit. SGA had 32 points. I thought he played pretty well. But if we're going to consider Victor Wembanyama, and I do, to be clear, I'm not backtracking. They could lose in Game 6, and I still won't backtrack off of it. He's the best player in the series. But if that's true, and it is, he's got to be more aggressive. He's got to be more aggressive. Even if it doesn't lead to a great statistical output, he needs to be way, 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 way more aggressive. He got bodied last night by Isaiah Hartenstein. Just look at, I don't know if they're called heat maps. It's probably not a heat map, right? But when you look at the flow chart, I don't even know. One of these newfangled graphics that you see where it shows where Wemby touched the ball in Game 1 and all the time where he was on the court when he touched it versus last night. He's like under the basket all the time, and not all the time, but most of the time in Game 1. The Thunder did an unbelievable job of pulling him away from the basket last night. And I get it. Like, coaching's involved in that. And Mark Dagnall's a great coach. Also, if you're Victor Wembanyama, you say screw that. And you do what you have to do. So I didn't love that last night from Victor Wembanyama. I was wrong last year, so I'm legit.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? Boosted Odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. All righty. 6:40, just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern here. You know what we do every day on this show at this time. We got another night of baseball just moments away. A bunch of games that already started. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! Yeah!
All righty, we go around the crew. Everybody picks one batter that they think will correctly just get a hit. Let's give you the, we haven't done these in a couple of, about over a week or so now, our season records. So let's get them to you here. Yours truly, I am 24 out of 32. So 24-8. And that's 75%. Brad is 17 out of 27. Producer Brandon Combs, 21 out of 29. And then at the front of the pack, not a shocker, is our video producer, Monty, Michael Montgomery, the owner and operator of batters-box.com. The hyphen, 24 out of 29. Monty is 24-5. That's 83%. And he's got the longest active streak at 4. I've gone 0 for 2 days in a row. Brad's looking to start a new streak after Shohei went 0 for yesterday, and Combs is looking to make it 2 in a row. So, Brad, you kick us off here. Who are you rocking with tonight?
Yeah, still bitter Betsy that Dodgers score 15 and Shohei doesn't get a lousy hit. So to get off the schneid, I'm going to go with one of your guys from the New York Yankees, and there's golden in their hills, Paul Goldschmidt, to get a hit in Cowtown, taking on Kansas City. He's going against Noah Cameron, who is a left-handed pitcher. He is crushing. Golding is LHPs this season, 326 batting average, 1,197 OPS. He's batting a robust 288 over the last 30 days. Now, he's over 3 lifetime against Noah Cameron, but Cameron has allowed a 4.22 ERA in his last 4 games and given up a 44% hard hit rate. Get me a hit, Paul Goldschmidt, so I can go streaking to 1.
Yeah, I'm looking to go streaking as well. So I'm going to take a matchup that I don't know if Monty would have it rated too high on his website. I didn't get a chance to check out where Mr. Juan Soto checked in today. But I like Juan Soto to get a knock against the Cincinnati Reds, going up against Andrew Abbott. And yes, Andrew Abbott is a lefty. And yes, Juan Soto traditionally does not hit lefties well, but he is 5 for 11 lifetime against Andrew Abbott. And this Mets offense, they need a spark, and they need it badly. Juan Soto last night did hit a 2-run shot. The Reds did not walk him. So, look, if Juan Soto goes 0 for 2 with 2 walks, then so be it. But if he gets at least 3 chances to swing the bat, I think he's going to come through with a knock. So give me Juan Soto to get a hit tonight for the Mets. All right, producer Brandon Combs, looking to make it 2 in a row. Who are you rolling with?
I got it yesterday in your neck of the woods. I'm going to stay in your neck of the woods, and I'm going to stay with a New York Yankee, and I'm going to go with Ben Rice to get it done today. 250 with 9 hits and 4 home runs against the Royals in 10 games in his career. They've already played 5 games this year, and they've only held him hitless in 1 of those 5 games. So give me Ben Rice to get me on the board again tonight.
Wow, the MVP, Rice baby. Still average under 300, but hitting 285 with 16 bombs and 34 RBIs. So you got the Yankees who have the MVP, and it's not Aaron Judge. You got the Yankees who are going to have the Cy Young, and it's not Garrett Cole, who's on the mound tonight, by the way. It's Cam Schlittler. So it's funny. Now, Combs, you're starting to come around and see how great the Yankees are. All right, let's go to Monty. Trying to make it 5 in a row. Monty, who are you going with?
Give me Freddie Freeman back to the Dodgers tonight, facing Tomoyuki Sugano. He's my 7th highest rated hitter tonight when you just factor in the games remaining. Plus matchup for Freddie with his WOBA ISO and hard contact all increasing by at least 13%. 2 trends I like. Almost 100 games with an elite rating for Freddie, getting a hit 78% of the time, so love that one. And then Sugano has faced 64 elite rated hitters with 67% of them getting a hit. So feel good about getting to 5, but I also lost my streak with the Dodgers, so we'll see.
All righty, there you go. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We'll get to some of your calls and some of your texts when we come back. We'll also keep the conversation with baseball because Abner Uribe from the Brewers had one of the wildest gestures I've seen. It was a hearkening back to WWF. We'll talk about that when we come back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
Well, I was wrong last year. So I'm legitimately and earnestly and honestly and sincerely asking this question. Do you really think it's going to happen again? When you think about the best quarterbacks of all time, and Patrick Mahomes with 3 rings is like indisputably on that list. The only one that's missed the playoffs even more than a handful of times is Marino. That's it. That's it. It is very unlikely to me, very unlikely, that the Chiefs miss again. Now, there's work to do for Kansas City at receiver, where I think, and I'm on record saying this, I think they should sign Diggs and Tyreek Hill. Bring them both in. I don't think Rashee Rice is going to get suspended, but you need to, what's the word I'm looking for? Support yourselves, brace against it, protect yourself, protect. It's been a long month. Protect yourself in the event it happens, right? Mansour Delane, Peter Woods, R. Mason Thomas. I like the rejuvenation, the young blood injected onto the defense for Spags. Kenneth Walker toting the rock. The run game should actually be pretty good this year. And they have a Hall of Fame quarterback and a Hall of Fame coach. Tough for me to imagine they go 6-11 again, miss the playoffs again, although I didn't think it would happen last year, so it's possible, right? I just don't think it's likely to happen again. Last year's AFC was wild and wacky. Broncos are the 1 seed. Patriots are the 2. Patriots end up going to the Super Bowl. Jacksonville's in the mix. Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers knock out the Ravens on the final night, leading to John Harbaugh's ouster. It was just a weird year, right? The Chiefs don't make it. The Ravens don't make it. The Bills get bounced in the divisional round. They don't even win the AFC East. In 2023 and 2024, we saw the AFC have the same Final Four, both years. In 23, the Ravens played the Texans in divisional weekends and the Chiefs played the Bills. In 24, the Chiefs played the Texans and the Ravens played the Bills. This year, and it's May 27th. I think we're going to get that same Final Four for the 3rd time in 4 years. And for all you guys and gals in the audience right now, watching or listening to the show, just think in your head, do you like, and be honest, and maybe you're a Packers fan and everything's through green and yellow glasses and you think they're going to go 15-2, whatever, fine. Just be really honest. Only 7 teams can make the playoffs, and 1 team from the horrible NFC South is going to make it. So, we know that already. So the question is not, are the Packers better than the Panthers, the Bucs, the Falcons, or the Saints? Yes. One of those teams is going to make the playoffs, no matter what, right? So I am going to list teams. And in your head, as the Cranberries famously said, in your head, do you like the Packers more or less than these teams? Zombie. The Philadelphia Eagles, the Dallas Cowboys, the Washington Commanders, the Detroit Lions, Chicago Bears, Minnesota Vikings, Seattle Seahawks, Los Angeles Rams, San Francisco 49ers. And that was today's edition of Guy Naming Teams, brought to you by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Only 7 teams can make it. Take the NFC South, 6 teams can make it. Are the Packers one of the best 6 teams? Dallas, Philly, Washington. The other 3 teams in their division, the 3 Dragons in the NFC West. Are they one of the 6 best? They've been the 7 seed 3 straight years.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 kicks off right now. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We've got a text to get to that we'll get back to your texts and your calls if you want to join the show. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. Again, you can call or you can text the show 310-840-4910. A lot of the first hour was about the Thunder beating the Spurs last night, 127-114. I thought Victor Wembanyama's performance was disgraceful. Not only the 4 for 15 from the field, ducking the post-game media, seemingly giving out, some dirty cheap shot orders for Mason Plumlee and Bismack Biyombo to carry out on Jared McCain because he was still in the game after everybody else pulled their starters. And we looked ahead to Game 6 tomorrow, and then we did our Let's Go Streaking segment. So you want to weigh in on any of those topics? Again, 310-840-4910. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Brad, did you happen to see Abner Uribe yesterday, one of the Brewers relief pitchers who gets a strikeout to end the bottom of the 8th inning and then basically gives the D-Generation X, WWF Triple H, Shawn Michaels, gives the DX suck it sign to the entire Cardinals dugout with the Brewers then going on to win, and then they ended up sweeping earlier today, but apparently there was a lot more to the story than Abner Uribe just doing that, because apparently, according to him, Cardinals manager Ali Marmol was gesturing to the Brewers dugout, pointing at his ribs, basically saying, yeah, we're going to hit your guys. And so Abner Uribe, I guess that was the reason why he did the DX, the suck it. And look, it made for a pretty incredible social media clip. Did you happen to catch that? What are your thoughts on it?
I saw it, and I thought it was outstanding, quite frankly, because anything directed at the St. Louis Cardinals in suck-it fashion, smack talk, it's fully supported by yours truly as a Cardinals hater. We'll see, what really transpires with this. They're going to play themselves, multiple times against one another, not only, tonight, but in the future as well. So this could boil over, and I'm totally here for it. Some of the best fights, I think it's worth the dumbest fights in sports are always on the gridiron. I mean, guys are in pads, are yanking on helmets. You throw in a fist, you're probably going to hurt your hand as a result. It's idiotic. It's dumb. Basketball, there's been some good throwdowns, to say the least, back in the day and maybe the current form, although some of the text, line people that have been submitting text to us here on the show, oh, no, it's a finesse game. Oh, we got to play more like the Europeans. We can't have physicality. We can't have smack talk. We can't have dirty play. Get out of here. Yes, that's part of the game, even in the modern NBA, not as much as it was in the 1990s during my era, but still it is ingrained in professional basketball in some form or fashion. So this is going to be outstanding, and baseball fights are just bar none the best. When the bench is clear, and I just love the fat guys trotting in for the bullpen. That's what cracks me up every single time. 8 times out of 10, it's a nothing burger when it's all said and done. Everybody leaves their place where they were sitting and kind of chilling and hanging out. But sometimes you get some throwdowns of epic proportions. This could reach a point where you're going to have a throwdown of epic proportions. So, yeah, I understand Marmol and why he would be upset. Rib shots are the worst kind of hit by pitch in the world of baseball, unless you're, purposely throwing at somebody's head, trying to hit the face. I'm thinking like Andre Dawson, Eric Shaw days back in the late 80s when I was a kid, and Dawson nearly killed a man that day. That you get those instances in some form or fashion, but Uribe, completely warranted with the suck it motion as a result. So, yeah, let this sucker play out. I'm going to stand back, not having a dog in this fight, hoping that the fists soon fly between the Brewers and Cardinals. It's a rivalry, baby, in the same division, and I'm totally here for it.
Yeah, and again, the Brewers were getting no hit by Dustin May going into the 8th inning, and then they rallied to win 2-1. They sweep the Cardinals, and so the Brewers are 4.5 games ahead of St. Louis and Cincinnati in the NL Central, and then your Cubbies and the Pirates are 5 games back. Everybody's still above 500, but yeah, Ali Marmol, he didn't deny it. He literally said, quote, I've got no issues telling you the full story. This was earlier today before the game. He was, talking to the media. Said, quote, I've got no issues telling you the full story, but I just think like anything these days, it gets blown up. This is like an everyday occurrence. We felt like they were being pretty demonstrative about relaying signs from the dugout. And he said, I looked over and I said, hey, you got to do it. Be smart. You're going to get somebody hurt. Like, what are we trying to do here? That was it. So, yeah, the manager, he's saying, I know you guys are relaying signs. You're being very obvious about it. You're going to get somebody hurt, pointing at his ribs, like, we're going to have to throw at you. And that does happen, I feel like, a lot of the times. That is a kind of everyday occurrence. Maybe not every day. I don't know how many times, teams have successfully stolen signs and are relaying signs. I'm sure it maybe happens a few times per game, but it felt like they were doing it consistently. Like they picked up on somebody's signs, and then so they were relaying. And you would think PitchCom has kind of rendered these obsolete, but I guess not. Yeah. So, and it could be base running signs. It could be, defensive alignment signs or anything like that. But, again, if the other team sees like, hey, they've got our signs, I mean, I don't know. How do you handle that? So Ali Marmol, like he probably did something that a lot of big league managers do, but Abner Uribe happened to catch it, strikes out the side, and says, here you go. Take this. Here's a couple of crotch chops for you. Pow! Which I thought was phenomenal. And look, and here's a great point by Combs, producer Brandon Combs, in our show chat. He says, if a team can steal your signs, here's an idea. Change up your damn signs. I agree.
True.
Change up your signs. They're that easy that in game 2 of a 3-game series, they're getting stolen and they're being relayed. You got to change them up. And don't get me wrong, I'm all for a little retaliation. I'm all for if a team is relaying signs and they're relaying your signs, all right, put one in somebody's ribs. I don't mind it. But Ali Marmol got caught gesturing to his ribs. Abner Uribe strikes out the side and he goes, here, I got something for you. So, yeah, look, you got rivals going at it. And I don't think there was any tension. I don't think there was any benches clearing anything in that game today. Again, Dustin May had a no-hitter. That was the highlight. That was the news, the storyline. And then the Brew Crew rallied for 2 in the 8th. I don't know if they were stealing signs in the 8th inning, but they sweep the Cardinals, and St. Louis comes away from this series looking like a couple of punks, if I'm being honest.
And honestly, I hope they get punked because they're done with this Milwaukee Brewers series. They got the day off tomorrow. Then what happens? St. Louis goes home to Busch Stadium, and they welcome my Chicago Cubs. So hopefully the Cubs are going to be packing some brass knuckles and start, throwing some hands. I would love to see it. I would love, an epic throwdown between those two squads. Maybe that would light a fire under my Northsiders, though they are winning right now 2-0. Yes, I'm just as shocked as you. They're up 2-0 right now against Bubba Chandler and the Pittsburgh Pirates. But Cubs, Cardinals, could be outstanding, that series down in the Lou starting Friday.
Yeah, by the way, Pat Murphy, Brewers manager, did say that Abner Uribe's antics were, quote, unacceptable. So I guess he's not a fan of...
Get over it.
I don't know if he's a fan of the old heyday WWF DX days, but there you have it. 310-840-4910. All right, let's pivot because we also had another big news, a big story in baseball today, Brad. Major League Baseball Players Association has formally made their first proposal in collective bargaining negotiations. As I think everybody knows pretty damn well by now, we've got a pretty dark cloud headed over our head. A lot of people think we're headed for a lockout, and we could end up missing quite a few games, if not the entire 2027 season. Once this CBA expires on December 1st, we know the big argument is salary cap versus salary floor. The owners want a salary cap. The players are vehemently opposed to that. And so the Players Association submitted their first formal proposal today, and it did not mention a salary cap. But it did mention an overhaul to revenue sharing and a competitive integrity tax for the low spending teams that mirrors the competitive balance tax for top spending clubs, with a significant raise to minimum salaries, but it did not include a hard cap and floor system, which is Major League Baseball's top priority. So I think the players have essentially said, F you, here's our proposal, and I think the owners are going to read it and say, F you, no shot. I don't think this is going to make any kind of headway.
Yeah, they're just going to torch it. That's all they're going to do to it. So, yeah, I mean, this is setting the course for the divide to be very, very wide. And, it's negotiation. This happens in really any sector of the workforce that's out there. But when are they going to reach that C word, the compromise? And, this is going to get ugly. It's going to be long. It's going to be drawn out. I think you're, spot on when you say a significant portion of the season's at jeopardy. Not only the full season could also be in peril. That's all on the table because the players are going to stand their ground. I think ownership is going to stand their ground. And eventually, if this is going to have a resolution between mediators, they're going to have to sit down. They're going to have to flesh out a floor and a cap. And the players are going to have to grin and bear it. That's just the bottom line. Set a high enough cap where, in the minds and the eyes of the players, it's kosher enough for them to proceed, while at the same time, there are concessions by ownership on the other end of things. So we got a long, long way to go. This initial stab that's been thrown out there with the competitive balance tax and yada, yada, yada. It's never going to see the light of day. It's never going to be agreed upon. And as I said before, it is going to be taken to a flame and poof, it's going to go away. And we're going to have a long standoff over the next several months, bleeding into the beginning of the Major League Baseball season at a minimum next year.
Yeah, 310-840-4910. Major League Baseball, according to a lot of the reporting done on this story today, they are going to counter. They are expected to formally counter tomorrow with the hard cap and floor system for the first time in more than 3 decades. Major League Baseball has not formally proposed that hard salary cap system since 95. And we had the players' strike, which then, had the 94 World Series get canceled. So we haven't had a formal strike since then. But, yeah, you said it, Brad. This is going to get ugly. It is going to get ugly. And yeah. I just don't know. I don't know where we get that compromise. I don't know when we get that compromise. I mean, I feel like we're going to have this same conversation, for better or for worse, probably again at the All-Star break, probably again in late August, early September, and then as soon as the season ends. And it's going to then just basically be two sides arguing with one another, saying, no, that's not why I don't want that. And the other side saying, well, I don't want what you want. And when are we going to, where is that compromise? What is that? Because there is got to be a cap and there is got to be a floor. I feel like otherwise we're not going to have a season next year. So it's at what number do we get to where the Players Association can swallow their pride and say, fine, but you better acquiesce on this. You better give us that competitive integrity tax for teams that don't meet the threshold of the salary cap, and you better raise minimum salaries a boatload. And then it's whether or not the owners are going to do that. But yeah, you did get the first formal proposal from the Players Association. The league is expected to counter tomorrow. But Brad, I feel like we're going to be having this same convo again in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, and I'm going to be sick of it, quite frankly. I'm going to be sick of it when we have the same conversation in March of next year. I'm going to be thinking about the NCAA tournament, and we're going to be, interrupting with some, baseball and the standoff, and here's, where it currently stands overall. There's just not going to be a solution. There is not going to be an agreement for many months, and we all just have to accept it. That's the bare minimum here. I mean, the unions draw a line in the sand, the players union. The owners have drawn their own line in the sand. They're going to stare eye to eye on either side of that line, but I don't think anybody's going to be willing to cross it. until like the ultimate compromise can be reached. I just don't know what that is. I don't know if the floor, which is fair, is 100 million. I don't know if the salary cap, which is fair, is like what, 350 million. I don't know what the magic numbers ultimately are. But I think bottom line, the players have to agree to some sort of salary cap. And until they bend and yield to that, this thing is just going to be drawn out into perpetuity. That's the unfortunate downside.
Yeah, and some of the other things that the Players Association proposal included was that the increase in minimum salary go from $780,000 to $1.5 million, and the increase in the base luxury tax threshold go from $244 million, whereas that you go if you're 245, you're starting to get taxed, to $300 million, where again there's only four teams that resigned: Yankees, Mets, Dodgers, and I forget off the top of my head if the Phillies or the Braves or whoever is right there is over $300 million. So that's only a couple of teams. Yeah, again, I just like a big reason too, a big thing for this is the ML and the Players Association did not want to address the economic disparity between the big and small market clubs. And that's what the owners are going to come back with. That's what they're going to come back with. And so that's going to be the crux of this issue. We know it's the salary cap versus the salary floor, but it's also, okay, well, if the Rays and the Pirates really can't spend as much money as the Yankees and the Dodgers, which they can't, but they can spend more than they do, how do we help them out? That's going to be the big topic here. And then finally, Brad, let's get one more baseball story in here now, and it continues to be, whereas your NL Central, your Cubbies, that's the best division in baseball. One of the worst divisions so far has been the American League West, where everybody is under 500. Although the Seattle Mariners, thanks to winning 3 in a row, are finally in first place because they just swept the A's in Sacramento and they crushed them 9-2, 4-1, and 9-1 earlier today. So the Mariners are 28-29. The A's are a half game back. The Rangers are a game and a half back. Don't look now, the Houston Astros, who at least I buried a couple of weeks ago, they're only 3.5 games back, despite being 8 games under 500. And then despite a pretty good start, Trouty and the Angels are very fastly slipping into irrelevancy at 21-34. So, Brad, if I gave you, we guys got a free $100, who would you put it on right now to win the American League West? What team do you think ends up claiming this division crown, which has been a bunch of losers so far?
I think preseason, I said the Texas Rangers were the best bet that's out there based on the odds available at BetMGM. I think they're very much in the conversation. Jacob deGrom is towing the rubber tonight. We'll see what he brings to the table after he had a clunker the last time out. They play in a cavernous ballpark, one that has, I believe, the lowest amount of home runs in all of Major League Baseball. So it's the antithesis of a bandbox. I have a pretty good starting rotation. Nathan Eovaldi is a guy that's an innings eater, gets you good 6-7 every single time that he's out there. The back of the bullpen has been decent, although the back end of the rotation has been rocky. Emphasis on Kamara Rocker, to say the least. Give me the Rangers. I think the Mariners probably have the most upside in the fact that they're starting to get back on track without Cal Raleigh on the field. I think he's on the injured list right now, and he wasn't doing jack nor squat when he was in uniform. Remember, we talked about him trying to break out an 0-for-38 slump, which he did by showering in his full jersey.
Yeah, full of uni.
Those are the first 2 hits he got, and then he got cold again. He's sitting well south of Mendoza line. The power has not been there. It's a polar opposite of what it was last year. He's one of the best, one of the best switch hitting seasons by a player in Major League Baseball history in terms of power production. So if they can get him back to even like 50% of what he was last season when he does return from injury, Seattle may be the team to beat. But again, you're giving me a free $100. I'm going to stick to my guns and say, fire off on them Rangers.
Yeah, I agree. You and I were both in agreement, by the way. And the Rangers' current odds plus 280. They are second most favorable at our friends at BetMGM. The Mariners right now minus money minus 130. They're under 500.
crazy.
How can anybody in that division be, minus juice? You laying juice to win that division. They've been all terrible. I still like the Rangers. Again, for the same reasons you said, that pitching staff that I love, like you mentioned, DeGrom coming off a rough outing, but, for the most part, DeGrom has been okay. He's not been peak DeGrom. Nathan Eovaldi, who got off to an awesome start. His ERA is, mid threes. Leiter and Mackenzie Gore have been able to eat innings. But, again,
decent.
Yeah. I mean, the worst ERA in that starting rotation is Jack Leiter with a 4.75. So their pitching has been great. It's the hitting, which has just been downright completely inconsistent. The last couple of weeks here, Jake Berger is stepping up. He's mashing some dingers. Alejandro Ozuna is hitting 438 over the last week for them. Josh Young is finally starting to look like the all-star season that we saw from him a couple of years ago. He's up over 300. So it's, can they consistently put it together, at the dish? And you mentioned it. Their park is basically alongside Seattle, the worst for hitters in the entire league. But, they just got swept by the Angels last weekend in Anaheim. That can't happen.
That's bad.
It can't happen.
No.
Can't happen. This is a Rangers team. They took 2 or 3 from your Cubbies. That was back when the Cubbies were red hot. They took 2 out of 3 from Arizona, who's also red hot, and then they get swept by the Angels. It just can't happen. They're playing the Astros again tonight and tomorrow, and then they're at home for Kansas City for 3. So kind of middle of the stretch schedule. Again, we got a long ways to go, but yeah, if you're asking me to predict who would win the division, they've all been under 500. I'll still stick with my guns here, just like you, Brad. The Rangers to win the AL West.
Yeah, good odds. We said it was north of 2-1 right now at BetMGM.
Yeah, plus 280.
Man. Even better. It's nearly 3-1. Call me an investor. Take my money, BetMGM. Gladly take it, and I know you will.
All right, we'll take a short break. 310-840-4910. Brad, a texter has a response for you in regards to our NBA debate before about physical play. So we'll get to that.
Bring it.
And we'll also rank the top teams in baseball as post-Memorial Day weekend. We are almost at June. And we are, for a lot of these teams here, almost at the 1/3 of the way mark of the season. It's flying. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
The Cavs, they laid down. They laid down, and then for less than 24 hours to pass and them to say we're running it back with everybody that was, that everybody was part of it from a leadership standpoint. I know there's humans, Nick, and I know these. What I mean by that is I know these people have families, and I know that they've got lives. So I'm not in the class of like, I try not to come on and say fire everybody and scorched earth. And you've known me long enough. That's not what I do. That being said, that was very curious for them to not evaluate their situation and say what's best for us. Because to me, with the Cavs, I think they've got an owner in Dan Gilbert who's starting to get up there in age. I don't know how much. I don't know if Dan wants to do this another 10, 15 years. If he wants to do another, my guess would probably be 5 years or so. I don't think
he's 64, Dan Gilbert.
He's 64. Yeah. So look, I don't get the sense he wants to do this forever. I think for him, he's looking at the windows, in his mind. I think his mindset is, our window's still open. Nick, you can't look through that window and say with confidence that it's still open after what happened in the series that we just watched. Not as currently constructed. Not knowing that you're gonna re-sign James Harden, like you're going to re-sign him. Now, when they made the Garland for Harden trade, I was not vehemently against it. Okay, I was not, because with Garland, they were not making progress. I don't think they would have made the conference finals. But this is a long-term NBA think tank, TED Talk, if you will, of what do you really believe is success, right? What do you really believe is success? Is getting to the conference
Title success.
Title is success. So with that being the case, are they closer to a championship than they were a year ago? The answer to that question is no. It's not, because of the fashion in which if they had taken the Knicks to 6 or 7 games, Nick, I think you'd have to agree, and played well and played hard and been into the Knicks defensively and getting stops and making them work, and the Knicks just beat them because the Knicks, Landry Shamet shooting the heck on the ball, Hart's doing his thing, Bridges and Anunoby, and on top of what Brunson and Cat have done, which I think Cat's the single biggest determinant of whether or not the Knicks win the championship. If the real Karl Anthony Towns is continually showing up in the finals, I think the Knicks have a shot. I really do think that they have a chance. But for me, with the Cavs, they got exposed, they got embarrassed. You don't just get exposed and embarrassed in sports and say status quo. We're going to keep things the same. Their front office now has to get on the move. Like you can't deal with the James Harden problem. All right, you got to keep him. But I think out of this, you better be coming out with Giannis, or you better be taking a hard look at Jaylen Brown. I mean,
you want LeBron back
for one last dance? I don't just want LeBron in the current construction of players, Nick. Like as a Clevelander and as a person that watches, this team in the league, I think the Cavaliers, their number one priority has to be how do we come out with Giannis Antetokounmpo, even if it means that we are trading Evan Mobley, even if it means that we're exploring what Donovan Mitchell's future looks like. We need to go and get a guy. People are forgetting how good Giannis is. They're forgetting how good Giannis is because the Milwaukee Bucks have mismanaged the last couple years. You need to get a guy who, if he's remotivated in a new town, still wants to prove himself. He absolutely does. When he plays his best basketball, he is one of the 4 most valuable players in the NBA. Full stop. I don't care what. I'll disagree with somebody until the sun goes. You can't replace his length, his athleticism, the way he controls the game on both ends of the floor. You got to go get Giannis. Do I want LeBron? Would I take LeBron? I would. Yeah, one last dance. Camera crews everywhere, Nick. I like a good show. But this doesn't work unless Giannis is in Cleveland as well. I'm talking about winning a championship here. If you have Giannis, LeBron James, Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, okay, and you got Max Strus and Dean Wade as shot makers with Sam Merrill, I guess. Is that a team that could win it all? Yes, it is, especially with a LeBron James that says, I need to go out with a title.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. BetMGM players will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. To use the Parlay Boost token, add a parlay wager made up of any sport wagers to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with that token, you will receive extra winnings. All right, Brad, before we get to MLB Rank 'em, rank our current top teams in the American League, National League, and across Major League Baseball. And before I figure we get a scoreboard update here on a busy Wednesday night, we have a texter that initially took some umbrage with you, going back to our opening segment of the show, where I was complaining about Wemby. Thought he had a disgraceful performance and overall demeanor last night, ducking the post-game media, which the NBA warned him about formerly today. 4 for 15 from the field. And then basically what I thought was a pretty clear, blatant, obvious directing of orders to Mason Plumlee and Bismack Biyombo as they're coming on the floor for garbage time with 2 minutes left. Wemby whispers something to both of them, and then they immediately both commit cheap shot fouls on Jared McCain. And you said that dirty play is par for the course, which I don't we were disagreeing, but I don't disagree with that sentiment. Again, we referenced the bad boys, the Pistons of the 90s, and Draymond Green and other teams that have used some overly physical play throughout the history of the NBA, whether it was the 90s or whether it was just a couple of years ago. And so we had a 240 number text in. Dirty play is par for the course, WTF. You responded, and that 240 number has responded back and said, that's a terrible comeback. The game isn't played like that today. Apples to oranges. Your response.
My response, go watch European ball, bro. I mean, seriously, if you want finesse, you don't want any hacking, you don't want the physicality, you can find it in other parts of the world. You're not going to find necessarily game in and game out of every NBA contest. Physicality is a part of the game. Some referee groups allow more than others. You and I talked about that already ad nauseum. But, guys are going to get bruised. Guys are going to get tattooed. Guys are going to get cut. There's going to be blood spilled occasionally on the floor. That's part of the game. It's not two-hand touch. It's not like flag football or anything. It's basketball. And there is going to be some bodies clashing and banging as a result. So just accept it and let's move on. Who wants to watch a finesse game? I want... again, some of those fists to fly. I want some of those back downs to occur. I want some of those elbows being tossed about. It makes the game entertaining. I don't want it to be a full-blown blood sport either, but physicality has always come with the territory, any level of basketball, whether you're talking about little kids all the way up to the big boys and the pros.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. By the way, we have another texter. If you want to join the show, you can call. You can text 310-840-4910. This one comes from a 346 number, and they text in, Wemby better show up in Game 6, or it'll be Knicks versus Thunder in the NBA Finals. Yeah, you're spot on. You're spot on. We previewed
correct.
Game 6 tomorrow. We'll obviously do it on a much deeper level tomorrow on the day of the game, but yeah, Brad thinks, 35 points, 20 rebounds. I didn't think as much, but yeah, around 30 points in between 15 and 20 rebounds. The last 3 games, Wemby has 8, 4, and 6 rebounds. I mean, what has happened? The guy's 7'4". He's nowhere near the rim on half the possessions. That's a great job by OKC. Mitch Johnson and the Spurs have to combat that. They've got to find a way to get Wemby to the rim, hanging around the rim, so they can get second chance opportunities and so they can prevent second chance opportunities for Oklahoma City. The fact that the guy is 7'4" and he had basically 40 rebounds in the first 2 games, and now he can't even crack double digits, that's embarrassing. So yeah, he's got to do it with his rebounding. His defense overall has been pretty good. He did get nearly dropped to the floor by SGA, though, last night on a little step back on the baseline. Nearly broke his ankles, kind of did break his ankles. Caruso has done a good job of going into him and hitting those floaters over the top. Hartenstein able to hit his patented floaters. But for the most part, Wemby has been playing near that unanimous defensive player of the year that we've seen on the defensive side. He's got to step it up with the scoring. He's got to drop it 25 to 30 points. This guy that had the half-court 3, in overtime, had another half-court 3 a couple of games ago as well. So, yeah, I think that is not to discourage our texter, but that's Captain Obvious. Wemby better step up. Otherwise, yeah, he is right. It'll be Knicks Thunder.
Yeah, correct. And we got a scoreboard update in real time. Brandon Lau goes yard. Guess what, Pat? 3-3. Buccos and Cubs. Kill me now.
Wow. Brandon Lau. That was a 3-run. That was a 3-run shot.
Correct. The Cubs were up 3-0. No longer all knotted up at 3 apiece. I mean, you want to talk about a slump? This is such an epically bad stretch for the Cubs. I want to cry.
Why is Combs and Monty both saying boom in our show chat? Did they bet Brandon Lau to hit a home run? Otherwise, why the hell would they be excited
I bet
about
Brandon Lau at plus 350.
Oh,
yeah,
there
correct.
You go.
He did. He showed that pre-show. He tried to cheat and take him in our MLB streaking game, and I had to correct him and say, sorry, bruh. But the Cubs and Pirates game will be already underway by the time we get to that segment. But, I'll give credit where credit's due. You called Lau. Way to go, Brando. Now enough of rooting for the enemy. Let's go, Cubs.
Yeah, wait a minute. Combs is the one that was giving us crap a week ago for picking players that were going up against the Cubs. And now you're telling me he bet Brandon Lau to hit a home run? You have the audacity to tell me that I couldn't pick somebody to get one freaking hit against the Cubs, and now you're picking guys to hit home runs against them. You ought to be
Pat,
ashamed of yourself.
that was before the Cubs started being, losers and making me angry and making me want to bet against them. And Jameson Taillon on the bump, I will bet. I'm surprised I didn't bet everybody in the Pirates lineup to hit a home run tonight.
That's fair.
All 9
and
guys.
Warranted.
$5 to win $100 billion. Well, Brandon Lau.
Jameson Taillon's like
catcher
you.
was going to go yard.
Jameson Taillon's like you that year that you had that what was it, a 9.72 ERA in college. Like, you're just giving up bombs to everybody.
Notice, Brad, how he raises the ERA every time.
Oh, yeah. He's like, I call it the fish. It was this big. Oh, next story, it's this big. And the third time you hear the story, it's like a shark.
Yeah.
That's why I'm on my third marriage.
Yeah. That is spot on. Spot on. All right, let's do a little quick rank 'em here. So, again, the Cubbies were winning 3-0, but Brandon Lau, 3-run shot. It's 3 apiece. Jeez. All right, Brad, right now, who are your current top 5 teams in the American League? Go ahead and rattle them off.
I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, let's do this with the drum. I'm going to go reverse order. Number 5, I can't believe I'm saying this. Maybe I'm blackout drunk. The Chicago White Sox. I understand the pitching is still a question mark right now. Number 22 in team ERA here in the month of May, but they are top 7 in WRC plus, and they're top 3 in Major League Baseball and total home runs. Number 4, the Seattle Mariners. They are playing better. Texas may be the team that catches them in the end in that AL West division, but they're inside the top 12 WRC plus in team ERA since May 1st. Number 3, how about the Cleveland Guardians? Playing exceptional baseball, won again today. I think Gavin Williams, a dark horse to win the AL Cy Young. They're a pair of 12s in WRC plus and team ERA again since May 1st. Number 2, the Tampa Bay Rays. They have been surprise sensations. Incredible. Setting the pace right now in the AL East. They're top 5 in WRC plus and number 2 in team ERA since May 1st. And number 1, Pat, kissing up to you, baby. Your New York Yankees. I still feel they're the best in the American League. They're number 1 in WRC plus in the month of May, number 9 in team ERA. So Yankees, Rays, Guardians, Mariners, and the White Sox. The artist formerly known as the White Sox, proving it wrong. Those are my top 5 teams right now in the AL.
I don't have a lot of problems with that list. I really don't. All right, number 5 for me. I'm going to give you the Blue Jays. I'm going to give you Toronto, who is, I know that their record right now is 27-29. They don't have one of the best 5 records in the American League, but they're 6-2 in their last 8 games, including taking 2 from my Yanks. And I feel like this pitching staff is starting to figure it out. They're really starting to pitch really damn well here. And then in the month of May, the guys that you would think are going to start hitting, except for Vladdy. Vladdy has been terrible in the month of May. He's hitting 187. Yeah. Dalton Varsho's starting to come around. Struck him out, by the way, one time. Take that, Combs. How about Kazuma Okamoto, by the way? I mean, he's got 5 home runs in the month of May. Ernie Clement has an average near 300. That's not a surprise. And so I feel like it's only a matter of time before this team really starts playing like the team that went to the World Series and was 1 win away from knocking the Dodgers off their perch last year. They're number 5 for me. Number 4 is the Seattle Mariners. Again, they just swept the A's. They've reclaimed first in the American League West. It was a pretty disastrous start to the season. You got a lot of reasons to still not believe in this team. Cal Raleigh on the IL. J-Rod still not hitting the ball that well, although he's coming around here in the month of May. He's got an OPS near 850. Rosarena's been hot. So, again, the pitching staff, I'm always going to believe in that pitching staff. And now they're starting to play some good baseball. The Mariners, for me, are number 4. I got the Cleveland Guardians at number 3, who all of a sudden don't look now. They're 8 games above 500. This was an American League Central where everybody was below 500. And look what the Guardians have done here in just the last couple of weeks. You just go back to May 10th. They were 500. They were 21-21. Since then, 12-4 and beaten some pretty good teams. Took 2 out of 3 from the Red Hot Phillies. Swept the Tigers in 4, further putting that gap there. This team, they're not sexy. They don't have a lot of stars, but Joe Ram is there. The pitching staff, the bullpen's been locked down for them. So, look, the Guardians, they're 8 games above 500. I got to put them at number 3. Number 2, I'm going to put my Yankees at 2. I don't think right now, currently, they're the best team in the American League. I think they'll be there at the end of the season. They got the best run differential, but there's somebody in their division that's playing a little bit better with them. Yes, Garrett Cole is back. Yes, Cam Schlittler is awesome. Yes, Judge finally snapped his homerless drought, and so he's starting to get hot now. Bellinger's having a great season. Rice Baby might be the MVP of the American League. But, Brad, I think the Tampa Bay Rays currently are the best team in the American League, even though they've just lost 3 games in a row, including 2 in a row to the Orioles, and they're playing them right now. Look, man, this team is unbelievable. They can easily put up 10, 15 runs, and their pitching staff to begin the month of May, I mean, they had basically 1 game where they gave up more than 2 runs in like a week. So you look at that pitching staff, it has been unbelievable. McClanahan looks like, at his peak. Nick Martinez is in the clubhouse for a Cy Young. Drew Rasmussen is great. So for me, it's the Rays at 1, Yankees 2, Guardians 3, Mariners 4, and the Blue Jays at 5. All righty. We will take a short break. 310-840-4910. We can do the National League when we come back, and we'll do a little hot or cold as well. You want to get in on the show? 310-840-4910. We've also got somebody that has texted in who is fired up about the baseball potential lockout next year. So we'll read that to you as well. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
What a strange, weird, no good, very bad, some would say unethical performance last night from Victor Wembanyama in San Antonio's Game 5 loss. And before we go any further, I want everyone to take a listen to this soundbite. What Victor Wembanyama had to say post-game last night to the media after his the most hollow, empty 20.6 rebound performance mine eyes have ever seen in a big spot. Take a listen to this earth-shattering piece of sound that makes tremendous news from Victor Wembanyama. Oh, wait. He didn't speak to the media after the game last night. Victor Wembanyama declined to speak to the media after the game last night. Some would say that is unethical. And we can talk about that in a moment, where you want to talk about just ethics with Victor Wembanyama wants to criticize, and I think Wemby's awesome, right? I think he's great, but he wants to criticize everybody and everything. He's basically 7'4" French John Lovitz from The Critic. Wants to criticize everyone and everything. How about Victor? And I love that this happened, but let's call it like we see it. At the end of the game, Victor Wembanyama is whispering in the air, and I called for this games ago. Whispering in the air as Mitch Johnson empties the bench when they're losing, right? And in comes Bismack Biyombo, and in comes Mason Plumlee, dust off one of the 9 Plumlee brothers. And Wembanyama's whispering in their ear, and all of a sudden they're putting Jared McCain on his ass. All that was missing was Victor Wembanyama in his French accent instead of an Italian accent like Clemenza in The Godfather saying, leave the gun, take the cannoli. Or in this instance, perhaps, leave the gun, take the eclair. I mean, you want to talk about unethical. And I loved it. I'm just saying, if Wemby's going to criticize everybody, then he needs to be criticized as well. So this was a strange game from Wemby, who seemed very passive. And maybe you want to say it's a bad... And Mitch Johnson, to his credit, kind of took some responsibility after the game. Mitch Johnson saying that OKC's game plan was better than San Antonio's game plan. Here's the bottom line, though. That can be true. Also, if Victor Wembanyama is the best player in the series, and I believe he is, despite what happened last night, I still think Wemby's better. And SGA can say he played a bad game. SGA did not play a bad game. And we'll talk about him in a little bit. SGA had 32 points. I thought he played pretty well. But if we're going to consider Victor Wembanyama, and I do, to be clear, I'm not backtracking. They could lose in Game 6, and I still won't backtrack off of it. He's the best player in the series. But if that's true, and it is, he's got to be more aggressive. He's got to be more aggressive. Even if it doesn't lead to a great statistical output, he needs to be way, 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 way more aggressive. He got bodied last night by Isaiah Hartenstein. Just look at, I don't know if they're called heat maps. It's probably not a heat map, right? But when you look at the flow chart, I don't even know. I don't know, one of these newfangled graphics that you see where it shows where Wemby touched the ball in Game 1 and all the time where he was on the court when he touched it versus last night. He's like under the basket all the time, and not all the time, but most of the time in Game 1. The Thunder did an unbelievable job of pulling him away from the basket last night. And I get it. Like, coaching's involved in that. And Mark Dagnall's a great coach. Also, if you're Victor Wembanyama, you say screw that. And you do what you have to do. So I didn't love that last night from Victor Wembanyama. I was wrong last year. So I'm legit.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. Before we get to a little hot or cold, let's just quickly finish off our baseball rankings here, Brad. We did the American League last segment. Yeah. Let's hit the National League really quickly. So from 5-1, your current top 5 teams in the NL are?
I'm going to go number 5, the Pittsburgh Pirates, believe it or not, because they got, skis. Going to be in action against my Cubbies tomorrow. They're also top 5 WRC Plus here in the month of May. Pretty solid staff, honestly, up and down as well. Numero 4, give me the Arizona Diamondbacks. Corbin Carroll and company, they got a lot of hot bats and one in played a park that's hitter friendly because all the gaps. Number 13 WRC Plus in the month of May, but top 3 in terms of team ERA or that same stretch. It's been a bit of a surprise on the pitching side of things. Numero 3, it's got to be the Milwaukee Brewers. The Brewers are starting to peak at the right time. Being the team we all thought they were going to be. They are number 9 WRC Plus since May 1st and numero 1 in all of Major League Baseball. And team ERA over the stretch. Again, that rotation has been outstanding. Bullpen ain't too shabby either. Number 2, the Dodgers. Somewhat of a disappointment They have been so far this year, as I watched Jameson Tyone give up yet another homer to the rookie sensation and Connor Griffin, 4-4 Cubs and Pirates. But I think the Dodgers are going to hit their stride. They've been dealing with some injuries. Still got Shohei Ohtani, who's on the bump tonight. Top 7 WRC plus and team ERA in the month of May. And numero uno for me, the Atlanta Braves. Spencer Strider is starting to perform better. The staff has been excellent for the most part this season. Top 5 in TRA in the month of May. And, man, they got a lot of bats. With Ronald Acuna back off injury in that lineup, Ozzie Albies, Matt Olson. The list goes on. And, Drake Bolden right now, but they're still number 7 in WRC+. Plus. So, again, 1 through 5, Braves, Dodgers, Brewers, D-backs, and the Pirates. Yeah, hell is frozen over Pittsburgh in my top 5.
Yeah. All right, mine looks a little different. Mine looks a lot different, actually. There's a couple of the same teams in there. It's hard to not say that when you got a couple of teams that nearly have 40 wins already. But for me, I'm going to put the D-backs at number 5. And yeah, I mean, look, 10-1 in their last 11 games. Ildemaro Vargas is one of the best bats in baseball. You mentioned Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte having another fantastic season. So, yeah, they're beating up on the Giants and the Rockies, but still, wins are wins, folks. Number 4, I'm going to put the Atlanta Braves, and I know that they've got the best record in baseball right now, and I realize how good they've been for most of the season. I just think there are teams right now that are better than the Braves, but you mentioned it. Bryce Elder's nearly untouchable. Chris Sale also nearly untouchable. Both of those guys, ERAs under 2. The Braves are a fantastic team. I just think we're talking currently, I know they don't have as good of a record. Philadelphia Phillies have been one of the best teams in baseball since they fired Rob Thompson. I mean, they were 10 games under 500. They're now 2 games over 500. I cannot believe how quickly they have turned this thing around from 9-19 to 29-27. So they are 20-8. Christopher Sanchez is coming up on 50 straight scoreless innings. He basically just broke a 120-year-old Phillies record. He's unbelievable. Kyle Schwarber might hit 70 home runs. Number 2. In the National League, I'm going with the Milwaukee Brewers. They've taken over first place in the NL Central with a vengeance. William Contreras is red hot. Jake Bauers, everything he touches is turning into gold. Bryce Terang is delivering for this team. Mizorowski's one of the best pitchers in baseball. And then, Brad, number 1, I understand they might have a little bit of a hangover. They might have some ups and downs that we are, we're raising our eyes about, trying to freak out about, but the Los Angeles Dodgers are still the Kings. Even though they're only 35-20, they don't have the best record in the National League. I mean, they just took 2 out of 3 from Milwaukee. They took 2 out of 3 from San Diego. And so they're starting to get hot. Shohei is the best player on the planet. He's the best player that's ever lived, and he's pitching at an untouchable clip right now. So for me, 5-1 in the National League. D-backs, Braves, Brewers, Phillies, Dodgers. Still at number 1. What do you think about that?
Not too shabby. Let me give you my overall top 5 teams in the MLB real quick, and I want you to do the same. I'm not going to give any reasoning because you've already heard the reasoning from me. Number 5, the Milwaukee Brewers. Number 4, the Tampa Bay Rays. Number 3, the Los Angeles Dodgers. Number 2, your New York Yankees. Garrett Cole looking pretty good again tonight. And numero uno, I think the best team of the bigs, the Atlanta Braves, absolutely killing it, really, all these teams, and run differential. And I'm so proud of you, Pat, that you have bought hook, line, and sinker into the Philadelphia Phillies once again after you wrote them off due to their cold start. So welcome to the club.
Yeah, I wrote them off, and I said they were a disaster, and they weren't going to make the playoffs, and I think they wasted no time making me look silly for that one. So, and look, I'm owning it. And look, they could easily go, who knows? Maybe this little hot stretch that they're on, with Donnie Baseball, maybe it's a little 2-3 weeks. And if Kyle Schwarber starts hitting everything out of the park and Christopher Sanchez looks human, then who knows? Maybe they start losing again. And maybe they'll say, all right, Donnie Baseball ain't it. Let's see who else we can bring back. Maybe they'll do what the Mets did. They'll have like their version of Grimace. They'll do that thing. They'll bring out all the characters that they possibly can to revive their season. For me, I'll put the Brewers at 5. Best teams in all of baseball. Brewers at 5. I'm actually going to put my Yankees at 4. I'll do the Rays at 3. Phillies at 2. That's how hot they've been. And yes, I crushed them a couple of weeks ago. And the Dodgers are still the best team in baseball for me. All right, when we come back, We're going to play the Sports Geo game. We still got some hot or cold, and we still got some text to get to. 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Well, I was wrong last year. So I'm legitimately and earnestly and honestly and sincerely asking this question. Do you really think it's going to happen again? When you think about the best quarterbacks of all time, and Patrick Mahomes with 3 rings is like indisputably on that list. The only one that's missed the playoffs even more than a handful of times is Marino. That's it. It is very unlikely to me, very unlikely, that the Chiefs miss again. Now, there's work to do for Kansas City at receiver, where I think, and I'm on record saying this, I think they should sign Diggs and Tyreek Hill. Bring them both in. I don't think Rashee Rice is going to get suspended, but you need to, what's the word I'm looking for? Support yourselves, brace against it, protect yourself, protect. It's been a long month. Protect yourself in the event it happens, right? Mansour Delane, Peter Woods, R. Mason Thomas. I like the rejuvenation, the young blood injected onto the defense for Spags. Kenneth Walker toting the rock. The run game should actually be pretty good this year. And they have a Hall of Fame quarterback and a Hall of Fame coach. Tough for me to imagine they go 6-11 again, miss the playoffs again, although I didn't think it would happen last year, so it's possible, right? I just don't think it's likely to happen again. Last year's AFC was wild and wacky. Broncos are the 1 seed. Patriots are the 2. Patriots end up going to the Super Bowl. Jacksonville's in the mix. Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers knock out the Ravens on the final night, leading to John Harbaugh's ouster. It was just a weird year, right? The Chiefs don't make it. The Ravens don't make it. The Bills get bounced in the divisional round. They don't even win the AFC East. In 2023 and 2024, we saw the AFC have the same Final Four both years. In 23, the Ravens played the Texans in divisional weekends and the Chiefs played the Bills. In 24, the Chiefs played the Texans and the Ravens played the Bills. This year, and it's May 27th. I think we're going to get that same Final Four for the 3rd time in 4 years. And for all you guys and gals in the audience right now, watching or listening to the show, just think in your head, do you like, and be honest, and maybe you're a Packers fan and everything's through green and yellow glasses and you think they're going to go 15-2, whatever, fine. Just be really honest. Only 7 teams can make the playoffs, and 1 team from the horrible NFC South is going to make it. So we know that already. So the question is not, are the Packers better than the Panthers, the Bucks, the Falcons, or the Saints? Yes. One of those teams is going to make the playoffs no matter what, right? So I am going to list teams. And in your head, as the Cranberries famously said, in your head, do you like the Packers more or less than these teams? Zombie. The Philadelphia Eagles. The Dallas Cowboys. The Washington Commanders. The Detroit Lions. Chicago Bears. Minnesota Vikings. Seattle Seahawks. Los Angeles Rams. San Francisco 49ers. And that was today's edition of Guy Naming Teams, brought to you by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Only 7 teams can make it. Take the NFC South, 6 teams can make it. Are the Packers one of the best 6 teams? Dallas, Philly, Washington, the other 3 teams in their division, the 3 Dragons in the NFC West. Are they one of the 6 best? They've been the 7 seed 3 straight years.
Touchdown. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Wednesday night edition kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Talking text line is 310-840-4910. You can call or you can text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into at 310-840-4910. All right, before we get to the Sports Geo game, we've got a busy night in baseball, and we've got a playoff hockey game that is just moments away. Hurricanes, Canadiens, Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals, with the Vegas Golden Knights already awaiting the winner in the Stanley Cup Final. They swept the Avalanche last night. Hurricanes up 2-1. Can Montreal answer the bell tonight? Puck drop in just a couple of minutes. I'll be watching that one. So Canes and the Habs, Game 4 in the Eastern Conference Finals. And then in Major League Baseball, Brad, your Cubbies, last time we checked, they had just given up a 3-run bomb to Brandon Lau. What is going on with the Cubbies as they're trying to snap that brutal 10-game losing streak?
PCA, Pete Armstrong, had an RBI single, rocket shot, nearly 109 miles an hour off the bat. Scored Dansby Swanson, who had a double. They temporarily had a lead at 4-3. Then, of course, Jamison Tyone gives up another big fly, this time to Connor Griffin, the talented young 19-year-old rookie. He went yard, so all knotted up, 4 apiece. Pirates, Cubs, mercifully, please end this slide, Chicago. I can't endure the pain any longer.
Yeah, it's absurd. It's 2 10-game winning streaks and a 10-game losing streak now in Pittsburgh. Because if you lose tonight, you might as well kiss it goodbye tomorrow. Make it 12 in a row with Skeens on the mound. So this feels like
right.
you got to win this freaking game. I mean, there are. I don't know if there's any must-win baseball games throughout the entire season, other than the last 2 weeks. But like you said, you got to stop that slide. Let's go streaking update. By the way, I had Juan Soto. How about a little lefty on lefty crime? First AB takes Andrew Abbott deep to right field, 366-foot bomb. Second straight night with a homer for Mr. Juan Soto. So there's back on the streak for me with Soto going deep. And then the Yankees and the Royals are scoreless in the bottom of the second. Garrett Cole in his second start back, inning and a third, no hits, no walks, 2 strikeouts so far. Yankees and Royals scoreless in the bottom of the second. All righty. This is a game we've been playing just about every day. We're in the search of perfection, that perfect 1,000 score. We've gotten close a couple of times. But Brad, you ready to play a little Geo sports game?
Hells to the yes. You know I'm ready.
All right, let's rock it and roll it then. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. Let's get video producer Michael Montgomery, Monty, in the mix. He'll be working the video board. If you're watching live on Twitter or on Twitch or on YouTube, you can follow along. But it's we're trivia meets geography. And so even if you're not watching, if you're just listening in the car or on your way home, you can play with us as well here. So Combs, Monty, let's kick this thing off here. What's question number 1?
All right. First question's kind of a tricky one from what I'm looking at. Antonio Brown, the 4-time All-Pro wide receiver, was J.J. Watt's teammate at this university. Now, I thought J.J. Watt went to Wisconsin, right?
Yeah, I thought Antonio Brown went to Central Michigan.
Yeah,
Correct.
Antonio Brown went to Central Michigan.
But
it was J.J. Watt, maybe he might have transferred to Wisconsin late in his collegiate career.
I thought the whole family played at Wisconsin, though. Didn't the whole family?
Well, he started at Central Michigan and then transferred. There's no way that Antonio Brown ever suited up for Wisconsin. So it's not going to be Madison, Wisconsin. It's going to be where the hell Central Michigan is. So I have no idea what city that is in. Is it like Kalamazoo? It's got to be right in the middle of the state, right?
I would assume it's called Central Michigan, so that would be my first guess. I have no clue where it's at, so I would think center of Michigan. Pick the center, Monty. That's where I would go.
Yeah, plan it. Make the earth shake.
Okay. Yeah. Screw it, I guess. There's a city right there.
Uh-oh. All right.
Oh, okay. Not too far away. All right. You're
96.
distance.
Yeah, 60 miles away. I was thinking about going up there too. I just wasn't sure how big or small Kalamazoo or whatever city Central Michigan is.
So yeah, Central J.J. Watt. I just Googled it. J.J. Watt did go to Central Michigan for 1 year.
Oh wow! See, I thought maybe it was tricky, and maybe that I thought maybe Antonio Brown went to Wisconsin and didn't get to play, and that's why he transferred to Central Michigan.
No,
I would have never guessed that J.J. Watt was the transfer.
Me neither.
Way to go, Chippewas.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Not quite batting 1,000, but we got it right.
Next question, as my computer catches up here. This city opened an MLB ballpark in 2012 with a 450-gallon saltwater aquarium full of tropical fish behind home plate. I think we all know what that is.
Yeah, that's Miami.
That's Tampa?
No, Miami.
Or no, Miami, yeah.
Yeah, wait, you said the stadium opened in 2012. The Trop, that dump has been there for a long time.
That was late 90s maybe? The Trop was? All right,
Yeah.
so Marlin Stadium then. So yeah, I mean that's
you're in the right
Miami
area
there, Monty. Yeah, that's
So
off
do we know
Miami.
which side of Miami the stadium is on?
Yeah,
I'm pretty
south
sure
side, north
it's
side?
it's right next to the ocean. I'm pretty sure.
Is that the closest you can zoom in, Monty?
That is the
Okay.
closest I can zoom in.
Yeah.
So it's
I
not.
think
They're
you're
obviously
right
not
there, dude.
Yeah, they're not in South Beach. They're not on South Beach. It's like if I had to
No,
guess,
they're
maybe
not.
like
They're not up
10
they're not
miles
like Fort Lauderdale
inland.
or anything like that.
Hmm.
I would go. Is it right on the water?
no.
It's one of 5 stadiums I haven't been to, so I'm not sure.
I know
Okay,
it's
so
by
I
the
would put it
university. I've been to it, but I know I'm pretty sure it's by the University of Miami. I'm like pretty sure. If you guys have
So
no
Miami
idea.
Gardens.
I think you're in
I don't
the
know.
proximity there, Monty, right now.
All right, I think I'm just gonna plan it.
Go for
Plant it. Plant the damn flag. Oh,
99.
Are we shaking?
No,
Yeah, it wasn't that far
it's
inland.
Closer to the coast.
It was close to the coast. I mean, you were right there, almost on the same parallel. I feel like
All
we got
right.
jobbed. All right, next.
After a 3-game stint with the Memphis Grizzlies, Allen Iverson finished his NBA career in this city.
Oh, that's an easy one. You could dox me right now.
Didn't he finish back in Philly? Or was it Detroit?
That's what
It's Philly, right?
Oh, actually, hold on. Did AI not finish his career with the Sixers?
I thought he
I
finished
think
his
he
career with the
did.
Sixers, but I could be wrong.
That's what I'm saying. I would assume so.
It's right there in your backyard.
You're our NBA
Yeah, I
guy.
mean,
And that's
we-
Philadelphia right there.
It's either. I mean, we're either right or we're dead wrong. But I would think that he finished
don't
with the
recall
Sixers.
him.
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
I
he
don't
finished
recall
with
him
the
Look,
finishing
Sixers.
with anybody else.
He played with the Sixers. Then it was what? Then it was the Nuggets or the Pistons, and then the Nuggets.
Yes. And then went to, I think he finished with the Sixers, and then his daughter got sick, right? And then I think he played overseas for a little while, but his NBA career, I'm almost positive, finished in Philadelphia.
In Philadelphia. I say, guys, you get my Philadelphia vote. I cannot think of another franchise he did not finish with.
Yeah, I'm gonna say as
Yeah,
well.
I
Monty, are
agree.
you in Phil? Is that? Can you zoom out real quick?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's Philly.
All right. Yeah. All right. Zoom in.
That's as far as I can
Keep
go.
going. That's as
That's
far as it'll let you
he
go.
can
All right. So it's
Yeah.
South
Yeah, I
Philly.
mean,
So yeah, right where
Yeah,
there's
how
there's
they're
like a
close-
little. I would even
close
yeah
to
a little
Jersey.
bit little bit more, little bit, just a bit, just right there,
right there, right there.
Rocket.
Planet. Fingers crossed.
Did we shake?
Boom!
We shook.
Boom! Earthquake, baby.
How far
Perfect
away?
score. Way to go, gentlemen.
Only 3 miles away.
Oh, man.
Well done. Well done.
It's not bad at all. Not bad at all. I don't know what keeps going on with my computer, but it keeps reverting back to the first question, and then I have to answer all 3 questions again. So now give me a second here. I'll be
So
right
we got
there.
a 99, a 100, and what did we get on the first one? A 97.
96.
96.
Damn.
Yeah,
So we're
we were
5
close.
points off a perfect score with 2 to go.
All right.
All right.
So got 2 though.
Next
Could be
question.
curveballs.
The running of the bulls takes place every July during the San Fermin Festival in this European city.
Gotta
Is it
be-
Madrid?
It's got to be
Yeah,
Madrid, right?
That's Madrid, yeah.
And Madrid is Central España.
Yeah, it's like north central, if I remember. Monty, if you zoom in enough, you should be able to see it. You're in Barcelona territory. I think Madrid is like north central,
Barcelona.
more to the left.
You're going to be in Spain soon, so you should know this, Pat, for sure.
Isn't it?
There's no
Isn't
obvious.
it
it
was
the French
more just-
corridor, though? I thought it was.
No, I
could
thought
be
it was
wrong.
honestly like right smack dab Central España.
No, it's not that
Honestly,
far
could be.
south.
Maybe here.
I thought it was like directly in the. I could be it right there.
That's got to be it.
right there.
Yeah, I say planet. What do you guys say?
I'm going with you
I
guys.
don't know where else it would be.
Yeah,
Unless
Monty,
it's
I think you were right
here.
there.
I think it's either this.
I mean,
kind
that
of
looks
more
like an
north one or
urbanized
this one.
area that you zoomed in on right there.
Yeah, I agree.
That's got to be
All
it.
right, let's do it. Let's do it.
Oh!
Oh no! Oh, Brando, you were right. It's up by Parlez-vous Français.
No,
You
that's
know,
not Madrid.
sometimes-
It's got to be in a different city then.
It says
Sometimes it's
Pamplona,
Seville?
Spain.
Pamplona.
Oh, Pamplona. That's right. The running of the bulls is in Pamplona. I got gored there.
I got gored
You
there.
got what?
Gored by a bull, naturally, in Pamplona.
Damn.
Okay.
All
I
so
thought
how
it
many
was
points?
Madrid.
How many points? Yeah, I thought it was Madrid.
87. That's tough.
Damn it.
That's not terrible.
There's
Man,
always one
I-
that gets us. There's
We
always
don't
one.
have a
All
claim for perfection anymore.
Should just
All
quit.
right.
Like the
Last
Cavs.
one.
Quit.
Ivan Drago,
Like
the
the-
antagonist of Rocky IV, trained in this European capital.
So that's Moscow.
Yeah.
Moscow is
Not
the
another
west coast of
Russian
Russia.
One.
It's not coastal. It's just Western Russia, but I don't know exactly where in Russia, Moscow. I just know it's Western.
It's like
No, dude,
where
no,
your
no,
mouse,
no.
kind of like where your mouse just was over in that area, I'm pretty sure. Like go
now
down
those
more.
are the Ural
a
Mountains.
little bit more west.
It is west of the Ural Mountains.
Yeah. Right. Like somewhere in there, I think is where you're
Why do you
at.
guys know so much about Moscow, huh? That's my first question.
I'm a spy.
I
know my
think
maps.
it's I thought it was pretty west.
Yeah, like West Central Russia, I believe.
That
If I'm
seems
correct.
too small.
Yeah, it's not like a single building. I mean, it's a massive city. Where's the Kremlin?
I mean,
I'm almost positive it's West Central.
Zoom out, Monty.
is that
I
it?
feel like that's our best option.
Yeah,
so far.
that
Yeah,
could be it, Monty.
Rip
might
that
be
one.
it.
Wait, go back in. Go back in. That
Pretty
looks about
big.
right.
That's
That
looking
looks like a
urbanized.
giant center city with a bunch of stuff around it. That's my vote.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I could
agree.
see
Mine too.
Vladimir Putin, so I think you're correct.
Boom.
I can see.
Oh, crushed it.
Oh, earthquake!
Zero.
Boom shakalaka!
0 miles off, fellas.
Wow.
Couldn't have been better.
Look at that.
It drilled it.
Look at that. At least
So we
Monty knows how to
essentially
read
got
a map.
one question wrong. 956.
Yeah. That's, I think,
Damn.
our career highs, correct?
No, we
I
got
think
like
we had a
970
965.
something once. Yeah,
If you
something
guys
like
would have
that.
listened to me about being closer to Russia, God,
Pamplona.
always doubting me.
You mean
Pamplona.
you meant
You mean
closer to France.
Francais.
Closer to France, I mean. Right, yeah.
Yeah, but you were
That's
right, but you were also wrong because Madrid is not in that direction. So if you agreed with
Yeah.
us that it was Madrid,
I was talking
then-
about the
You didn't
running
have
of the
Pamplona.
Bulls. I wasn't talking about Barcelona.
He
I
was
thought
thinking
that it was
about
closer
Wemby.
to France.
Is what he was thinking about, Pat. And you deterred him because of
Yes.
your outright hatred of Victor Wembanyama.
Because that's what I thought. I thought Wemby could lay down and reach the running of the Bulls from France because he's so tall.
maybe he
I
would grab
love it all,
a, you know,
Pat.
he can't grab a rebound. Maybe he could grab a bullhorn though.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
All
definitely
right.
could.
That's
Yeah, I believe
okay.
it.
Go to break.
How do we like that? All righty, we'll take a short break. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. When we come back, we'll get you a playoff scoreboard update. Hurricanes and the Habs have just dropped the puck. Get you some more baseball scores. Who's going deep? Who's got punch-outs? Maybe any no-hitters brewing. And also, we'll continue our three-point stance this offseason. We'll focus on a team very near and dear to my heart, the New York Giants. And oh boy, you got the running back calling out the quarterback who's introducing the president on social media. We're going to sift through this mess when we get back. You're going to want to hear it. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The Cavs, they laid down. They laid down, and then for less than 24 hours to pass and them to say we're running it back with everybody that was, that everybody was part of it from a leadership standpoint. I know there's humans, Nick, and I know these. What I mean by that is I know these people have families, and I know that they've got lives. So I'm not in the class of like, I try not to come on and say fire everybody and scorched earth. And you've known me long enough. That's not what I do. That being said, that was very curious for them to not evaluate their situation and say what's best for us. Because to me, with the Cavs, I think they've got an owner in Dan Gilbert who's starting to get up there in age. I don't know how much. I don't know if Dan wants to do this another 10, 15 years. If he wants to do another, my guess would probably be 5 years or so. I don't think
He's 64, Dan Gilbert.
He's 64. Yeah. So look, I don't get the sense he wants to do this forever. I think for him, he's looking at the windows, in his mind. I think his mindset is, our window's still open. Nick, you can't look through that window and say with confidence that it's still open after what happened in the series that we just watched. Not as currently constructed. Not knowing that you're gonna re-sign James Harden, like you're going to re-sign him. Now, when they made the Garland for Harden trade, I was not vehemently against it. Okay, I was not, because with Garland, they were not making progress. I don't think they would have made the conference finals. But this is a long-term NBA think tank, TED Talk, if you will, of what do you really believe is success? right? What do you really believe is success? Is getting into the conference finals?
Title success.
Title is success. So with that being the case, are they closer to a championship than they were a year ago? The answer to that question is no. It's not, because of the fashion in which if they had taken the Knicks to 6 or 7 games, Nick, I think you'd have to agree, and played well and played hard and been into the Knicks defensively and getting stops and making them work, and the Knicks just beat them because the Knicks, Landry Shamet shooting the heck on the ball, Hart's doing his thing, Bridges and Anunoby, and on top of what Brunson and Cat have done, which I think Cat's the single biggest determinant of whether or not the Knicks win the championship. If the real Karl Anthony Towns is continually showing up in the finals, I think the Knicks have a shot. I really do think that they have a chance. But for me, with the Cavs, they got exposed, they got embarrassed. You don't just get exposed and embarrassed in sports and say status quo. We're going to keep things the same. Their front office now has to get on the move. Like you can't deal with the James Harden problem. All right, you got to keep him. But I think out of this, you better be coming out with Giannis, or you better be taking a hard look at Jaylen Brown. I mean,
you want LeBron back
for one last dance? I don't just want LeBron in the current construction of players, Nick. Like if as a Clevelander and as a person that watches, this team in the league, I think the Cavaliers, their number one priority has to be how do we come out with Giannis Antetokounmpo, even if it means that we are trading Evan Mobley, even if it means that we're exploring what Donovan Mitchell's future looks like. We need to go and get a guy. People are forgetting how good Giannis is. They're forgetting how good Giannis is because the Milwaukee Bucks have mismanaged the last couple years. You need to get a guy who, if he's remotivated in a new town, still wants to prove himself. He absolutely does. When he plays his best basketball, he is one of the 4 most valuable players in the NBA. Full stop. I don't care what. I'll disagree with somebody until the sun goes. You can't replace his length, his athleticism, the way he controls the game on both ends of the floor. You got to go get Giannis. Do I want LeBron? Would I take LeBron? I would. Yeah, one last dance. Camera crews everywhere, Nick. I like a good show. But this doesn't work unless Giannis is in Cleveland as well. I'm talking about winning a championship here. If you have Giannis, LeBron James, Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, okay, and you got Max Strus and Dean Wade as shot makers with Sam Merrill, I guess. Is that a team that could win it all? Yes, it is, especially with a LeBron James that says, I need to go out with a title.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. We've got a couple of texts coming through. And let's do a text, because then it'll lead us right into a little scoreboard update here for the Eastern Conference Finals on the ice. We've got Lynn, who weighs in, and he says, I'm at Milano in St. Leonard, Montreal. And right, I don't know, Brad, do you know what Milano is? What Milano is in St. Leonard?
I am not a refined individual. I have no idea what that is, but I hear the food's good.
Oh, yeah, so it is a restaurant. Yeah, Cafe Milano, Montreal. Wow, 3,600 Google reviews. I've never heard of this. This thing's got to be one of the most famous places ever.
Yeah, let's go. You should check out the menu. I mean, what they got rocking and rolling there. Probably elite beverages and elite dishes. And I'm going to say there is a lot of butter in each dish because it is the French part of Canada. And they don't restrain from using a lot of butter and everything.
Let's see. Let's take a look at the menu here. Cafe Milano. Let me see if I can get a menu pulled up here. Okay. Food. Taste of the town.
yeah.
See our food menu. All right, so sandwiches. They've got 7-inch and 12-inch. Vegetarian, sausage, grilled chicken, tuna, steak, barbecue chicken, steak and capicolo, a.k.a. the gabagool. They got some vegan options. They've got salads, plenty of salads. Side dishes include fries, onion rings, chicken nuggets, chicken strips, Beyond vegan chicken strips, zucchini fries, mac and cheese nuggets.
Oh yeah.
You got the Milano poutine, regular poutine, and then under their pastry, since they are a cafe, they've got the coffee, and here's the pastries. Just take a listen. You got your croissants, you've got biscotti, you got apple turnovers, you got chocolate cookies, jumbo chocolate biscuits, Nutella cookies, lobster tail, slice of cake, bomba, cannoli, and Zango, which I don't know what that is, but Cafe Milano.
All right, I'll put it on my list. It sounds outstanding. Brando is saying that the cannoli latte and chicken, most popular item on the menu. You haven't had latte, you haven't had anything chicken. I don't know about you, Pat, but I probably eat chicken virtually every day. I tried to become a pescatarian for a minute, just eating fish only. I don't eat any red meat. I do like some fish, but man, this time of year, I'm grilling chicken like a madman. I'm a thigh guy. I don't know about you, but
I literally made thighs. I literally made thighs earlier today, little chicken thighs and sweet potatoes. That is what I'm going to be making myself a plate probably in the next commercial break.
I'm driving over.
Please do. Please do. I'll see you in 12 hours. All right. So anyway, shout out to Lynn, Lin, who checks in from Milano, Cafe Milano in St. Leonard, Montreal. By the way, the Habs, Game 4, at home, at the Bell Center in Montreal, scoreless with the Hurricanes right now, 5 minutes into the game. Game 4 with the Hurricanes up 2-1. So this is as close to a must-win as you will have for the Habs tonight. Trying to break that drought, 33 years since the last Canadian team to win the Stanley Cup, and it was the Montreal Canadiens back in 1993. The Golden Knights are already awaiting the winner in the Stanley Cup final. Let's get to another text here. It's from Ross, our guy Ross in New Jersey, who says, "Sup, fellas. Start, sit, cut. Nick Kurtz, Munitaka Murakami, and Ben Rice." That is a good one. That is a tough one. Brad, do you want me to handle that first, or you want to go ahead?
You handle it. While you're handling it, update real quick. I'm on the board. Paul Goldschmidt got a hit, and then guess what? Ben Rice also got a hit. We're 3 for 3 tonight. All we need from money on the late night tip is Freddie Freeman, and we cash at plus 272 on the MLB streaking parlay. Let's go.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. It's been a while since we hit a 4 for 4, so we're rocking and rolling, and we don't have to sweat anything for another hour and a half until the Dodgers game starts, and hopefully Freddie Freeman comes through nice and quick for Monty and for us. All right, I'll tell you this much. I'm starting Ben Rice. I mean, I've been calling him the MVP here for most of this early season, and I'm only half joking. Like, he's absolutely ridiculous. He's absurd. Hitting 285 with 16 bombs and 34 RBIs. He's got an OPS of 993. I know Nick Kurtz, his numbers were better last year, and, he had a better overall season at 36 bombs, 86 RBIs. I mean, he plays in a bandbox. I'm sorry. It has to come with a grain of salt here. This season, the power is down for Nick Kurtz. He's only got 8 home runs. He's on pace to have more RBIs, but he's got a lower average. His OPS is 100 points lower. So I'm gonna sit Nick Kurtz. I'm starting Ben Rice, and I'm sorry, I got to do it. I got to bench Munitaka Murakami. I mean, a guy that is he's all or nothing. He is quite literally all or nothing, and he's hitting a ton of bombs, and he's made a huge impact in his first season in the big leagues with the White Sox. He's got 19 homers, so he's on pace for 60, which is awesome, but he just doesn't give you a whole lot outside of that. I mean, he's like a one-tool player, right? If he's not hitting home runs, what is he doing? He's striking out. He struck out like 40% of the time. He's got a low batting average, but the OPS is so high because of all the bombs. But Ben Rice can hit for power and hit for contact. And Nick Kurtz is a more well-rounded player and had a big year last year. So I'm starting Ben Rice. I'm sitting Nick Kurtz, and I'm benching Murakami.
Yeah, well, you're actually cutting then Murakami because he's at the end of the list. So I'm going to start Ben Rice. You and I very much agree with it for all the reasons you mentioned. I'm going to sit Nick Kurtz, who's got the highest OBP right now in baseball, according to Monty, saying that in the chat at 437. He's an on-base machine. And I agree. I mean, Murakami hits bombs. He's got that sweet uppercut kind of stroke. Looks like it's almost effortless contact when it comes off the bat, just jumps when he is at the right angle. So put it all together. He's probably only hit maybe, 245, 250 when it's all said and done. So I'm going to, again, start Ben Rice, sit Nick Kurtz, and I got to cut Murakami, shockingly enough.
All right, beautiful. Producer Combs in our show chat says Kurtz is the best player of the three by far. Well, Combs also doubted Cam Schlittler when I said he was going to win the Cy Young Award, and he looks like he's got a good chance of doing that. He also said Mizorowski stinks and has a punchable face. The latter might be true. He might have a punchable face, but he does have a 1.83 ERA, and he already has 100 strikeouts on the season. So
yeah, ridiculous.
I don't know if we should be trusting what Combs says when it comes to that. All right, Brad, let's get to a little football here. So we didn't get a chance to get to this yesterday, but over the weekend, you had New York Giants quarterback Jackson Dart introduce President Trump at a rally he was speaking at in New York. And again, we're not going to even begin to touch on this politically. It's only just because now there's questions about what this Giants locker room looks like, because rather than and look, I respect anybody's freedom to express their own views and do whatever you want to do. But when Abdul Carter, their second-year pass rusher, goes on social media and said, thought this bleep was AI, what we doing, man? It's like, couldn't you just have easily texted Jackson Dart that?
Yeah, true.
Like couldn't you just texted him that? So now that's out there in the open for everybody to know, that the New York Giants quarterback clearly feels one way about things. And you got a pass rusher and a young player and who's supposed to be a leader clearly feels the other way about things. Maybe they already knew this about each other. So maybe him tweeting this is not breaking news to any Giants fans on how this locker room interacts. But you created a gigantic controversy. I mean, that was all the rumble on Sunday and Monday. Millions and millions of views of Abdul Carter's tweet saying, I thought this bleep was AI. What we doing, man? And so how do you think this should have been handled? Do you think he should have just texted Jackson Dart? He did follow up, by the way, and say, talked with Six, clear the air. We good, man. Or whatever he said. I forget what the exact tweet read, but he tried to smooth it over. I'm sure Giants PR probably had a role in doing that as well. But do you think there's any distractions here coming to the way of the New York Giants? Because big year ahead. That's the obvious part. John Harbaugh in town. They've got Jackson Dart. Malik Neighbors is supposed to be coming back. Cam Scadaboo is supposed to be coming back. They've signed a bunch of free agents. Isaiah Likely, Pat Ricard. Had a big draft that I didn't like, but a big draft nonetheless. This is a big season for Big Blue. They really don't have any room for distractions or locker room lack of chemistry getting in the way. And I know it's May, and once they start playing, that's the only thing that's going to matter. But that's probably not a good look. As a Giants fan, I can't say I was too happy that was a public forum for everybody to weigh in on over the weekend.
Yeah, definitely some choppy seas, to say the least. And, yeah, they may be on different ends of the political spectrum, but it did not have to be aired out publicly. You may say, well, didn't Jackson Dart state his stance publicly? Yes, he did. That's his choice, but I think it should have been held privately, the disdain that Carter had in that moment for them to hash out their differences and move forward. I mean, you're never going to have everybody in complete unison and agreement in any locker room, in any sport. But it's all about cohesion. It's all about chemistry. It's all about being a team player, despite your differences of opinion politically or in anything else. So I think ultimately, Pat, what's going to happen is, it's in late May. This occurs. People have a thirst for anything football. So obviously, it grabbed headlines, became front and center on every single talk show in the country as a result, and was beat like a dead horse. I honestly think it's a big nothing burger because, as you said, once training camp opens, snaps happen, guys are running wind sprints, they're tackling various dummies. Everybody's going to forget about this. And, when the real action begins week 1 in early September, it's going to be long in the past. And if they start off hot, the Giants start winning some football games, it's going to be very buried, several feet under, more than 6 feet under in the past. So, again, I feel it's just people living in the moment because of the time on the calendar. But when it's all said and done, come late July when training camp opens, nobody's really going to think a second about this once more. So again, I think it's kind of a nothing burger. Not all the layers of cheese, but at least one layer of cheese added on.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, it's like I said, it's not great. And what are you going to do? Like that, we live in a society where sometimes like politics and sports do interact. It's never a part of our show, and we steer very hard to not make it a part of our show. We don't want to alienate any listeners, and that's not why people are listening to sports talk radio. You want to hear stuff on politics or the news or what's going on with the president, you listen to a podcast or you watch TV or you go wherever you got to go. You come here for the sports, but when it impacts a team, where it impacts a team where the young pass rusher, second-year player who's supposed to be one of the young stars of this team, basically calls out his quarterback on social media for introducing the president at a rally. Yeah, there's questions about how this might impact team morale and the locker room. So you got that. You got, of course, Malik Neighbors, the troubling news last week that we went over about how he had a second surgery, and there are some question marks on when he might return. But, for the New York Giants, it feels like there's a lot of talent. Can John Harbaugh put this team together? Or was the last couple of years of the Baltimore Ravens maybe indicative of the head coach that maybe he is? And that is that, hey, they did win a Super Bowl a long time ago, but they're a long ways removed from that. And then the other big thing is, can they stay healthy? Can Jackson Dart stay healthy? Constantly in the medical tent last year. Can Cam Scadaboo stay healthy coming off that gruesome ankle injury? Can Malik Neighbors stay healthy coming off the torn ACL where there's some discouraging news on his recovery? The quarterback, the running back, the wide receiver all have durability question marks, and the offensive line for a long time did. They were actually able to stay healthy last year, but Andrew Thomas, if he goes down, we've seen that in years past, then this Giants offense all of a sudden is looking more like a bottom of the barrel offense than one that's going to get to the playoffs. So for me, this year is all about health and durability for the New York Giants. If you tell me Jackson Dart and then either Cam Scadaboo and Malik Neighbors play at least 15 games and the other one plays at least 10, like I understand asking all three of those guys to play every game this year may be a bit unrealistic, but if two of those three, if the quarterback and either Scadaboo or Neighbors are able to play all the entire season healthy, then I think this Giants offense is going to be fantastic.
That I agree with. I just don't think it's going to be anywhere close to healthy starting the season. Cam Scadaboo came out and said he is going to be ready week 1. I'll believe it when I see it. I watched that injury live when it occurred, and it was gnarly, to say the least. And usually the recovery for a lot of guys coming off a dislocated ankle, a little bit more complicated. Now, we've seen Cam Scadaboo and some of the images and videos that made the rounds of social media of him, running his head into a brick wall, which I think he did at Arizona State when he was at Tempe. Guy's tough as nails. So he could be out there week 1, but is he truly going to be 100%? Is he a guy that you can rely on getting 65% of the opportunity share? That may not be the case. You got Devin Singletary still on this roster, and you also have Tyrone Tracy. So you have some suitable secondary backs that can help alleviate the burden on Scadaboo to begin the season. Now, I think it's more complicated, though, for Malik Neighbors. Even John Harbaugh came out here in recent days and said, quote, "It's not a simple one," end quote, in regards to his recovery from that knee injury. So there's no guarantee he is going to be anywhere close to 100% or even on the field in week one. They open up at home against one of their arch rivals there, the Dallas Cowboys. So I think you got to scale back expectations for Neighbors. You have Darnell Mooney now on this roster, a suitable and productive wide receiver too at various sense, going back to Chicago with the Atlanta Falcons. And you're probably going to get more 12 personnel as well with Theo Johnson, who I know you love, and Isaiah Likely, who I absolutely adore, and a guy I felt was underutilized under Harbaugh and his prior stint with the Baltimore Ravens. So those guys could pick up the slack a little bit more. Harbaugh's even come out and said they want to emphasize the run a little bit more. So there's going to be some weight on Scatterboo, but at what point are they going to feel comfortable giving him like 15 to 18 touches per game? Maybe by week 3 or week 5, it's to be determined, but they do have suitable running backs on this roster. And of course, Jackson Dart can call his own number, and he's very effective in red zone packages and near the goal line. Josh Allen plowing ahead with that big frame of his in for 6. So a lot of upside with this team. Still some growth and development needs to happen, but you're right, man. Number one, they have to get healthy, and they can't rush these guys back. And there's no guarantee some of these key players are going to be on the field in uniform in week 1.
That's true. And that's the biggest thing that I'm now concerned about, where I was all fired up when they hired Harbaugh. I was all fired up before the draft. They let me down, not taking Caleb Downs. And now it just feels like the injuries are probably going to linger here throughout this summer. And the recovery timelines for some of their brightest stars might be pushing up right on the deadline of week 1 here. So when we come back, we'll do our 3-point stance. Player with the top fantasy football value, favorite player or team prop, and then over or under 7.5 wins. Where are you leaning with the New York Giants? Where do you think Big Blue is headed in 2026? We'll give out some predictions when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
What a strange, weird, no good, very bad, some would say unethical performance last night from Victor Wembanyama in San Antonio's Game 5 loss. And before we go any further, I want everyone to take a listen to this soundbite. What Victor Wembanyama had to say post-game last night to the media after his the most hollow, empty 20.6 rebound performance mine eyes have ever seen in a big spot. Take a listen to this earth-shattering piece of sound that makes tremendous news from Victor Wembanyama. Oh, wait. He didn't speak to the media after the game last night. Victor Wembanyama declined to speak to the media after the game last night. Some would say that is unethical. And we can talk about that in a moment, where also you want to talk about just ethics with Victor Wembanyama wants to criticize, and I think Wemby's awesome, right? I think he's great, but he wants to criticize everybody and everything. He's basically 7'4" French John Lovitz from The Critic. Wants to criticize everyone and everything. How about Victor? And I love that this happened, but let's call it like we see it. At the end of the game, Victor Wembanyama is whispering in the air, and I called for this games ago. Whispering in the air as Mitch Johnson empties the bench when they're losing, right? And in comes Bismack Biyombo, and in comes Mason Plumlee, dust off one of the 9 Plumlee brothers. And Wembanyama's whispering in their ear, and all of a sudden they're putting Jared McCain on his ass. All that was missing was Victor Wembanyama in his French accent instead of an Italian accent like Clemenza in The Godfather saying, leave the gun, take the cannoli. Or in this instance, perhaps, leave the gun, take the eclair. I mean, you want to talk about unethical. And I loved it. I'm just saying, If Wemby's going to criticize everybody, then he needs to be criticized as well. So this was a strange game from Wemby, who seemed very passive. And maybe you want to say it's a bad... And Mitch Johnson, to his credit, kind of took some responsibility after the game. Mitch Johnson saying that OKC's game plan was better than San Antonio's game plan. Here's the bottom line, though. That can be true. Also, if Victor Wembanyama is the best player in the series, and I believe he is, despite what happened last night, I still think Wemby's bad. And SGA can say he played a bad game. SGA did not play a bad game. And we'll talk about him in a little bit. SGA had 32 points. I thought he played pretty well. But if we're going to consider Victor Wembanyama, and I do, to be clear, I'm not backtracking. They could lose in Game 6, and I still won't backtrack off of it. He's the best player in the series. But if that's true, and it is, he's got to be more aggressive. He's got to be more aggressive. Even if it doesn't lead to a great statistical output, he needs to be way, 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 way more aggressive. He got bodied last night by Isaiah Hartenstein. Just look at, I don't know if they're called heat maps. It's probably not a heat map, right? But when you look at the flow chart, I don't even know. I don't know, one of these newfangled graphics that you see where it shows where Wemby touched the ball in Game 1 and all the time where he was on the court when he touched it versus last night. He's like under the basket all the time, and not all the time, but most of the time in Game 1. The Thunder did an unbelievable job of pulling him away from the basket last night. And I get it. Like, coaching's involved in that. And Mark Dagnall's a great coach. Also, if you're Victor Wembanyama, you say screw that. And you do what you have to do. So I didn't love that last night from Victor Wembanyama.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Quick programming note, we got Kendall Gill coming up at the top of the hour to talk NBA playoffs. I was going to, Brett, I was going to cue you up. I was going to tee you up. You couldn't even let me get there.
It's Kendall Gill, for love of God, a legend.
You're killing me,
Yeah,
Smalls.
you couldn't even. Yeah, you're killing. You couldn't even let me get there. I was going to say, Brad, from and you jumped the gun. I know you want to do the ILL. Let me give it to you.
Premature ILLage. Couldn't resist.
Anyway, Kendall Gill, top of the hour, talk NBA playoffs, maybe a little bit of Chicago Bulls, maybe a little bit of ILL, because, Brad, you did mention to us in one of the breaks that Andre Stojakovic is coming back to the Illini next year, so you are pumped up about that. All right, either way, let's get you a quick scoreboard update here. On the ice, still scoreless between the Hurricanes and the Canadiens, Game 4. Carolina leading 2-1 in Montreal. Still scoreless. 5:20 left to go in the first period. But, Brad, your Cubbies, that 10-game losing streak might not be hanging on too much longer. What's going on in Pittsburgh?
Ian Happ, bomb! Michael Conforto, double bomb! All of a sudden, 9-4 Chicago. 2 men on, 2 outs. Michael Busch stepping in the dish, top of the 7th against the Pittsburgh Pirates. We talked about it earlier. The Cubs had to have this because they're facing Paul Skeens tomorrow. So the 10-game losing streak could mercifully, finally, and don't screw it up, bullpen.
There you go. All right. Yeah, so
they
Combs
just
in a
scored
good
again.
mood. He played.
They just
Wow.
scored again. It's 10-4.
You better save your runs. Save some runs for tomorrow because you're going to be up against it against Skeens. But, all right, look, man. What did Combs say to us? This is more runs than they've scored in the last 6 games combined? Did I hear that correctly?
Correct. Yeah, that's right.
Absurd.
It really is.
That's absurd. Yeah, they scored 1 yesterday, 1 the day before that, 5 on Sunday, 0-2-0-2. So they had 9 runs. 9 runs in the last 6 games. Oh, my goodness. All right, we got a Hurricanes goal, by the way. Carolina scores. Looks like it's Sebastian Aho. Puts the Hurricanes up 1-0. They win this game. It's 3-1 going back to Raleigh, going back to Carolina. So Montreal up against it here. Again, still early first period, but Sebastian Aho on a beautiful one-time clapper from the right faceoff circle beats Jakub Dobish. Hurricanes up 1-0. All right, let's finish. Let's hit our 3-point stance here on Big Blue. We talked some of the team news, the whole Jackson Dart, Abdul Carter thing on social media, and what we expect from the Giants this year. So, Brad, we've been doing this every day, starting with the Raiders. We're going down the order of the draft. So we get to the Giants. 1, top fantasy football value. 2, favorite player, team prop. 3, over, under their season total wins. So let's start. Who brings you the best fantasy football value on Big Blue this year, in your opinion?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the one, the only Isaiah Likely. A guy I think is going to have his finest year to date. He's never top 500 yards in a season, but he was number 6 last season with the Baltimore Ravens. An average yards of separation per target among tight ends, top 10 in ADOT. And again, because of Malik Neighbors and the unknown health, I think he's going to be a point of emphasis during the season. I think this is a roster. It's going to run a lot of 12 personnel. Harbaugh ran that the 3rd most times in the NFL last season. Likely is going to go for at least 650 yards, handful of touchdowns, tight end 15, 136.43 is the average draft position. He's going to turn a tidy profit this year.
Yeah, look, I'm going to go deep down here into the depths because, again, maybe this is just me being a Giants fan and, taking Giants players in years past and they get hurt or things go horribly wrong or they just don't have the year I expected them to have. I'm going to go ahead and say Tyrone Tracy, running back 43, average draft position of 143. So you can get him in some of the last rounds of your draft. I think he brings some value. And this is mostly just because this is a safe option to have in case Cam Scatterboo gets hurt. Like you said, last segment, said he's coming back. He's going to be ready for week 1. You see the way he runs. That's not, it's not a strategy that's probably going to keep you healthy very long. And last year, when Scatterboo went down from week 10 to week 18, Tyrone Tracy averaged, in terms of fantasy score, averaged 12 points per week. In a PPR league, actually, he averaged 15 points per week. So he averaged 25 receiving yards per game, and he averaged over 70 rushing yards per game. Now, he only found the end zone 3 times from week 10 on, but still, if Cam Scatterboo goes down, Tyrone Tracy proved it last year on a much worse team that he's a pretty viable option to be running the football and catching some passes, and I do expect him either way to get into the mix early on. So I'm giving you a player to maybe stash on your bench. If Cam Scatterboo gets hurt, Tyrone Tracy should be a starting running back for you on your fantasy football team. All right, Brad, favorite player or team prop for the entire 2026 season for the Giants? Go ahead.
I'm going to take Jackson Dart over 6.5 rush touchdowns at plus 115. Yeah, get seduced by the juice. A guy that averaged over 6 rush attempts per game and 1.5 red zone rush attempts per game, 5.66 yards per carry last season. He had 9 rushing touchdowns. He's a goal line gremlin, a Josh Allen type. I think he's going to score at least 7 at plus money. I'll take it.
You mentioned Isaiah Likely. I think he scores at least 4 touchdowns next year. Give me over 3.5 tuds for Isaiah Likely, which is also plus money. Now, again, only won last year with Baltimore, but he had 6 and 5 each of the previous 2 seasons. And again, I don't think he's going to have a ton of competition in the tight end room. Theo Johnson has just not been that impressive in his first couple of years for Big Blue. So Isaiah Likely, big red zone target, red zone threat for Jackson Dart. I think he scores at least 4 touchdowns. Brad, over under the 7.5 wins for Big Blue. What do you say?
Barely under. I think Captain Hook Yar is going to come into play. Sorry, me, amigo. 7 wins exactly.
Well, I think you're nuts. I think they're going over, and I still think they're going to the playoffs despite these injury questions. All right, Brad, we'll bid you adieu, brother. Hopefully your Cubbies finish it off.
Finish them, baby! See you tomorrow.
Kendall Gill is next on BetMGM tonight.
Well, I was wrong last year. So I'm legitimately and earnestly and honestly and sincerely asking this question. Do you really think it's going to happen again? When you think about the best quarterbacks of all time, and Patrick Mahomes with 3 rings is like indisputably on that list. The only one that's missed the playoffs even more than a handful of times is Marino. That's it. That's it. It is very unlikely to me, very unlikely, that the Chiefs miss again. Now, there's work to do for Kansas City at receiver, where I think, and I'm on record saying this, I think they should sign Diggs and Tyreek Hill. Bring them both in. I don't think Rashee Rice is going to get suspended, but you need to, what's the word I'm looking for? Support yourselves, brace against it, protect yourself, protect. It's been a long month. Protect yourself in the event it happens, right? Mansour Delane, Peter Woods, R. Mason Thomas. I like the rejuvenation, the young blood injected onto the defense for Spags. Kenneth Walker toting the rock. The run game should actually be pretty good this year. And they have a Hall of Fame quarterback and a Hall of Fame coach. Tough for me to imagine they go 6-11 again, miss the playoffs again, although I didn't think it would happen last year, so it's possible, right? I just don't think it's likely to happen again. Last year's AFC was wild and wacky. Broncos are the 1 seed. Patriots are the 2. Patriots end up going to the Super Bowl. Jacksonville's in the mix. Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers knock out the Ravens on the final night, leading to John Harbaugh's ouster. It was just a weird year, right? The Chiefs don't make it. The Ravens don't make it. The Bills get bounced in the divisional round. They don't even win the AFC East. In 2023 and 2024, we saw the AFC have the same Final Four, both years. In 23, the Ravens played the Texans in divisional weekends and the Chiefs played the Bills. In 24, the Chiefs played the Texans and the Ravens played the Bills. This year, and it's May 27th. I think we're going to get that same Final Four for the 3rd time in 4 years. And for all you guys and gals in the audience right now, watching or listening to the show, just think in your head, do you like, and be honest, And maybe you're a Packers fan and everything's through green and yellow glasses, and you think they're going to go 15-2. Whatever, fine. Just be really honest. Only 7 teams can make the playoffs, and 1 team from the horrible NFC South is going to make it. So, we know that already. So the question is not, are the Packers better than the Panthers, the Bucks, the Falcons, or the Saints? Yes. One of those teams is going to make the playoffs, no matter what, right? So I am going to list teams. And in your head, as the Cranberries famously said, in your head, do you like the Packers more or less than these teams? Zombie. The Philadelphia Eagles. The Dallas Cowboys. The Washington Commanders. The Detroit Lions. Chicago Bears. Minnesota Vikings. Seattle Seahawks. Los Angeles Rams. San Francisco 49ers.
Down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we got 2 solo hours coming at you now. I'm Pat Boyle, taking you to 11 p.m. Eastern every Monday through Friday, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call or just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics that we dive into. Again, 310-840-4910. We're going to chat with the great Kendall Gill here in just a matter of seconds. And it looks like Kendall is ready to rock and roll. So let's go ahead and bring him on here. On with us now here is the aforementioned Kendall Gill, 15-year NBA vet, played at the University of Illinois, and he's a Chicago Bulls analyst for CHSN, and he joins us here on BetMGM Tonight. Kendall, it's Pat. Thanks so much for joining me, man. How you doing?
No problem. I appreciate it.
Yeah, let's get right into it here. Let's get into the NBA playoffs, and let's start with the series currently still going right now, the battle in the West between the Thunder and the Spurs. The defending champs, OKC, up 3-2 after last night's win. I thought the way Victor Wembanyama played and carried himself last night spoke volumes. 20 points on 4 for 15 shooting. Then he skips the post-game press conference, for which the NBA has officially issued him a warning today. Kendall, do you have a problem with him doing that, or do you think sometimes it happens even to the star players?
Yeah, sometimes it happens even to the star players. I mean, Victor Wembanyama, in my opinion, is the face of the league now. He has done everything right in his young career up until now. I mean, and listen, I think he's a flyer. I mean, every once in a while, he's so passionate about winning. And that game against the OKC Thunder was very important to him because he knows if they win that game, now all they have to do is go back to San Antonio and close these guys out. Now it becomes even harder. So I can understand him being frustrated and upset, not wanting to talk to the press. And, of course the league is going to fine him, but he can afford it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he could definitely afford it. I just, again,
Yeah.
How about also late in the game? I don't know if you make any of this, and, again, you play in the NBA, so maybe a lot of these things happen and we don't see them, but late in the game, he's getting subbed out with like 2 minutes left. Looks like he whispers to Mason Plumlee and Bismack Biyombo, who then immediately issues some very hard fouls on Jared McCain, who was still on the floor. Do you think that was intentional? Is that all fair game if a team is going to leave a star player in the game or a starter in the game in mop-up time?
Uh, Listen, there are unwritten rules. You know, a lot of guys in the league don't like the way that Jared McCain carries himself. Of course, he's got 4 million TikTok followers, paints his fingernails, and then, you know, he's really eccentric out on the court. So a lot of veterans, you know, are old school. They don't like the new wave of players sometimes, like Jared McCain. So, you know, that it could possibly have been. I didn't think Bismack Biyombo's foul was too blatant. Plumlee's, on the other hand, he did put a little extra into his back, you know, when he ran into him.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for damn sure. I mean, again, so
Yeah,
then it was just basically a matter of whether or not you think that kind of Wemby issued those orders or if those guys were just doing that
possibly.
regardless. 'Cause he does say, he kind of, whispers something in their ear and then it happens immediately, Kendall. So, again, I know that
Yeah.
you said there are unwritten rules. I feel like it
Mhm.
was kind of like a movie where he says, he talks to them and then they immediately put some big hard contact on Jared McCain.
Yeah, but listen, it makes the next game more intriguing. You know, because now fans are going to tune in to one, see who is going to make it, to see whether OKC is going to make it back-to-back trips to the NBA Finals, and two, whether the San Antonio Spurs can, you know, dig down deep and get another victory to come back to Oklahoma City to try and close them out in seven. I think that all of these things that happen, you know, with the roughhousing and things, it makes the league better. It makes people tune in.
Talking with Kendall Gill here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. 15-year NBA vet for 7 different teams. One of the best defensive players in the league in the 90s and early 2000s. I'm Pat Boyle here, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. We're talking NBA playoffs. Kendall, how about the officiating in this series? You kind of just mentioned it. I hate that it's become such a huge talking point because there has been some awesome X's and O's chess moves going on between Spurs coach
Mhm.
Mitch Johnson and Mark Daigneault from OKC. But, last night, even I couldn't help but say to myself, my God, this officiating is so damn inconsistent. And a lot of it ties
Yeah.
into the whole debate about whether SGA flops, embellishes fouls. Where do you stand on SGA and his art of drawing fouls? And where do you stand on the officiating in this series?
Well, I definitely do think that it's a habit of his to flop after he takes a shot. He baits a lot of officials into foul calls. I mean, I believe that was even last night where he baited them into a foul call. Nobody even fouled him. You know, so and, you know, I have friends that are NBA referees that live right here in Chicago, and you know, sometimes you know if you have a bad angle it possibly seems like it's a foul, but most of the time, what SGA does is not a foul, and they're just giving him those calls based off of reputation. He's a two-time MVP. It used to happen with Michael Jordan. It used to happen with Hakeem Olajuwon. All those guys, you know, get the benefit of the doubt when they are shooting the basketball, but SGA just takes it to a whole different level because he falls almost every time he takes a jump shot.
Yeah, he does. And I know that, there was even some articles written on how often he actually does fall. But I don't know. I mean, again,
Yeah.
you played in the 90s. That was, I feel like everybody, I wish it was like the 90s where guys were allowed to play physical and it was hard contact and it was fouling. San Antonio, man, Stephon Castle, Dylan Harper, Devin Vassell, the way they are guarding SGA, I feel like there's plenty of times where you probably could call a foul and the officials are not. They're grabbing them, they're mauling them, and it's been physical in this series. I think that's what made last night so frustrating because Tony Brothers and
Yeah,
that
yeah.
crew, they were blowing the whistle on everything. And for the first 4 games, it felt like the refs were letting these guys play.
They were, and that's what I was going to say. They are letting them play, with the exception of last night's game, and that's the way it used to be. And you know, back in the '90s, early 2000s, is when you got to this level in the playoffs. You know, you really had to earn it. So that's what happened in the first 4 games. But last night, for some reason, it was a little different. And you know, but I anticipate in game 6 that, you know, they'll let the guys play like they did in the first 4 games, you know, because now everything is on the line. You know, and actually, I thought that the Thunder really were physical with Wemby in the first half. The way that they were pushing him around, and he wasn't able to get into a flow. They were really fit. The refs never called that.
Yeah, that is true. We're talking with Kendall Gill here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports, talking all NBA playoffs. All right, so how do you think Game 6 ultimately plays out tomorrow? Is there a big Wemby game coming tomorrow night, or Kendall, do you think OKC wraps this thing up on the road tomorrow? If you have a prediction, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, no, I think that Wemby has a Wemby game. The one thing about him is he has that one killer instinct gene that you need to be a superstar. And when he was first drafted, I didn't know whether he had it or not, but he does. And he wants to be one of the greatest players to ever play, which he may well be because of the things that he can do at 7'5". He wants to be the greatest Spur of all time, and he wants to supersede Tim Duncan and David Robinson, Manu Ginobili, Tony Parker, and all those guys. And in order for him to do that, he has to win championships. He has to win, in my opinion, at least 3. Okay. And right now he is close. He can smell it. So anticipate him coming out tomorrow night and really, really trying to put it on the OKC Thunder, having them go back to Oklahoma City. And who knows? And if they go back to game 7, it's a 50-50 game to me.
Wow, so you give the Spurs a pretty good chance still of winning this series despite being down 3-2.
Yeah, I give them a great chance of winning it, but either way, you can't go wrong, because if the OKC Thunder win, it's great because you have the MVP, you got the defending world champion going up against the New York Knicks. If San Antonio should happen to win, you got the face of the league and Victor Yama and his young team facing the New York one market in the country. So either way it goes, it's great for the league because of the New York Knicks being in the championship, and these two teams, the best two teams in the Western Conference, either one of them going.
Well, all right, Kendall, I am a diehard Knicks fan, so I still feel like I'm living a dream right now.
I hear you.
They still got another 7 days before the final starts. I mean, look, they obliterated the Cavs from that fourth quarter comeback in game 1, the rest of that series. Their last 11 games, all wins, have been one of the most dominant stretches in the entire history of the NBA. Largest margin of victory and greatest effective field goal percentage for any 11-game span. A lot of folks are trying to downplay it, though, because the East hasn't been that strong this year compared to the West. So where do you stand on this Knicks run they're on? Is it legit, or are they just not playing that great of teams?
No, it's legit because you just mentioned it, the margin of victory to beating these teams. And I don't think that the Knicks are the most talented team. I don't think that they're more talented than OKC or San Antonio, but they are playing the best basketball at the right time. And that's when you win championships. It doesn't, we can go back to the NCAA championship, in college. It's always the most talented team doesn't always win. It's a team that's playing the best basketball at that particular time. And that's what's happened with the New York Knicks. Plus, you got a superstar in Jalen Brunson now that, has total control over one himself and his team. And, he's got the keys to New York City now. Everybody loves him. And that fourth quarter comeback in game 1, I believe, against the Cleveland Cavaliers was epic. If Jalen Brunson should happen to win the championship this year, in my opinion, he'll probably be considered the greatest Knick of all time. And all due respect to my friend Patrick Ewing, who put in so many years, but with the New York Knicks, but he didn't win a championship. And that's the one thing that'll separate Jalen Brunson from Patrick Ewing.
Wow. I love to hear that, Ken. And I'm a young buck. I was only 4 when the Knicks were in the finals in '99. I didn't get to see the Pat Ewing, Starks, Allen Houston years. I don't even remember them. Yeah. I mean, I don't even remember them. So for you to hear you say that,
Patrick Ewing was a great player. Yeah, Patrick Ewing was a great player. Allen Houston was a great player. So Latrell Sprewell was on that team. Larry Johnson, my former teammate in Charlotte. Those were some great teams, man. And but I think that still to this day, Patrick Ewing is the greatest Knick of all time. But we may be saying something different in about a week and a half. if the Knicks should win.
Wow. I hope so, man. I really do. So
Yeah.
let me ask you then. The Knicks would be underdogs to either the Spurs or the Thunder. So how good of a shot do you give them to win their first NBA title since 1973? Or do you think that they're probably going to end up losing to whoever comes out the West?
Nah. Like I said, they're playing better basketball than OKC. They're playing better basketball than San Antonio as a whole. You know, they don't just have one guy that's playing well. Collectively, they got 6, 7, 8 guys playing well at the same time. And that's dangerous for any team. I don't care how talented you are. If that team is on a mission and that team has a number of players playing well, then you are in trouble. That's why I favor the Knicks in the championship series against
Wow.
anybody. Yeah.
Wow, you would make the Knicks the favorite. I love that. Kendall, you're speaking, and you played on the Nets, man, and you got every reason to hate the Knicks.
I do. But listen, when I played for the New Jersey Nets, I lived in New York City. So I know the passion for that team. You know, just like this here in Chicago, listen, the Bulls won 6 championships. The White Sox have won a World Series. The Cubs have won a World Series. But the 85 Bears are still the biggest thing to ever happen to this city. You know, this is a Bears town. And much like this is a Bears town, New York is a Knicks town. Everybody loves the Knicks. And, you know, they have the momentum. And, you know, they got the whole city behind them. And I think that, you know, their fan support somewhat boosts those guys on the court, you know, because they play like it each and every night.
Yeah, without a doubt. So let me talking with Kendall Gill here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports, the great 15-year NBA vet, one of the best defensive players in the game in the 90s and the early 2000s. Also CHSN analyst for the Chicago Bulls. So Kendall, I'm somebody, again, as a Knicks fan, I watched a lot of terrible basketball most of my growing up outside of 1 or 2 years with Melo. And so when Tom Thibodeau becomes the head coach of the Knicks and he brings them out the mud and he gets them in the playoffs every year, obviously there is a deep admiration and respect for what Tibbs means to this pocket of Knicks history. But I'm also somebody as a Knicks fan that felt like there needed to be a change after last season and how it ended. And so do you think the success the Knicks are having this year under Mike Brown in year one, do you think that means that firing Tom Thibodeau was justified? Like, do you ever think from what you saw in the Knicks the last couple of years that they could be in this position if Tibbs was still the coach?
I think they could be. Yeah. And Mike Brown has done a great job. But, you know, Tibbs was here in Chicago during the Derrick Rose era. And, you know, he did a great job of putting that team together and getting to the Western Conference Finals also. And you got to look at it. Last year, the Knicks were in the Eastern Conference Finals against the Indiana Pacers. Okay. And they lost because Jalen Brunson was injured. If Jalen Brunson is not injured last year, who knows what would have happened? So I think that it was just a matter of time before this Knicks team gelled. And, you know, that's all, in my opinion, that's all that it was. They just needed time to gel together, and it happened this year.
It did. It did. I'm going to ask you here, speaking of Tom Thibodeau, speaking of Tibbs, you know, we got a new front office for the Chicago Bulls. And so you know the team very, very well. You work for them, CHSN. Would you want to see Tibbs come back to Chicago? Because the Bulls are still looking for a new head coach.
I don't know whether the Bulls have interviewed Tibbs, but I would love to see that happen because he can right the ship. You know, I remember when his first stint here in Chicago, he righted the ship. You know, and it was no nonsense. The Bulls played great defense and an exciting brand of basketball. You know, and the Bulls, of course, have the 4th pick, which I believe will turn into Caleb Wilson. And they also have the 15th pick. But what I would do if I was the Bulls is I would package the 2 second-round picks and that 15th pick, try to move up to number 9, and draft a Demara out of Michigan. So you coming in with 2 young studs, at Caleb Wilson at 6'10", a Demara at 7'2". We need pair him with Zealous and Josh Giddey and Trey Jones. Now we're talking about something, and it won't happen next year, but 2 or 3 years down the line, this team will be ready to really compete and vie for an Eastern Conference final spot.
All right. So after trading Vucci, man, that need for that front court was evident. So you would actually you would want Caleb Wilson, and then you would want the Bulls to trade up and get Ade Mara, really go big in that front court. Then is that what GM Kendall Gill would do?
That's what GM Kendall Gill would do, and also I know it would cost a lot of money, but I would also go out and try to re-sign Ayo Dosunmu. I know Minnesota is going to do everything in their power. They have his bird rights. They can go over the salary cap, but I would do everything in my power to re-sign Ayo Dosunmu because, as much as I respected AK and Mark Eversley, I thought that was the wrong move, to trade him. And because he proved it in this playoff run with the Minnesota Timberwolves, and he was fourth in the league in 3-point shooting at the time that he was traded. And I know for a fact that Ayo would love to come back here to Chicago. This is his home. I speak to his dad from time to time. He and his dad are friends. His aunt actually lives right next door to me. So, I'm very familiar with the family, and and if you want to be bold as well, so you do those three things. If you want to be bold and you want to compete right away, I think you make a play for John Morant as well.
Ooh,
you have the assets to go get him. And you're talking about a former superstar that knows that this is his last chance. He will be more than motivated and knows that he has an opportunity to win with all of these guys that he's surrounded by. I think that would light a fire under this franchise.
wow. All right. Kendall Gill wants big time moves in the Windy City this
Big time
summer.
move.
I like it.
That's right.
I like it. All right, Kendall,
Yep,
I got
yep.
one more for you here, and this is a fun one.
Yeah.
Let's do start, sit, and cut. Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Kobe Bryant. Who would you start? Who would you sit? And who would you cut?
Oh, of course, I'm starting MJ. I'm going to sit Kobe Bryant. I'm going to LeBron James, even though I love LeBron James, but you can't argue with 6 and 5 championships. And I know LeBron has 4, but I'm going with the numbers.
There you go. So, hey, look, just if anybody pushes back, anybody's listening and says, hey, man, I heard you say you were going to cut LeBron. I'm going with the numbers. I'm just going with the numbers. Kendall, I appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much for joining us, and hope to catch up with you soon.
Absolutely. Take care. Thanks for having me.
You got it, man. The great Kendall Gill, 15-year NBA vet, one of the best defensive players in the late 90s, early 2000s, man. Those New Jersey Nets teams, he was a force. You were not getting past him. He's also an analyst for CHSN on the Chicago Bulls TV network. So huge shout out to Kendall for joining us. All right, number to join the show, 310-840-4910. When we come back, I've got some more thoughts on that game last night and how Wemby carried himself and what might be in store for Game 6 between the Spurs and the Thunder. We'll talk some more NBA playoffs and Western Conference Finals when we come back. We'll get you a scoreboard update as well on the ice and on the diamond. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
The Cavs, they laid down. They laid down, and then for less than 24 hours to pass and them to say we're running it back with everybody that was, that everybody was part of it from a leadership standpoint. I know there's humans, Nick, and I know these. What I mean by that is I know these people have families, and I know that they've got lives. So I'm not in the class of like I try not to come on and say fire everybody and scorched earth. And you've known me long enough. That's not what I do. That being said, that was very curious for them to not evaluate their situation and say, what's best for us? Because to me, with the Cavs, I think they've got an owner in Dan Gilbert who's starting to get up there in age. I don't know if Dan wants to do this another 10, 15 years. If he wants to do another, my guess would probably be 5 years or so. I don't think
he's 64, Dan Gilbert.
He's 64. Yeah. So look, I don't get the sense he wants to do this forever. I think for him, he's looking at the window, in his mind. I think his mindset is, our window's still open. Nick, you can't look through that window and say with confidence that it's still open after what happened in the series that we just watched. Not as currently constructed. Not knowing that you're gonna re-sign James Harden, like you're going to re-sign him. Now, when they made the Garland for Harden trade, I was not vehemently against it. Okay, I was not, because with Garland, they were not making progress. I don't think they would have made the conference finals. But this is a long-term NBA think tank, TED Talk, if you will, of what do you really believe is success, right? What do you really believe is success? Is getting into the conference finals.
Title success.
Title is success. So with that being the case, are they closer to a championship than they were a year ago? The answer to that question is no. It's not. Because of the fashion in which if they had taken the Knicks to 6 or 7 games, Nick, I think you'd have to agree, and played well and played hard and been into the Knicks defensively and getting stops and making them work, and the Knicks just beat them because the Knicks, Landry Shamet shooting the heck on the ball, Hart's doing his thing, Bridges, Anunoby, and on top of what Brunson and Cat have done, which I think Cat's the single biggest determinant of whether or not the Knicks win the championship. If the real Karl Anthony Towns is continually showing up in the finals, I think the Knicks have a shot. I really do think that they have a chance. But for me, with the Cavs, they got exposed, they got embarrassed. You don't just get exposed and embarrassed in sports and say status quo. We're going to keep things the same. Their front office now has to get on the move. Like you can't deal with the James Harden problem. All right, you got to keep him. But I think out of this, you better be coming out with Giannis, or you better be taking a hard look at Jaylen Brown. I mean, and
you want LeBron back
for one last dance? I don't just want LeBron in the current construction of players, Nick. Like if as a Clevelander and as a person that watches, this team in the league, I think the Cavaliers, their number one priority has to be how do we come out with Giannis Antetokounmpo, even if it means that we are trading Evan Mobley, even if it means that we're exploring what Donovan Mitchell's future looks like. We need to go and get a guy. People are forgetting how good Giannis is. They're forgetting how good Giannis is because the Milwaukee Bucks have mismanaged the last couple years. You need to get a guy who, if he's remotivated in a new town, still wants to prove himself. He absolutely does. When he plays his best basketball, he is one of the 4 most valuable players in the NBA. Full stop. I don't care what. If I'll disagree with somebody until the sun goes. You can't replace his length, his athleticism, the way he controls the game on both ends of the floor. You got to go get Giannis. Do I want LeBron? Would I take LeBron? I would. Yeah, one last dance. Camera crews everywhere, Nick. I like a good show. But this doesn't work unless Giannis is in Cleveland as well. I'm talking about winning a championship here. If you have Giannis, LeBron James, Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, okay, and you got Max Strus and Dean Wade as shot makers with Sam Merrill, I guess. Is that a team that could win it all? Yes, it is, especially with a LeBron James that says, I need to go out with a title.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Huge shout out to Kendall Gill for joining us last segment. Man, that was fun. That was some awesome stuff from the 15-year NBA vet, one of the best defensive players, finished top 10 defensive player of the year, voting multiple times throughout his career. So loved getting his insight on the Western Conference Finals. Loved getting his, hey, he said he would make the Knicks the favorite over either the Thunder and the Spurs. I loved hearing that. We can have Kendall Gill as a direct phone line to join this show anytime he wants. And he had some great plans for the Bulls. I love it. He said, all right, get Caleb Wilson and get a Day Mara and then trade for John Morant. Okay. All right, GM Kendall Gill. I love it. So we appreciate KG joining us last segment. By the way, we've got some folks weighing in on Twitter. Kyle Gilman, at Kyle Gilman GX, says Menace Wemby needs to come out in Game 6 to force Game 7 back to OKC. Yeah, look, I mean, that's without a doubt. I mean, it's obvious, but it's the truth. You know, this team goes as Wemby goes. I think going into last night, the Spurs were plus 28 with Wemby on the floor and minus 37 without him. That's pretty stunning. Just to show you the impact that he has. And when he's on the floor, they're normally playing pretty well. And when he's not on the floor, that's when the Thunder have been cooking. I'll say this, though. Last night, Wemby was the one that dropped the ball. That was the biggest game of his life, and he was embarrassing. And that might sound harsh, but it's the truth. And look, even Kendall Gill said it last segment. I disagree with it, but I respect his opinion. He thinks Wemby is the face of the league right now. And I just want to know, so you want somebody to be the face of the league who skips the podium? Skipping the podium after a loss in January is one thing. That gets forgotten about within a day. It was the biggest game of Victor Wembanyama's life last night. And now, and then tomorrow is going to be the next biggest game of his life. But last night was the biggest game of his life. Game 5, 2-2, Western Conference Finals. 20 points, but 4 for 15 from the field. Only grabs 6 rebounds. Was not a presence at the rim. And then skips the post-game media. Skips the post-game press conference. And once again, just like when he got ejected for elbowing Naz Reid in the throat, doesn't get a fine. But the NBA has warned him for violating media access rules after he declined to speak to reporters following the loss last night. A Spurs team spokesperson just said that he would be unavailable to speak to reporters. And that spokesperson made the announcement about an hour after Spurs coach Mitch Johnson addressed the loss. So I think you had some people waiting around like, all right, is Wemby going to talk? And then finally a Spurs team spokesperson was like, nah, he's unavailable. He left the arena. He left the Paycom Center. The engine, what is it? The train has left the station. The French train left the station last night right after the loss. And I think it's pretty embarrassing. 310-840-4910. I think it's pretty embarrassing that in that moment, after his performance last night, he can't be bothered to show up. When they beat the Thunder in the NBA Cup semifinals, he was talking a whole lot of smack. He was talking a whole lot of smack after Game 1, was talking all throughout the Minnesota series, even when they lost. Speaking very boldly, very brashly. Now they're one loss away from their season being over. Anybody see Wemby? He's hard to miss. Nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. That's the face of the league. Not my face. That's not my face of the league. Not only that, let's just recap the last 2 weeks here in terms of Wemby's actions on the floor. In terms of everybody wants to weigh in on how ethical of a basketball player Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is with the flopping and the embellishing right now. At least he's not out here trying to hurt players. Wemby a couple of games ago, how could we forget? Elbow, intentional. I mean, clear as day, right to the throat of Naz Reid. Gets ejected. Cost his team a game that night. And then last night, in case you missed it, final 2 minutes. Again, this was not, didn't have to go down a rabbit hole of social media to find this. It was front and center, right on the NBC broadcast last night. They showed Wemby coming off the floor. Garbage time, game is over. OKC's up 13, 14 points with 2 minutes left. And he whispers to Mason Plumlee and Bismack Biyombo. We're only going into the game normally for one reason, but I guess they had an extra reason last night. And Wemby whispers to both of them really quickly. Within seconds, Mason Plumlee elbow shiv right in the back of Jared McCain, who started the game last night for OKC, scored another 20 points, was great, was still on the floor, and you can blame Mark Daigneault for that. You're inviting that. Okay, that's fine. We're not going to blame the player that just delivered a clear as day, cheap shot, dirty hit. No flagrant, no nothing. And then Bismack Biyombo, very over-aggressive attempt of a block with a minute and a half left to go in a game that's already decided on Jared McCain. They were trying to hurt him. And I think Wemby gave out those orders. I don't think that's conspiracy theory or anything. He says something to Biyombo and Plumlee, and then the next possession, very aggressive, if not cheap shot fouls occur. And you can say, Pat, well, that's part of the game. That's part of the playoff basketball. You got to send a message. You got to do. Okay. I'm not saying it's not part of the game. I'm just pointing it out that who's the one that probably was the reason for that? Victor Wembanyama. So that was his night last night. 4 for 15 from the field. Only 6 rebounds. Seemingly ordered 2 teammates to deliver some cheap shot fouls in the final 2 minutes and then duck the media postgame. That's about as disgraceful as a night as you'll find from a guy that's supposed to be the face of the league in the pivotal tipping point of this series that could define the next 4 or 5 years of this conference that's going to determine the hierarchy of the Western Conference and maybe the NBA. Because you got the Thunder, the reigning champions, with the now 2-time MVP, SGA, who, by the way, another 32 points last night, 9 assists, 2 steals, and a block. SGA, all I heard from Spurs fans, from producer Brandon Combs, from a lot of people, was that SGA was going to get outplayed by Wemby, and the Thunder were going to get knocked off their perch. And here we are. They're up 3-2, 82% of the time. The team that wins Game 5 to go up 3-2 wins the series, and they've got Game 7 on their own floor. And meanwhile, Wemby nowhere to be found. And Mitch Johnson even said it himself. Mitch Johnson said they need more. We need more. We're going to need to get our star center going to stave off elimination. Well, offensively, he's had a couple of big games. How could we forget Game 1? When he had the 41 points and 24 rebounds, including the logo 3 in overtime to keep that game alive. Game that the Spurs ended up winning. Game 4, the other Spurs win in this series, the blowout on Sunday night. He had 33 points. But in the losses, Wemby has averaged 22, which isn't bad. But it's below his season average by a couple of points. And in the last 3 games, he's only averaging 6 rebounds. For a guy that averaged 12 in the regular season and had 41 of them in the first 2 games. 4 rebounds in Game 3, 8 rebounds in Game 4, 6 rebounds in Game 5. If there's ever going to be a time to shut me up, if there is ever going to be a time for Wemby to prove that this series ain't as cut and dry as it might appear to be right now. It's tomorrow night in front of the home crowd. I don't care what kind of officiating crew we got, more fouls than normal, less fouls than normal. Tomorrow night, it's put up or shut up time. And it's as simple as that. 310-840-4910. Again, on Oklahoma City's side of things, I think outside of SGA stepping up, which you would expect from the MVP in a must-win game at home. I mentioned it, 32 points. Just the contributions that they continue to get. J-Dub, Jalen Williams is their second best player. He's like forgotten about right now because of how great some of these other role players are stepping up and playing like. Alex Caruso is unbelievable. How many times do I have to say it? I would give up my unborn first child if Alex Caruso could be on the New York Knicks. In this series now, and there is a game 4, the blowout loss on Sunday, Alex Caruso didn't score a single point. And still in this series, he's averaging 17 points per game. He's got 8 steals in 5 games. That would put him right up near the league leaders in the entire NBA for a season. And he's doing it in the Western Conference Finals. He's shooting 57% from the field and 58% from deep. This is a guy who averaged 6 points per game in the regular season. That's the championship caliber DNA I've been talking about before the playoffs started, before this series started, as to why I thought OKC was going to win it. Because they got players like that step up in a big way. And they got an amazing coach and an awesome front office with Sam Presti. And last night, all you could do was laugh if you were a Philadelphia 76er fan watching that game because, yeah, they got a first-round pick back, but you got a first-round pick back from the Oklahoma City Thunder. So it's pick 30 or later. You traded away Jared McCain for basically a bag of Skittles. And Daryl Morey, who just got fired a week ago, yeah, I thought we were selling high. You sure were. Jared McCain, 20 points last night. He has been incredible in this series. He's been incredible all playoff long. He averaged 12 points per game in the series against the Lakers. He's averaging 13 points per game in this series. He had 20 last night. He had 24 in the winning game 3. Without Jared McCain, the Spurs might be trying to close this thing out tomorrow. That's how important he's been. And that's a trade that Sam Presti made at the deadline that seemingly just kind of went under everybody's noses, and now look where we're at. With J-Dub out, it's Jared McCain, the TikTok nail-painting specialist, who's drilling threes and playing with an unheralded swagger. That's why some teams have long dynastic runs, because of what the Thunder are doing, because of the players they will acquire, because of the moves they're willing to make, and the guys that they bring in that know how to step up and bring their A game when they're needed the most. And again, Chet Holmgren set the tone last night. He was invisible for most of the series, finally had the quick 8 points in the first quarter. Chet finished with 16 points and 11 rebounds, and Hartenstein, 15 rebounds. 15 of them. For the Thunder to out-rebound the Spurs and out-rebound them by 7. That was a hell of a job last night, committing back to once again securing second chance opportunities and finishing at the rim and getting to the free throw line. All right, we got to take a quick break. We got some callers that want to weigh in on this series and want to weigh in on Wemby. We'll get to them as soon as we come back. Don't go anywhere. 310-840-4910. If you don't want to call and you want to text, 310-840-4910. You can also tweet me at PatBoyle44. We'll get you a scoreboard update on the Canes and the Habs, but your phone call is coming next right here on BetMGM tonight.
What a strange, weird, no good, very bad, some would say unethical performance last night from Victor Wembanyama in San Antonio's Game 5 loss. And before we go any further, I want everyone to take a listen to this soundbite. What Victor Wembanyama had to say post-game last night to the media after his the most hollow, empty 20.6 rebound performance mine eyes have ever seen in a big spot. Take a listen to this earth-shattering piece of sound that makes tremendous news from Victor Wembanyama. Oh, wait. He didn't speak to the media after the game last night. Victor Wembanyama declined to speak to the media after the game last night. Some would say that is unethical. And we can talk about that in a moment where also you want to talk about just ethics with Victor Wembanyama wants to criticize. And I think Wemby's awesome, right? I think he's great. But he wants to criticize everybody and everything. He's basically 7'4" French John Lovitz from The Critic. Wants to criticize everyone and everything. How about Victor? And I love that this happened, but let's call it like we see it. At the end of the game, Victor Wembanyama is whispering in the air, and I called for this games ago. Whispering in the air as Mitch Johnson empties the bench when they're losing, right? And in comes Bismack Biyombo, and in comes Mason Plumlee. Dust off one of the 9 Plumlee brothers. And Wembanyama's whispering in their ear, and all of a sudden they're putting Jared McCain on his ass. All that was missing was Victor Wembanyama in his French accent instead of an Italian accent like Clemenza in The Godfather saying, leave the gun, take the cannoli. Or in this instance, perhaps, leave the gun, take the eclair. I mean, you want to talk about unethical. And I loved it. I'm just saying, if Wemby's going to criticize everybody, then he needs to be criticized as well. So this was a strange game from Wemby, who seemed very passive. And maybe you want to say it's a bad... And Mitch Johnson, to his credit, kind of took some responsibility after the game. Mitch Johnson saying that OKC's game plan was better than San Antonio's game plan. Here's the bottom line, though. That can be true. Also, if Victor Wembanyama is the best player in the series, and I believe he is, despite what happened last night, I still think Wemby's bad. And SGA can say he played a bad game. SGA did not play a bad game. And we'll talk about him in a little bit. SGA had 32 points. I thought he played pretty well. But if we're going to consider Victor Wembanyama, and I do, to be clear, I'm not backtracking. They could lose in Game 6, and I still won't backtrack off of it. He's the best player in the series. But if that's true, and it is, he's got to be more aggressive. He's got to be more aggressive. Even if it doesn't lead to a great statistical output, he needs to be way, 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 way more aggressive. He got bodied last night by Isaiah Hartenstein. Just look at, I don't know if they're called heat maps. It's probably not a heat map, right? But when you look at the flow chart, I don't even know. One of these newfangled graphics that you see where it shows where Wemby touched the ball in Game 1 and all the time where he was on the court when he touched it versus last night. He's like under the basket all the time, and not all the time, but most of the time in Game 1. The Thunder did an unbelievable job of pulling him away from the basket last night. And I get it. Like, coaching's involved in that. And Mark Dagnall's a great coach. Also, if you're Victor Wembanyama, you say screw that. And you do what you have to do. So I didn't love that last night from Victor Wembanyama.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Trying to finish off a little salad here from Sweet Green. You know, my girlfriend, love her to death. She got her hair done today. She's all excited about. And she goes, hey, you want me to pick you up some sweet green on the way home? And I was like, absolutely. Thank you. So it was a chicken avocado ranch salad, something like that. And it comes with tortilla chips. And she's like, yeah, she goes, the guy made your salad way better, so I took some of your chicken and your tortilla chips. I went, what? What kind of blasphemy is that? You don't do that. You don't get to do that. I appreciate the gesture. You bought me dinner. Thank you very much. That doesn't mean you can just steal mine. What kind of world are we living in? Anyway. So I had like 3 tortilla chips. She took like probably 15 of them. Heartless. How could you be so heartless? No, but she did pay for it. I'm joking. Kind of. 310-840-4910. Number to join the show. Let's get to some of your calls here. Let's start with Jeffrey, who's in Atlanta, wants to weigh in on Victor Wembanyama. Jeffrey's up on line 3 next on BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, Pat.
How you doing, bro?
I think this guy Wembanyama gets treated like he's already the face of the league when he still hasn't proven he could carry a team deep into the playoffs consistently. I mean, the talent is insane, but people act like highlights and potential automatically make him untouchable, while OKC actually plays like winning basketball top to bottom. And you know, Pat, your Knicks, they don't stand a chance against the Thunder. They're a way younger, deeper, faster, and way more complete team. I don't see the Knicks holding up and keeping a full series against the Thunder. I'm sorry.
Wow. Well, Jeff, I love the way that phone call started. I mean, my goodness, thank you for the call, because I agree everything what you said. He hasn't done anything yet in the postseason. He's gotten to the conference finals. Okay, great. Congrats. He hasn't carried this team consistently enough, hasn't won a title, hasn't won an MVP. He was the unanimous defensive player of the league. Sure, and it's year 3. I get it. But you can project, and you can see how Wemby could be the best player in the league 2-3 years from now. Hell, next year he could win an MVP. He very well could. But to already call him the face of the league, I'm sorry, do we just, in an era of participation trophies, do we just hand out things now? We hand out titles, we hand out crowns, we hand out thrones. Hasn't even gone to the finals, didn't win the MVP, hasn't won an MVP, hasn't won a title, had a miserable performance last night, and ducked the media post-game. And people still want to call him the face of the league. Jeff, that call started off fantastic, and then you told me that the Knicks aren't going to stand a chance against the Thunder, and I think you're dead wrong. I think the Knicks are going to win that series. I think the Knicks are winning the title. I don't know how you could see what they've done over the last 11 games and just say, oh, well, doesn't matter. East isn't that good. The Thunder are younger, deeper, stronger, faster, whatever. Look at the way the Knicks offense is operating right now. The Knicks can shoot the 3. The Knicks have size. The Knicks have a deep bench. Thunder ain't the only one. I think you're dead wrong, Jeff. So I half wholeheartedly agree, and I half vehemently disagree. But we appreciate the call nonetheless. 310-840-4910. Let's squeeze in Paul, who's in Providence. Wants to talk about the Knicks coming up next here on BetMGM tonight. Paul, what's going on, man?
Hey, you guys are the best. At this time, I always listen to you guys because I have no choice. But I have a choice. I have a choice. And besides losing money, I don't care what my brother-in-laws that run circuit say. The Knicks. The Knicks are they're it. Rangers, nothing. Josh Allen, nothing. There's nothing in New York that has a chance. Yankees, nothing. There's nothing else that has the drive that the New York Knicks have. And I'm a Boston fan. Don't get me wrong. But, we laid our bed last year. But you know what? Let's put it this way. How do you win a team like Cleveland, you beat them 2-3 games by 30 points.
Exactly. Paul, we got to drop Paul. We got to let him go because we're up against the break. Paul, I appreciate that. I have no idea where that phone call was going. It was a wild one, and we're just going to go to break off the back of it. The Knicks are going to win it, though, because Paul said so. He has a choice. He doesn't have a choice. We got a choice. We got hot or cold coming up next to kick off hour number 5. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Well, I was wrong last year. So I'm legitimately and earnestly and honestly and sincerely asking this question. Do you really think it's going to happen again? When you think about the best quarterbacks of all time, and Patrick Mahomes with 3 rings is like indisputably on that list. The only one that's missed the playoffs even more than a handful of times is Marino. That's it. That's it. It is very unlikely to me. Very unlikely that the Chiefs miss again. Now, there's work to do for Kansas City at receiver, where I think, and I'm on record saying this, I think they should sign Diggs and Tyreek Hill. Bring them both in. I don't think Rashee Rice is going to get suspended, but you need to, what's the word I'm looking for? Support yourselves, brace against it, protect yourself, protect. It's been a long month. Protect yourself in the event it happens, right? Mansour Delane, Peter Woods, R. Mason Thomas. I like the rejuvenation, the young blood injected onto the defense for Spags. Kenneth Walker toting the rock. The run game should actually be pretty good this year. And they have a Hall of Fame quarterback and a Hall of Fame coach. Tough for me to imagine they go 6-11 again, miss the playoffs again, although I didn't think it would happen last year, so it's possible, right? I just don't think it's likely to happen again. Last year's AFC was wild and wacky. Broncos are the 1 seed. Patriots are the 2. Patriots end up going to the Super Bowl. Jacksonville's in the mix. Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers knock out the Ravens on the final night, leading to John Harbaugh's ouster. It was just a weird year, right? The Chiefs don't make it. The Ravens don't make it. The Bills get bounced in the divisional round. They don't even win the AFC East. In 2023 and 2024, we saw the AFC have the same Final Four, both years. In 23, the Ravens played the Texans in divisional weekends and the Chiefs played the Bills. In 24, the Chiefs played the Texans and the Ravens played the Bills. This year, and it's May 27th. I think we're going to get that same Final Four for the 3rd time in 4 years. And for all you guys and gals in the audience right now, watching or listening to the show, just think in your head, do you like, and be honest, and it may be, and look, maybe you're a Packers fan and everything's through green and yellow glasses and you think they're going to go 15-2, whatever, fine. Just be really honest. Only 7 teams can make the playoffs, and 1 team from the horrible NFC South is going to make it. So, we know that already. So the question is not, are the Packers better than the Panthers, the Bucs, the Falcons, or the Saints? Yes. One of those teams is going to make the playoffs, no matter what, right? So I am going to list teams. And in your head, as the Cranberries famously said, in your head, do you like the Packers more or less than these teams? Zombie. The Philadelphia Eagles, the Dallas Cowboys, the Washington Commanders, the Detroit Lions, Chicago Bears, Minnesota Vikings, Seattle Seahawks, Los Angeles Rams, San Francisco 49ers. And that was today's edition of Guy Naming Teams, brought to you by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Only 7 teams can make it. Take the NFC South, 6 teams can make it. Are the Packers one of the best 6 teams? Dallas, Philly, Washington. The other 3 teams in their division, the 3 Dragons in the NFC West. Are they one of the 6 best? They've been the 7 seed 3 straight years.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 5, the 5th and final hour of this Wednesday night. Action kicks off right now. And you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line, open phone lines for the final hour of the show, as is usually the case, 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text, 310-840-4910. If you were listening last segment, I don't know what Paul in Rhode Island was trying to say. He said, we are the best, because we're the only thing that he listens to at night because he doesn't have a choice, but he does have a choice. Then he mentioned losing money. I think he was referencing he was going to bet the Knicks to win the NBA championship. And then I don't know what happened after that. Then he said New York doesn't have it. The Rangers know. He lumped in Josh Allen. And New York City doesn't really claim Josh Allen. I mean, like, they're basically like Toronto's team, the Buffalo Bills. I don't know what he was going on about, other than that he thinks the Knicks are going to win the title, which I love. But we appreciate it, Paul. So there you go. You want to try to follow that act. It's a tough one. You could also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Let's get you a playoff scoreboard update here. My friends up north, it's not looking great. The Habs trying to break the drought of 33 years since the Canadian team won the Stanley Cup. They're down 2-1 in the series against the Carolina Hurricanes. This was their shot, Game 4 at home. It felt like as close to a must-win game as you were going to find. And the Hurricanes blitzed them in the first period. 3 goals in the span of, 3 goals in the span of less than 3 minutes. Sebastian Aho, Jordan Staal, Logan Stankoven. All near the end of the first period. And that's still where we stand. The Canadiens have not scored, and the Hurricanes lead at 3-0 going into the third. And they're going to start the third period on the power play. Freddie Anderson, after that debacle in Game 1, boy, has he been good over the last couple of games. He's pitching a shutout right now, 15 saves, and 0 goals allowed, obviously, if they're up 3-0. Jakub Dobeš doing everything he can, but, I mean, he's human. 21 saves on 24 shots faced. So the Canadiens have a small miracle that they're going to have to pull off if they want to tie this series up at 2. Otherwise, the Hurricanes will be 1 win away from going to the Stanley Cup final, where they would meet the Vegas Golden Knights. Elsewhere in baseball, Combs, Monty, and Brad, Chicago Cubbies, have finally snapped the 10-game losing streak. They beat the Pirates 10-4. The offense erupts. All right, play it. Turn it up. Come on now. Well, that's the first time playing that in, 2 weeks. When was the last Cubs win before this? You had to go back to May 15th against the White Sox. 12 days. Boy, that's a long time. And they're on the road, so you didn't actually hear Go Cubs Go. But Combs, I appreciate you playing it. Speaking of which, let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix here for a little hot or cold and to get his thoughts on the Cubbies breaking that 10-game losing streak. Combs, what's going on, man?
What's going on, Pat? It's been a night.
You believe?
It's been a night.
You believe again?
Look, you scored 10 runs today, but you got Paul Skeens tomorrow. So I wouldn't say necessarily believe again. I never really stopped believing. I still think this is a playoff team, just going through a rough stretch. They've got some holes. They've got to fill some holes. All the things that I talked about last night are still true. Got a lot of room for growth. Got a lot of things they got to do.
Got to fill holes.
Finally getting off the schneid. They're no longer on a losing streak. At least there's a win somewhere in between there. So 1-9 in their last 10 instead of 0-10. So I'll take it.
That's right. Meanwhile, how about the Yankees? Combs, I don't know if you know this. I do some post games for the New York Yankees every year.
I've heard.
I've
heard.
It was about 8 to 10 last year. I'm actually doing this weekend. I'll be off the show on Friday. It was just way too much of a pain in the ass and a hassle to try to drive to New York City, do the show, and then basically, the Yankee game will already be going, so I'll be missing the game and then do the post game. So I'm doing Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They're in Sacramento to play the A's, but I'll be in the studios in New York City at WFAN doing the post game. So I will get to be a part of the Yankee broadcast for a Garrett Cole start. And after not experiencing any of those last year, boy, is Garrett Cole back. 6 2/3 shutout, 10 strikeouts. Yankees up 7-0 in the bottom of the ninth. MVP Ben Rice, 2 hits, including a triple and 3 RBIs. And just like that, with the Rays losing 4 in a row, a Yankees win tonight. They'll be a game and a half back in the AL East.
Hey, one step at a time, man. Baby steps. You got to crawl before you walk. That was a good night. Good showing from Garrett Cole, who, when he's right, man, he's one of the best pitchers in the major leagues. So, you want to hope that you get a consistent Garrett Cole back, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Because you remember there was a time where I was excited about this Cubs team, and you see how far that got me. So just temper your expectations a little bit about one Garrett Cole.
Oh, well, I mean, look, I can't really temper my expectations about Garrett Cole, but the New York Yankees, every year, they're one of the best teams in baseball through the month of May, and by halfway through June, and then they essentially have one of the worst records in baseball through the end of July after that. So don't worry, that other shoe might drop. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. Combs, before we get to some hot or cold, we have a couple of callers. So actually, let's get to the phone lines here. And then we can do some hot or cold. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. Let's go to Ricky, who's in Spartanburg, South Carolina, next up on BetMGM tonight. Ricky's on line 1. Go ahead, Ricky. What's going on?
Hey, what's happening, Pat? Thank you for taking my call, brother.
Yes, sir. Thanks for making it.
I was going to comment on the NBA. I was going to comment on the NBA Finals, but something happened. I was trying to Google to call in to get on your show and ask a question, a couple comments. But then when I Googled the number, I blindly hit send and called. A lady answers, and she says, hello, how can I help you? I said, my name's Ricky from South Carolina. I want to comment on NBA Finals. And she was confused, and she said, sir, this is a crematorium, a Pat Boyle crematorium. And I said, I'm so sorry, and I had to hang up. Just so you know that's out there. So if you ever need services, it's a different spelling, but yeah, I thought that was a trip. And as for
wait, you're not kidding. That's a real wow. You're actually you're not joking whatsoever. Pat Boyle Funeral Home and Cremation Service in West Virginia.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And they answered. I was surprised. It's kind of late.
Yeah, but seriously, that is
the dead never. That trumps anything I got to say about the NBA playoffs from my brother. I dig your swagger, man. Keep doing your thing.
Thank you. Thanks. Wait, Ricky, that was it, Ricky? You said you wanted to comment on the NBA Finals.
Oh, I did, but anything I got to say after the crematorium thing is just unreal. But I will say that, hey, good luck with your Knicks. I think Wemby's going to get it next year, and SGA probably going to take it in 7 if they allow all that flopping.
Okay. All right.
Well,
Wemby
good
will
luck.
win it
I don't
next
have
year.
a dog
Ricky,
in
I
the fight,
appreciate
my
the
brother.
call. That's an all-timer, by the way. I don't think I've never heard somebody call up and say that they basically just tried to Google my name and like to try to call me. I don't know. I feel like maybe we need to give out the phone number more. I feel like we give out the phone number to call the show at the beginning of each segment, the end of each segment, most of the time in the middle after I make a point or something. But Ricky in Spartanburg did not know the phone number to join the show. And so he just Googled Pat Boyle phone number, I guess. And a Pat Boyle funeral home and crematorium came up in West Virginia. And he called them at 10 o'clock at night and they answered. I just Googled it. They're open 24 hours. Why? Why is a cremation service and a burial service open 24 hours? Because the dead never sleep. No, seriously, that's one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life. I imagine picking up, I'd like to weigh in on the NBA Finals. Sir, this is a crematorium. Oh, put that in the Hall of Fame. That's an all-time call from Ricky there. And you can't make that up because I literally just Googled it. And who would even think to say that? So again, if you're wondering how to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can also always hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. But that's one of the greatest things.
Do you take that as bad juju for your hopes?
Well, here's the thing, Combs, you started cracking up. I can see Combs on his camera in our stream, in our broadcast. I thought for a second Ricky was like maybe making fun of me, like saying that the Knicks were gonna get crushed, that this was a crematorium for me being a Knicks fan, that they were gonna get buried or whatever. That's where I thought he was going. And you started crying. Is that what you thought Ricky meant?
No. I was listening to the story. I'm cracking up because there's a crematorium named the Pat Boyle Crematorium, and the first thing that I thought of was, oh God, that's not a good omen for Pat and his Knicks.
Well, I mean, look, if it's I might look. I thought maybe you were thinking that's not a good omen for me. Like I'm gonna die.
No. I know. I wish bad things for your Knicks because I can't wait to see you in pain as Wemby is hoisting the trophy. But I don't wish bad things for you. So I was thinking more.
Oh,
like,
thanks, Combs. I appreciate it.
I'm
glad you don't. Knicks. Yeah, I'm glad you don't wish that I would die. Yeah, bad omen for the Knicks. I don't know, man. I mean, look, they've won 11 straight games. They're on an all-time heater. They're on arguably the most dominant stretch in
and now they're
going to
sit
history.
for 10 days.
Yeah, I mean, look, Carolina, the Hurricanes, we actually have a caller that wants to talk about it. The Hurricanes had to sit for 12 days. They lost game 1, and now they're dominating. So do the Knicks have that margin for error? I don't know. Kind of. Mm-hmm. It's not like the Thunder and Spurs if there is a game 7. It's not like the Knicks they're not turning around in 48 hours to play the Knicks. There's Saturday's game 7. At worst, the Thunder or the Spurs, whoever wins that series, has Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 3 days off, which is longer than you would normally ever think. And so there's that, and there's the fact that the Knicks are on the road, no matter who they play, whether it is the Thunder or the Spurs. They're going to be underdogs, and so there's that underdog mentality. There's not like that pressure that they had in game 1 against Cleveland of, all right, we have to take care of business. We're the home team. They're the team playing short rest. We're the favorite. We got to win. Honestly, I'd rather have the rest. I don't care, man. If the Knicks end up getting swept, it's going to suck. It's going to be so frustrating. People are going to clown me, whatever. Whoever loses in the finals, the fan base is going to get clowned no matter what. But for the run the Knicks have gone on, the fact that Ricky in South Carolina said he called the Pat Boyle crematorium, no, I don't think that's a bad omen for the Knicks. But I can see how you would think that.
Well, of course I would think that. I mean, because that's, it's the way that I'm going with it. It's the way I've been going with it. So
All right. Well, hold on. Give me. Wait a couple minutes. I promise you'll be able to unleash. I know you've been waiting all show to get back at me. I've been spewing Wemby hate all show, but we do have a hockey caller. Speaking of the Hurricanes, they're still up 3-0. Getting ready to start the third period. Chance is next up in Alabama on BetMGM tonight. Chance, you're on line too. Go ahead.
Hey, man. Thanks for taking the call. Appreciate you as usual.
Yes, sir.
One quick thing. You said why are funeral homes open 24 hours? That's easy, man. People die at any time, during the day or night. So they have to call the funeral home to come pick them up, and stuff like that. Set up things. That's an easy one. So, but anyways, NHL playoffs. I got a couple grievances. For the Hurricanes to get 12 days off is ridiculous. The NHL could do a way better job of scheduling these games closer together. People always want to do the rest versus rust. Man, give me rest any day. Give me rest any day. Hey, they may come out and be sloppy for half a period. They may be sloppy for 2 periods. I don't care. Get my guys healthy. It's a joke, man. They can fix that. There's things they can do to improve that. And my biggest grievance, but I will say this, I love the NHL playoffs. I think it's most edge of my seat that it puts me on the edge of my seat more than any other playoffs. Is one thing I hate the most is, and you hear guys in your position say it, you hear all sorts of commentators say it. They love to say this. In the NHL playoffs, the refs will tuck away their whistle and just let them play. And I get you got to let something, you're going to let more go probably in the playoffs. I get that. But whenever the NHL playoffs is the worst, the referees will let people get manhandled. Like Connor McDavid, man, I want to see him shine, but he's getting tackled at times. It's just ridiculous. What they let them get away with, it takes away from the skill that some of these guys have, and I hate that about it. You let some things go, but you don't let every damn thing go. You know what I'm saying?
That's an interesting point, Chance. And by the way, I appreciate the call. I just want to answer your first point first. I hear what you're saying. You can't really blame the NHL for the Hurricanes getting 12 days off between sweeping the Flyers and then starting this conference series, this conference finals against the Habs. Like, Canadian Sabres went 7 games. Now, they were only 1 day behind the Hurricanes and the Flyers. So it's kind of just unfortunate that the way the NHL, and also the Canadiens played a 7-game series, the series before that against Tampa Bay. So they could only start their series against Buffalo, whatever date they started, because they played a 7-game series before that. And then they play another 7-game series. So, like, if the Flyers and Hurricanes went 7, that game 7 would have been on Sunday, May 17th. It ended in 4, though. And then the Canadiens and the Sabres end up going 7, and their game 7 was Monday, May 18th, and they were playing, I believe, every other day. They played Monday the 18th, Saturday the 16th, Thursday the 14th, Tuesday the 12th, Sunday the 10th, Friday. They played every other day. They didn't have extra days off, so it's just unfortunate that the Hurricanes did end up, because they were so dominant and swept the Flyers, that they had to wait that long. But that's what happened. To your second point, that's a really interesting one. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say, people complain about the NBA awarding flopping and not letting them play too much and hating the Stanley Cup playoffs for letting them play too much, letting them be so physical. Playoff hockey, which people love because it is so physical and the fighting and it's the intensity for 60 minutes. But I think Chance has a point. I do think Chance has a point. Now, again, I think Connor McDavid struggles. I don't want to give him a full pass here. Connor McDavid has, for the most part, normally delivered in the postseason, but his teams don't win. The Oilers got turned away in the Stanley Cup final. Each of the last 2 years, they get knocked out in the first round. He didn't have that great of a series against Anaheim. So I don't want to give him a full pass. I don't think it's because that there is a more lenient whistle in the Stanley Cup playoffs that's the reason Connor McDavid hasn't won. But, he is right. It is brutally physical. I remember watching every single second of every single Islanders game. I'm an Islanders fan, when they were actually good. The back-to-back runs to the conference finals where they lose to Tampa Bay both times. And I remember, pretty vividly screaming like, how is that not a penalty? How is that not a penalty? How is that not a penalty? So they definitely do let a lot of stuff go. And is that maybe hurting the skill that is brought to the game nowadays, where it is more finesse and it's not just so much, dump the puck in and kind of slog and grind your way, and there wasn't as much speed as there is now. It's an interesting topic. It's an interesting topic. I think overall Connor McDavid and his teams probably need to play better, but yeah, there is maybe something to be said about not allowing the skill and the speed of the game to have as much of an impact in the Stanley Cup playoffs. All right, 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. They have started the third. Carolina's still up 3-0. Montreal needs a miracle. Otherwise, they're going down 3-1 with the Vegas Golden Knights awaiting. All right, when we come back, we will get right to hot or cold. If you have any phone calls, get aboard. You got open phone lines at 310-840-4910. You can also text. You can also tweet me at Pat Boyle 44. And don't call Pat Boyle Crematorium and Funeral Home Service, although they are open 24 hours. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
The Cavs, they laid down. They laid down, and then for less than 24 hours to pass and them to say we're running it back with everybody that was, that everybody was part of it from a leadership standpoint. I know there's humans, Nick, and I know these. What I mean by that is I know these people have families, and I know that they've got lives. So I'm not in the class of like, I try not to come on and say fire everybody and scorched earth. And you've known me long enough. That's not what I do. That being said, that was very curious for them to not evaluate their situation and say what's best for us. Because to me, with the Cavs, I think they've got an owner in Dan Gilbert who's starting to get up there in age. I don't know how much. I don't know. Dan wants to do this another 10, 15 years. If he wants to do another, my guess would probably be 5 years or so. I don't think
he's 64. Dan Gilbert.
He's 64. Yeah. So I look. I don't get the sense he wants to do this forever. I think for him, he's looking at the window. In his mind, I think his mindset is our window's still open. Nick, you can't look through that window and say with confidence that it's still open after what happened in the series that we just watched. Not as currently constructed. Not knowing that you're gonna re-sign James Harden, like you're going to re-sign him. Now, when they made the Garland for Harden trade, I was not vehemently against it. Okay, I was not, because with Garland, they were not making progress. I don't think they would have made the conference finals. But this is a long-term NBA think tank, TED Talk, if you will, of what do you really believe is success, right? What do you really believe is success? Is getting into conference finals.
Title success.
Title is success. So with that being the case, are they closer to a championship than they were a year ago? The answer to that question is no. It's not, because of the fashion in which if they had taken the Knicks to 6 or 7 games, Nick, I think you'd have to agree, and played well and played hard and been into the Knicks defensively and getting stops and making them work, and the Knicks just beat them because the Knicks, Landry Shamet shooting the heck on the ball, Hart's doing his thing, Bridges, Anunoby, and on top of what Brunson and Cat have done, which I think Cat's the single biggest determinant of whether or not the Knicks win the championship. If the real Karl Anthony Towns is continually showing up in the finals, I think the Knicks have a shot. I really do think that they have a chance. But for me, with the Cavs, they got exposed, they got embarrassed. You don't just get exposed and embarrassed in sports and say status quo. We're going to keep things the same. Their front office now has to get on the move. Like you can't deal with the James Harden problem. All right, you got to keep him. But I think out of this, you better be coming out with Giannis, or you better be taking a hard look at Jaylen Brown. I mean, and
you want LeBron back
for one last dance? I don't just want LeBron in the current construction of players, Nick. Like if as a Clevelander and as a person that watches, this team in the league, I think the Cavaliers, their number one priority has to be how do we come out with Giannis Antetokounmpo, even if it means that we are trading Evan Mobley, even if it means that we're exploring what Donovan Mitchell's future looks like. We need to go and get a guy. People are forgetting how good Giannis is. They're forgetting how good Giannis is because the Milwaukee Bucks have mismanaged the last couple years. You need to get a guy who, if he's remotivated in a new town, still wants to prove himself. He absolutely does. When he plays his best basketball, he is one of the 4 most valuable players in the NBA. Full stop. I don't care what. If I'll disagree with somebody until the sun goes. You can't replace his length, his athleticism, the way he controls the game on both ends of the floor. You got to go get Giannis. Do I want LeBron? Would I take LeBron? I would. Yeah, one last dance. Camera crews everywhere, Nick. I like a good show. But this doesn't work unless Giannis is in Cleveland as well. I'm talking about winning a championship here. If you have Giannis, LeBron James, Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, okay, and you got Max Strus and Dean Wade as shot makers with Sam Merrill, I guess. Is that a team that could win it all? Yes, it is, especially with a LeBron James that says I need to go out with a title.
Scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text, 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter, at Pat Boyle44. Still cracking up about that call. Ricky in South Carolina called the Pat Boyle Funeral Home and Crematorium because he didn't know the number to join the show. It's an all-time call, and they're open 24 hours, which one of the other callers, Chance in Alabama, said that that's like a no-brainer. I don't know. I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, if somebody that you love, you live with, like dies at like 9 o'clock at night, I don't know. I would probably wait till the morning to call a funeral home. I don't know. I don't know. My dad passed away in the hospital, but
you're just gonna leave the body there?
I'm just gonna leave it there, Combs. But like, I don't know.
Who's gonna pick it up if you don't call the funeral home?
No, I would. You do it. I would say the morning after. Like if a loved one passes away at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night.
Pat, think about this. Your loved one passes away at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock at night. You immediately, the first thing you do after, I mean, obviously
you call 911,
dealing with everything, but within an hour you're calling the funeral home to let them know that they passed so they can come pick up the body. You're not leaving the body for the morning. Please tell me you know this. Yeah, no, 110%.
Well, my dad passed away in the hospital, so other than that, I haven't had any experience with any of my immediate family.
Right. My father-in-law passed in the house. So he was in hospice at home, and he passed away. It was probably about 9:30 at night. They picked up his body like around 11:30. Yeah, but yeah, they're open 24/7.
So that's standard. Funeral homes,
standard.
Crematoriums, 24 hours.
Correct. And usually, typically it's on call, but they always have, like, if you're using that funeral home and you're at that point, you've already got everything set up. So they're expecting that it's going to happen at any time. So they know that, hey, we might have 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 pickups, and then there's always one person on call in case something that they don't expect to happens.
Wow. I did not know that's how that they operate. Not at all. But you learn something new every day. And we had a listener call into the Pat Boyle Crematorium and Funeral Home thinking that they were calling the show. And that's now how I know that funeral homes operate 24 hours. And if somebody that you love passes away at night, you call them right away. You don't wait till the morning. Hopefully I never have to do that, Combs, but now I know. Now I know how it works. All right, we have an update. Our Let's Go Streaking segment that we do at 6:45 p.m. Eastern every day. Everybody on the crew picks a player to get a hit. We got a 4 for 4, baby. First time in a couple of weeks that we got a 4 for 4. But I came through very early with Juan Soto. Combs came through very early with Paul Goldschmidt Ben Rice. And Brad came through very early as well with, he went with Paul Goldschmidt. So we were basically, all three of our guys that we picked all got hits by it was 8 o'clock Eastern. So we were just waiting for this Dodgers game to start. Monty, who's got the longest active streak, it was at 4. Now it's at 5. He picked Freddie Freeman, who went yabo in the very first inning. And if you thought that was pretty cool, how about Shohei, who's on the mound tonight for the Dodgers, sporting a 0.72 ERA, and to lead off the game, a.k.a. lead off the first inning for the Dodgers, Shohei, 424 feet, crank shot to dead center field. Dodgers up 2-0 in the top of the second. Shohei with a walk and a strikeout in that very first inning on the mound. So, just soak it in, folks. You're watching the greatest player of all time. Combs, I know you'll disagree, but also soak it in. We got a 4 for 4 in our Let's Go Streaking. Everybody we picked got a hit. It's a beautiful thing.
Just like the Cubs, we're back, baby. We're back.
We are so back.
4 for 4.
You know what else is back? Hot or cold, after we had a bunch of phone calls the last segment. So, Combs, kick us off.
All right. You want to start with basketball or baseball?
Your choice, man. You're the producer.
All right. Let's go baseball. MLB needs to at least consider the MLB PA offer from today. Hot or cold?
Yeah, so we discussed this earlier in the show. The Major League Baseball Players Association made their first formal offer to try to get a new CBA in place, with this one expiring in December. They did not include a salary cap. And so I would say, as somebody that normally takes the side of the players and wants there to be baseball in 2027, yes, Major League Baseball should consider the MLB Players Association offer. But in terms of the reality of that happening, Combs, I think it's very unlikely because they're going to make a formal counteroffer tomorrow, and it's probably going to include a salary cap. And the Players Association is probably going to tell them to go kick rocks and go scratch. So, sure, hot. MLB does need to at least consider it, but I don't know how much consideration there will be.
Yeah, no, look, they definitely should consider it, and I think that their baseball, and I love this game more than anything. I love this game. And baseball needs a salary cap. Baseball absolutely needs a salary cap, but it also needs a salary floor. I think that they need to consider the offer because they need to look at the numbers that the players are looking at and use that in their salary cap offer. Now, the players, this is going to be a long thing. The players are never going to agree to a salary cap unless the owners can present it in a way that benefits the players. And I know, like, we had a texter earlier from Oregon, Daryl from Oregon, who was talking about the players and they're whiny. And I hate this argument, man.
Oh, you want me to read this text message?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so here's from Daryl in Oregon. These players get to play a game for a minimum of $780,000 a year. Sign me up. They need to quit being whiny little bleeps and play the game they're playing. A game, it's a game. Yes, I understand it's a job as well, but it's a game, and the owners need to be more negotiable as well. Daryl in Oregon.
All right. So, and I don't know how you feel, Pat, but you tell me. And you played baseball, at collegiate level, and had you had the chance to go pro, I am very pro player when it comes to this, because the players, this is a business. Yes, it's a game, and yes, it's a job, but fans do a terrible job of understanding that this is a business, and that's what baseball is. and the players generate the revenue of this business. Now, they don't generate all of the revenue. I'm not going to sit here and tell you they generate 100% of the revenue. They generate a vast majority of the revenue, and none of the other revenue would even be going on if it wasn't for the players. Because I'm telling you right now, I've never gone to a game and seen any fan wearing the owner's jersey. I've never gone to a game and seen anybody wearing the GM's jersey. You go to a game because you want to watch the players, and they generate the billions and billions. I think the average is $3 billion per team per year is what these players generate, and the salaries don't even account for a third of that. Now, that's like telling you, Daryl, where I don't know what you do for a living, and whatever you do, I'm sure it's great, but your company hires you on, and they hire you for a certain rate. And 2-3 years into your job, you are doing more work. You're getting all of these other things thrown at you, and you're killing it. Are you not asking for a raise, Daryl? You're not asking for more money after 3 years of doing more work and doing all of the things that you've done better than what at the rate that you were hired at? Of course you're asking for more money because you're generating more revenue. You're more important to your business. You're more important to your company. And that's what the players are trying to do. The owners pocket too much money when it comes to Major League Baseball. The owners take too much money from the fans in Major League Baseball. The players, I never blame a player at all for getting every dollar that they can in any sport, because the players are the reason why they make so much damn money. The hot dog vendors wouldn't be there. The food, the stadium wouldn't be open if it wasn't for the players. None of this stuff would happen if it wasn't for the players. So yes, I would argue with you that every player, even the highest paid player, I would argue with you, Shohei Ohtani is underpaid at $700 million. That's what I would argue with you, Daryl. Not that the players are overpaid, not that they're whiny little babies. Yes, they're playing a game. I get it. But they are a part of a 1% of people that can do something at a level that you or I could never do it. And I'll tell you right now, I joke around with Pat Boyle all the time, telling him I could hit him. I still believe that I could hit him. but Pat Boyle playing at the level that he played at compared to the level that I play at, Pat Boyle's closer to being Shohei Ohtani than I am. Because they play at a level that we were never able to get to. That's why we don't understand it. But it's the same way that if you work, like, let's say, I'm going to say Daryl, because he's in Oregon. Let's say Daryl's a fisher, right? Like, he goes out and he's a crab fisherman, right? Because I just say that because that's what they do up there, right? So
that's fine. Go ahead.
If I throw a Major League Baseball player on a crab boat to go crab fishing, he's probably going to be pretty bad at it. And he's probably not going to make as much money as you. Same reason why you're not going to make as much money as him playing Major League Baseball. These players deserve every penny that they get, and they are actually underpaid, not overpaid.
That's good. Yeah, and that is, I think, is at the heart of the argument as to why these players are so vehemently opposed to a salary cap, because they see how much money baseball is making. I mean, with the ratings, there was just a couple weeks ago, ratings are at basically an all-time high, even with the games being impossible to find. Friday night, Apple TV. We got Roku games. We got, I do some work for the Yankees. It's kind of annoying when they're on Amazon. You can't just watch them normally the way that you normally do. You got to find a different way of doing it. But they're making more money than they ever have. The attendance, since COVID was officially done in 2022. Attendance has been through the roof, and the merchandising sales that they're making. So who's that? That's on a larger scale, Combs. It's kind of like the same argument as for all these years, college players making millions of dollars for the NCAA, for March Madness and the college football playoff, and the NCAA making money off their backs, off their hard work, and not allowing them to collect a dime. Now, players are getting paid, of course, but as normally is, they want more. They would like some more money because they're bringing more eyeballs and more money into the league. Teams are worth more than ever, and the owners are saying, well, we don't want to pay you that much, and we don't want to spend that much. And so here's what we want: a salary cap. I agree with you. I'm normally pro player as well, and I am pro player in this case as well. But you just got to remember that there's two sides to this argument, and I just don't think we're getting any kind of agreement that doesn't have a cap and a floor. And I think that as much as I'm on the player's side, they need to realize that. Otherwise, we're going to miss a significant chunk of games next year, and it will be the players that don't end up getting paid for it.
And I think that the bigger problem isn't the teams that spend money. Like, it's not the Dodgers. The Dodgers didn't ruin baseball. All these fans that say that the Dodgers are ruining baseball are out of their mind. I wish the Cubs would be the Dodgers. The Dodgers aren't ruining baseball. The owners that are ruining baseball are the owners like the Pittsburgh Pirates, the Cincinnati Reds, the teams that have the money and they get the revenue sharing and they don't spend it. Those are the teams that are ruining baseball. And if the owners really want to get a cap, the way that you get a cap and you get the players on board is you cap it at a percentage instead of a number. You cap it at a percentage, and you say, look, we're at 28% of our revenue is our payroll. Our salary cap is going to be 45%, and our floor is going to be 30%. You do that. And now the players are constantly making more and more money. With the more money that they generate, the more revenue they generate, you're going to get players on board. When you go with a hard number, players aren't going to, they're just not going to go for it. And I came up with numbers a while back, and because I'm a sicko and I do the math, right? And if you have a $375 million cap and you have a $150 million floor, you will create over $100 million more in revenue for the players, in payroll for the players, I should say. So if you do that, and the players look at that number and they're okay with that number, that might be it. But I don't know that I don't know that owners that don't spend the money now are ever going to agree to have to spend the money. And and to be honest with you, I don't know how long this lockout's going to be. And I hate it, but I just think it's inevitable. I don't think you're going to get to anything before December 1st.
I agree, 100%. All right, let's squeeze one more quick one in here, Combs, since I know that you have been rooting for the Spurs and you've been rooting for Wemby. I want to ask you this, because I feel like you're an old school guy. Hot or cold, Wemby skipping the media and the post-game press conference last night is soft. Hot or cold?
Cold. Look, I don't care when I say this all the time, and I'll go to my grave with it. When my guys lose, I don't think it's soft if they don't shake hands. I don't think it's soft if they skip the media, because I don't want my player to be okay with losing. What was soft is watching players watching Ant with 8 minutes to go in a game, going to the other side and shaking hands. That's soft. Walking off the court, walking off the field after you lost because you're pissed and not talking to the media because you're mad about losing, that's not soft. That's what I want my players to do. I don't want my players to be okay with losing. I don't want my players smiling and talking about losing. I think it's dumb that players have to go through post-game press conferences directly after a game, because 9 times out of 10, the questions are dumb anyway. Well, how'd you feel? How do you feel after tonight's game? Well, how do you think I feel? We just got our butts kicked. Like, I hate that. Like, I don't mind the winning team is fine, but
there's a lot of good journalists that ask a lot of good questions. So I disagree. I think that's part of what they get paid to do. That's why they get paid $50-60 million, is that you have media obligations. You sign a contract that entails media obligations. You must speak to the media. You must be available to speak to reporters who have a job to do, right? Who write stories, who need clips, who need quotes to write their stories. And you're basically saying, no, your job's not that important to me. I don't care. I think it is soft. I think it was embarrassing.
Well, of course
I'm not saying
you're a Wemby hater. Wemby could have donated $100 million to charity for not going to the meeting. You'd still say it was soft. You will hate Wemby for everything he does, especially when he whoops your Knicks in the finals this year.
Well, he has to get there first in order to do that, and it's a shame that he's going to get sent packing tomorrow. I'm not saying you gotta be all happy-go-lucky and shaking hands and being buddy-buddy with the team that just beat you, or when your season ends. But come on, you gotta be a man, face the camera, face the lights, right? Because we know he's going up and running up to the podium after they win, and he's answering all the questions in the world. But when they lose and he's nowhere to be found, come on, that's
by
disgraceful.
20 tomorrow. Spurs
by 20. All right, well, we'll be here for it. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll get you one last scoreboard update, and I got some French Open notes and nuggets on a wild, hot day in Paris when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
What a strange, weird, no good, very bad, some would say unethical performance last night from Victor Wembanyama in San Antonio's Game 5 loss. And before we go any further, I want everyone to take a listen to this soundbite. What Victor Wembanyama had to say post-game last night to the media after his the most hollow, empty 20.6 rebound performance mine eyes have ever seen in a big spot. Take a listen to this earth-shattering piece of sound that makes tremendous news from Victor Wembanyama. Oh, wait. He didn't speak to the media after the game last night. Victor Wembanyama declined to speak to the media after the game last night. Some would say that is unethical. And we can talk about that in a moment where you want to talk about just ethics with Victor Wembanyama wants to criticize. And I think Wemby's awesome, right? I think he's great. But he wants to criticize everybody and everything. He's basically 7'4" French John Lovitz from The Critic. Wants to criticize everyone and everything. How about Victor? And I love that this happened, but let's call it like we see it. At the end of the game, Victor Wembanyama is whispering in the air, and I called for this games ago. Whispering in the air as Mitch Johnson empties the bench when they're losing, right? And in comes Bismack Biyombo, and in comes Mason Plumlee. Dust off one of the 9 Plumlee brothers. And Wembanyama's whispering in their ear, and all of a sudden they're putting Jared McCain on his ass. All that was missing was Victor Wembanyama in his French accent instead of an Italian accent like Clemenza in The Godfather saying, leave the gun, take the cannoli. Or in this instance, perhaps, leave the gun, take the eclair. I mean, you want to talk about unethical. And I loved it. I'm just saying, if Wemby's going to criticize everybody, then he needs to be criticized as well. So this was a strange game from Wemby, who seemed very passive. And maybe you want to say it's a bad... And Mitch Johnson, to his credit, kind of took some responsibility after the game. Mitch Johnson saying that OKC's game plan was better than San Antonio's game plan. Here's the bottom line, though. That can be true. Also, if Victor Wembanyama is the best player in the series, and I believe he is, despite what happened last night, I still think Wemby's bad. And SGA can say he played a bad game. SGA did not play a bad game. And we'll talk about him in a little bit. SGA had 32 points. I thought he played pretty well. But if we're going to consider Victor Wembanyama, and I do, to be clear, I'm not backtracking. They could lose in Game 6, and I still won't backtrack off of it. He's the best player in the series. But if that's true, and it is, he's got to be more aggressive. He's got to be more aggressive. Even if it doesn't lead to a great statistical output, he needs to be way, 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 way more aggressive. He got bodied last night by Isaiah Hartenstein. Just look at, I don't know if they're called heat maps. It's probably not a heat map, right? But when you look at the flow chart, I don't even know. One of these newfangled graphics that you see where it shows where Wemby touched the ball in Game 1 and all the time where he was on the court when he touched it versus last night, he's like under the basket all the time, and not all the time, but most of the time in game one. The Thunder did an unbelievable job of pulling him away from the basket last night. And I get it. Like, coaching's involved in that. And Mark Dagnall's a great coach. Also, if you're Victor Wembanyama, you say screw that. And you do what you have to do. So I didn't love that last night from Victor Wembanyama.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, final segment here on this Wednesday night. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Last chance to get in on the phones, 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. You can also hit me up on Twitter, at PatBoyle44. Coming up at the top of the hour, stick it right here because you got my guys Linnell Willingham and Josh Graham coming up for Westwood One Sports Night. They'll take you all the way till 3 a.m. Eastern to recap the day and the night of sports, which we're going to be one step closer to having our Stanley Cup final decided. The Hurricanes still pitching a shutout. They lead the Habs 3-0. The Bell Center, it's got to be awfully quiet right now. Carolina, if they're able to finish this one off with just 2 minutes left to go, they're going to have a 3-1 series lead. It'll go back to Raleigh in Carolina for Game 5 on Friday night, and they will have a chance to wrap things up there and meet the Vegas Golden Knights in the Stanley Cup Finals. So, disappointing performance for Montreal tonight. They just pulled Jakub Dobiš. They have the empty net. And so it's basically, it just looks like it's whether it's going to be 3-0 or 4-0 here. That's what this is going to come down to. Meanwhile, talk a little. Dodgers still up 2-0. Actually, let's see what Shohei Ohtani is up to here tonight. He already cranked a shot 424 feet to dead center in the first inning. On the mound, 2 1/3, no hits, no runs, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. His ERA is down to 0.7. I know they're playing the Rockies. There's one out in the top of the third, but my goodness, man. Greatest player of all time. All right, we got about 2 minutes. I'm a big tennis fan. Talked a little French Open yesterday. I want to spend about 5 minutes each day talking about it. It's the second Grand Slam of the season. It's huge. I mean, you know, you can see it on HBO Max, TNT, True TV. So it's very widely available. And we got plenty of rooting interest, American rooting interest. And today, American Tommy Paul able to easily beat the Italian Lorenzo Sonego, who hasn't been very good, but he is dangerous when he brings his best. And Tommy Paul, who played a very grueling tournament last week in Hamburg in Germany leading up to this tournament. I wondered how he would be holding up physically, but he crushed Sonego today, so he's going to play Casper Ruud, who's a former French Open finalist, former world number 2. That's an incredible matchup next round. And you also got another incredible matchup in the third round. You got Novak Djokovic, the greatest of all time, 23-time Grand Slam winner, able to beat a young Frenchman today, Valentin Royer. Took him 4 sets to do it, but Djokovic, a lot of questions about how his body would hold up. 39 years old now. It's been blistering hot all week in Paris, 90, 95 degrees, and he's won back-to-back 4-setters. Remember, the men is best of 5. He's going to play João Fonseca next round. Brazilian young sensation that a lot of people think could be that, like, along with Jannik Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz, the next big thing in tennis. He's only 19. He hasn't had that huge result yet in a Grand Slam tournament, so he gets to go goat hunting next round. Fonseca versus Djokovic coming up. That'll be on Friday. I cannot wait for that one. Just a couple of matches to look out for tomorrow. You do have Yannick Sinner in action, taking on Juan Manuel Cerundolo. He's probably going to destroy him. Sinner's probably going to get largely unchallenged all the way until the semifinals, if not the final. You got Ben Shelton in action. You got Francis Tiafoe in action. They're both Shelton's a favorite. Tiafoe's an underdog. He's going up against the big Polish serving Hubi Hurkacz. That'll be a great match. And then on the women's side, you got the world number one Arina Sabalenka in action, and you have Coco Gauff in action. They both should cruise. So looking forward to another day of tennis and talking a little bit more about the French Open tomorrow. But it's been awesome so far. It's been hot as all hell. And as somebody that loves playing tennis, it's got to be tough doing it 95 degrees. All right, fun show. Thanks to everybody on it. Co-host Brad Evans. Thanks to producer Combs, Brandon Combs. Thanks to VP Monty. Thanks to everybody else. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern here on BetMGM Tonight.
Well, I was wrong last year. So I'm legitimately and earnestly and honestly and sincerely asking this question. Do you really think it's going to happen again? When you think about the best quarterbacks of all time, and Patrick Mahomes with 3 rings is like indisputably on that list. The only one that's missed the playoffs even more than a handful of times is Marino. That's it. That's it. It is very unlikely to me, very unlikely, that the Chiefs miss again. Now, there's work to do for Kansas City at receiver, where I think, and I'm on record saying this, I think they should sign Diggs and Tyreek Hill. Bring them both in. I don't think Rashee Rice is going to get suspended, but you need to, what's the word I'm looking for? Support yourselves, brace against it, protect yourself, protect. It's been a long month. Protect yourself in the event it happens, right? Mansour Delane, Peter Woods, R. Mason Thomas. I like the rejuvenation, the young blood injected onto the defense for Spags. Kenneth Walker toting the rock. The run game should actually be pretty good this year. And they have a Hall of Fame quarterback and a Hall of Fame coach. Tough for me to imagine they go 6-11 again, miss the playoffs again, although I didn't think it would happen last year, so it's possible, right? I just don't think it's likely to happen again. Last year's AFC was wild and wacky. Broncos are the 1 seed. Patriots are the 2. Patriots end up going to the Super Bowl. Jacksonville's in the mix. Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers knock out the Ravens on the final night, leading to John Harbaugh's ouster. It was just a weird year, right? The Chiefs don't make it. The Ravens don't make it. The Bills get bounced in the divisional round. They don't even win the AFC East. In 2023 and 2024, we saw the AFC have the same Final Four both years. In 23, the Ravens played the Texans in divisional weekends and the Chiefs played the Bills. In 24, the Chiefs played the Texans and the Ravens played the Bills. This year, and it's May 27th. I think we're going to get that same Final Four for the 3rd time in 4 years. And for all you guys and gals in the audience right now, watching or listening to the show, just think in your head, do you like, and be honest, and maybe you're a Packers fan and everything's through green and yellow glasses and you think they're going to go 15-2, whatever, fine. Just be really honest. Only 7 teams can make the playoffs, and 1 team from the horrible NFC South is going to make it. So we know that already. So the question is not, are the Packers better than the Panthers, the Bucks, the Falcons, or the Saints? Yes. One of those teams is going to make the playoffs no matter what, right? So I am going to list teams. And in your head, as the Cranberries famously said, in your head, do you like the Packers more or less than these teams? Zombie. The Philadelphia Eagles. The Dallas Cowboys. The Washington Commanders. The Detroit Lions. Chicago Bears. Minnesota Vikings. Seattle Seahawks. Los Angeles Rams. San Francisco 49ers. And that was today's edition of Guy Naming Teams, brought to you by